Good afternoon and welcome to Donington Park Race Circuit for a festival of motorsport this weekend. We've got the British Truck Racing Championship, the British Endurance Championship and the Pragas, and that's just today, more to come tomorrow. But first of all, just look at this, all that's going on this weekend. If you're coming down this weekend, there's a festival, there's rides, there's ice cream, there's popcorn, there's everything. But of course, most importantly, plenty of motorsport action. So stick with us the entire weekend. Let's get straight into race number one. It's the Pragas. We spoke to a few of the drivers in the paddock before race number one. Well, here we are ahead of our first race of the weekend, the Pragas, here with our championship leaders. Gordy, talk us through qualifying today, first of all.
Yeah, qualifying is always really challenging around such a short track because the margins are so small. Jimmy done a fantastic job and put the car P2 in the AM segment of qualifying, and I managed to put P1 in the Pro segment of qualifying, which was fantastic. We do start P2 overall as one car pimped us for first overall. However, that car arguably is a pro lineup, so therefore they have a second a 30-second penalty in the pits. So it doesn't matter too much getting past them. Certainly, get past just to be as safe as possible.
How does a pro lineup appear in a pro-am event?
Well, basically what happened is earlier in the year, one of the drivers was in another car as a pro driver, and another car was also racing, the university car. They had a pro driver. The two AMs from those two teams stopped racing, and it ended up that the pro from the other car moved into the university car, and then all of a sudden one of them was classed as an AM, even though they were classed as a pro earlier in the season.
Okay.
So they effectively had two pros in that car, and when you look at the qualifying results, they effectively set exactly the same time in today's qualifying session. So to call it an pro-am pairing isn't exactly correct.
But they got the penalty to even things out a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, it was either that or you make them a pro pairing, and the problem with that is they lose all of their points. And they've in all fairness, they've put together a good season, and for all of their points to be taken away is very harsh. However, it's also not fair for the AM drivers to have to compete against a pro driver. So I think we've come to a nice conclusion where that pro pairing will get a penalty in the pits.
Fantastic. Now, championship leaders, Jimmy, we spoke at Snetterton last round. Do you remember? And you said to me, I quote, "We are now out of the championship." Prague is a funny old game, isn't it?
Yeah, it felt that way at the time. I think I was stamping my feet a little bit then. But yeah, I mean, since then we've had some really good results, and others around us haven't. And it's just now ended up that we're now, I think 11 or 12 points clear now, which is, it's a nice little gap, but it's not a big gap. So, we still have to perform, still have to execute really well today. I think we did okay. I think I did all right in qualifying. I'm happy in my time, and I think that, by rights we should be on pole position. But as Gordy said, we're in the second best spot now, and I've got a penalty as is. So it's looking pretty strong.
It's been a long time since the last round. Have you guys spent much time in the car between now and Snetterton?
In this one, no. I mean, I've done one round of time attack at Alton Park in a different car, a different Praga, which they're all the same, but they're all different. So it wasn't quite this car. So I've kept kind of sharp, but Gordy's not been in it at all. But you wouldn't know that. So.
What's going to be the key to winning around Donington this weekend?
Consistency and staying away from the huge sausage curbs that have been implemented this weekend. Obviously the trucks are racing this weekend, so of course the brakes are water cooled on the trucks, so it means that if your race is after the trucks, you need to be wary on the first lap, as there might be a few spots of dampness on the track. But yeah, the big thing is staying away. The sausage curbs are fast this weekend. Two cars broke their suspension in qualifying. And it's an hour-long race, and it gets hot in these cars. They're hard cars to drive, so physically you get fatigued. So the key is to having elevated concentration levels, staying sharp the entire race, so you don't have a lapse of concentration and clip one of these sausage curbs, because it only takes one mistake and you've broken the suspension.
Trucks racing this weekend, is that something we could interest you in, truck racing, Jimmy Broadbent?
I mean, like, I like to watch them, and they're terrifying. You see, the turbo size my head on those things, but I think it's insane. They have to clear off the grandstand opposite in case one goes plowing in, because they just don't stop. But I would love to have a go, definitely. Whether I'd be any good, I'm not sure. They're pretty much the opposite of this. So yeah, maybe one day.
I'm sure we'd love to watch. Guys, have a fantastic weekend. We'll speak to you after race number 1.
Well, great to hear from a couple of our Praga racers there. Good afternoon from me, ladies and gents. Welcome, race fans, to Donington Park for the second weekend in a row here on BARC TV. We were here for a one-day meeting last weekend, for the full 2 days this weekend, because it is one of the biggest events of the summer. It is Convoy in the Park. Yes, we've certainly got ourselves a convoy here at Donington Park this weekend as we celebrate all that is great and good about trucking and truck racing. Dave Goddard here as always to take you through the action here on BARC TV. 2 truck races coming up for you today from the British Truck Racing Championship, and a pair of endurance races as well. We kick off with the first of 2 races this weekend for the Praga Cup UK, a 1-hour pit stop race for them. Then it's the first of our British Truck Racing Championship events, and that's followed by the big race of the day, the 2-hour race for the MS UK British Endurance Championship. 2 hours with 2 mandatory pit stops within that race. Proper endurance racing here at Donington this weekend. We saw the Brit Car Trophy out for their pit stop races last weekend, if you were with us. Well, it's the long 2-hour race for the British Endurance Championship this weekend, and that's followed by a second of 5 races this weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. We'll be getting underway shortly with the Praga Cup. We've already heard from the championship leaders, Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent. They will line up on the front row of the grid for that event. But it's not just about the racing here at the home of motorsport in the Midlands this weekend, because everything trucking is being celebrated. We've got hundreds, literally, of show trucks here on the infield. The infield is absolutely packed out with various HGVs and other commercial vehicles on display, all highly polished and on show here this weekend. There will be awards, I think, for some of the best trucks we have on show. There's all sorts of various attractions as well. We've got fairground rides and much more fun for all the family here at Donington Park this weekend, and a great show of motorsports as well. We'll be joined tomorrow by the junior saloon cars, the teenage racers in their Citroen Saxos. We've also got the Pickup Truck Racing Championship as well. Great to see them out with 1 or 2 new names, 1 or 2 returning names in both the trucks and the pickups this weekend as well. More on that as we go through the weekend. We'll also be joined tomorrow by the CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship, normally based at Alton Park. They have an away day here at Donington Park this weekend with just about anything you like you can use in that championship, from space frame, modified special saloons, right down to standard hatchbacks. We'll see in action coming up. That's tomorrow. They'll have, I think, yes, 2 races on the programme tomorrow, but 4 races here today. Donington Park circuit opened before the Second World War. The British Grand Prix was held here pre-war. The German Silver Arrows came and raced here, among others. The Mercedes and Auto Union cars were using the national circuit this weekend, so the Melbourne Loop towards the end of the lap is not being used. The cars turn right and then left at the Roberts chicane going into the pit straights. It's a beautiful undulating flowing circuit here in Derbyshire, just next to East Midlands Airport. You'll probably see and hear a few aircraft flying over. It's all about 4-wheeled action here this weekend. Cars and trucks here in immense numbers, and we'll be underway soon with our first race on our coverage today for the Praga Cup. We'll have a look at a little bit of background info. We've got a quick VT to show you from Praga before we get underway.
It's done now, isn't it? I can't change it.
Dave's got something to lose, I haven't.
We've got a stop and go penalty.
Indicated.
When we're fighting for a championship, we can't be affording to give away points like this.
Yes, the Praga Cup coming up on track here at Donington fairly shortly. There you can see some of our show trucks and other commercial vehicles on show on the infield here at Donington. Just look how many of them there are. Magnificent truck show for the fans here this weekend. We normally see them on the motorways and A roads of the UK. We're here in numbers this weekend for a chance for people to see them a little more close up than they would normally overtaking them in the slow lane of the motorway. We will shortly be underway though with the Praga Cup. A little bit of background as we saw there. The Pragas, if you've not seen them before, full carbon extreme downforce single-seater sports racing cars. They weigh less than 650 kilos, powered by a 365 brake horsepower Renault Alpine engine. Generate immense amount of downforce plus 3 Gs of lateral force when cornering. They're very difficult cars to control, very rapid indeed. A very impressive series we have here this weekend. Looking at the championship points heading into this weekend's 2 races, it is the number 87 Fanatec team, driven by Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent, who lead the championship. Gordy Much, the pro driver of that pairing. It is a Pro-Am championship, as you heard explained during their interview. Jimmy Broadbent, the sim racer and YouTuber with thousands of followers online, the UK's top sim racer. They lead the championship, but only by 11 points over the number 4 Raw Motorsport team of Rob Weldon and Ben Stone. Third in the points, the number 77 of Mittel Cars. Second to fifth in the championship, covered by just 5 points. Mittel Cars number 77 of Scott Mittel, the company boss, and Charles Hall. Then we've got the University of Wolverhampton racing team. Recently took their first win in the series. The number 11 of Shane Kelly and Stefano Lini, the ex-Formula 3 Cup competitors. Then we've got the second Mittel Cars entry, number 29 of Chippy Westmail and Dan Gore. And then the Praga Team 85 car. Now normally we see Ben Collins driving that car along with Jay Morton, but Ben not here this weekend. He's over at Monterey Car Week in California, and therefore Scott Mansell steps in. No relation to Nigel Mansell, but he has raced Formula 1 cars in various series in the past. A very, very quick driver indeed. The grid reads like this. Pole position it is the number 87 of Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent. The pro drivers start in the first race of the day, so it will be Gordy Much who will start that car, starting alongside number 86. That's the car of Arden by Idola Motorsport. It'll be Alex Connor who starts that car. He's sharing with Praga newcomer Corey Allain. Second row is number 11, the University of Wolverhampton car. So just double checking, actually, we may have had an amended grid for this session. Yes, the grid has been amended. In fact, it will be the number 11 car that starts on pole ahead of the 87. So the grid has been altered. It's 11 and 87 on the front row now. Second row is 77 and 4, which is Scott Mittel and Charles Hall. It will be started by Scott Mittel. The number 4 car will be next, Rob Weldon and Ben Stone. Rob Weldon will start that car. Then we've got the 29 and 84, number 29 of Mittel Cars. It will be Chippy Westmail who starts that car. The 84 car is the Bridle twins, run by Idola. Ed Bridle going first, twin brother Chris will take over. Row 4 is 86 and 31, so the 86 car now back on row 4 will be started by Alex Connor. And number 31 alongside is Rod Goodman for Raw Motorsport. He drives solo. And the fifth row, number 24, which is newcomers to Praga, the Idola Praga Flux car, driven by Ruben Stanislaus and Luis Appiaggi. It will be Ruben driving first. I'll have a little bit more info on them when the race gets underway. At the back will be the number 85, started by Scott Mansell. And Jay Morton, the ex-SAS soldier, will take over. So it will be a 1 hour race with a mandatory pit stop. Not long now until we get underway with this one. Now you see some more of our show trucks. We've got tractor pulling and all sorts of other things. There we see the On The Limit tractor pulling team. Interesting if we can get some shots of that a little later on as well, because tractor pulling, not a sport that's very common in the UK. More popular on the continent in places like the Netherlands and Belgium, also of course in the USA where the sport originated. So we're waiting for the cars to make their way out onto the grid shortly for a first of 2 races this weekend for the Praga Cup UK. We've even got a concert from some of the air horns I can hear in the background there. Okay, the pit window will open 20 minutes after the race starts and close after 35 minutes of the race. So it's a 15-minute pit window in our first race of the day for the Praga Cup. And as I said, we have a few new drivers out this weekend. Who's playing Sandstorm on their air horn? Is that Ryan Smith? He was doing that at Thruxton, the championship leader in the British Truck Racing Championship. Looking at some of the new drivers, we have special guest appearance, as we said, from Scott Mansell, also known on YouTube as Driver61, founded the YouTube channel, has raced for many years, including in many different historic Formula 1 cars, among other things over the years. I remember seeing him in a 1990s Benetton in the old Boss Formula, big open single-seater as they were known. Scott Mansell, I believe, still holds the outright lap record for the Brands Hatch Indy circuit in that Benetton. Making his debut with Praga this weekend. Comes from the West Midlands on his local circuit this weekend. Driver coach in 22 different countries in his 25 years in motorsport and has raced 25 different Formula 1 cars. Let's see how he goes in a Praga. Another newcomer this weekend is in car number 86, Corey Allain. Comes from Ireland, 20 years of age, plenty of wins in karting, a member of Arden's elite young racing driver academy. It's the Arden team run by Christian Horner and his family, making his debut alongside Alex Connor, who we saw in action alongside Tom Canning in the season opener at Silverstone in the 86 car earlier this year. And the number 24 car has 2 newcomers to Praga Racing taking part this weekend. And they are Luis Apeagie and Ruben Stanislaus. I hope I pronounced those names correctly. And they are taking part for the BBC One documentary We Are England, as they go from karts into professional racing. Luis Apeagie won his first international race at the Dubai Kartdrome at the age of just 10 in the Sodi Karts World Series. He's been in the World Finals for that class twice. Has lap records at Buckmore Park, the home of British karting down in Kent. And a very successful sim racer as well. Holds the Gran Turismo lap record for Laguna Seca circuit, Luis Apeagie. So he really is one to watch here, the 18-year-old from London. His driving partner is Ruben Stanislaus from Kent. He's been racing karts since the age of 4 and has won many championships at Buckmore Park, Bayford Meadows and at the Lydd circuit, all down in the southeast of England. So keep an eye on the number 24 car on our Praga grid. Some more of our show trucks here. Earls of Cheshire represented. A touch of Dutch, it says on that machine. That is a DAF, of course, the DAF XF. Many haulage companies have these show trucks as the pride of their fleets. I know Collins Earthworks have got a lot of their trucks here this weekend. They've also got one of the track sweepers here I saw out in qualifying earlier on. Just awaiting the cars out onto the grid. We say it is an amended grid, so we will have the University of Wolverhampton car on pole position. That car will be started by Stefano Lini. Shane Kelly will take over. That car has been regraded, and I believe will have a longer pit stop because of the pro and amateur gradings. Just got a bit of cleaning up being done on the exhibition straight. We can see there at the moment. The marshals cleaning up an oil spill by the look of things. That's the reason for the delay here from our earlier action. We must thank all of the Orange family, as we call them. We cannot go racing without our volunteer marshals. So apologies for the slight delay to the start of the action here on BARC TV today. We'll be underway just as soon as the track is ready. You see some more of our show trucks there on the infield, hundreds of them. I can see DAFs, Volvos, Scanias, and much, much more. Good to see the Froggatt's haulage trucks there, the yellow trucks on the left. Ian Froggatt, the boss of that company, used to race in a few different saloon series. I remember him in the Classic Thunder saloons in a Subaru Impreza a few years ago. We haven't seen him on track for a while though. British Truck Racing Championship will be out a little later on. Of course, Ryan Smith, the leader of Division 1 in his Daimler Freightliner, looking for his 7th consecutive Division 1 title this year. Well, it's Luke Garrett returning to the championship this year, who leads the Division 2 standings. And then the big race coming up later on for the MS UK British Endurance Championship. Over 2 hours. I can tell you it's an all Mercedes GT3 front row after qualifying for that one. So shortly we should see the Praga Cup cars coming out onto the grid. It will be a rolling start. And then a 1 hour race. The pit window opens after 20 minutes. Here they come then. Almost time to go racing here at Donington Park. Kia pace car leads them out onto track. Then it is the number 11, the University of Wolverhampton car with Stefano Lini on board. He took their first win earlier this year, the university team. And alongside them it is the number 87, Gordy Much on board. Can they hold their championship lead, Much and Broadbent today? Second row, number 77, the black and green car, the Mittel Cars entry driven by Scott Mittel. Alongside the number 4 machine, which is Rob Weldon, sharing with Ben Stone. We saw them have some success at Silverstone at the start of the season. Now we've got the number 29 car, the second of the Mittel Cars entry, Chris Chippy Westmail. Alongside Dan Gore, who will take over at the pit stop. The 84 car is the Bridal Twins. Ed starts, Chris will take over. Then it's the 86. It will be Alex Connor who starts that car. Newcomer Corey Allain will take over. Then the 31 of Rod Goodman, the only solo driver, as the green flag waves. And eventually the field moves off. The final 2 cars on the grid, the 24 of our newcomers. Ruben Stanislaus is going first. Luis Apiagier will take over. And the final car on the grid is the number 85. Scott Mansell starts. And Jay Morton will take over. Qualifying is based on the average of the lap times between the two drivers. That's how the grid is usually formed, but slightly different today. They make their way down the Craner curves through the old hairpin, along the bottom of the circuits, past Starkey's Bridge, then it's up through the left at Schwantz Curve, and then climb their way up into McLean's Corner. From McLean's, climb up to Coppice under the flight path of East Midlands Airports. There's the climb towards Coppice. 60 minutes of racing then for the Praga Cup UK, a penultimate meeting of the year. They have one more round to go at Donington. Broadbent and Much have an 11-point lead in the championship, but the next 5 cars covered by only 5 points. It's going to be a close run into the season. Stefano Lini on pole position in the number 11 University of Wolverhampton car. Number 87 Gordy Much alongside him. Form up 2 by 2. It's time to go racing here on BARC TV from Donington Park here at Convoy in the Park 2022. The Pragas in 2 by 2 Convoy, about to be unleashed by the safety car. Here we go, the revs begin to rise in these Alpine Renault engines. Are they going to be unleashed this time? Waiting for the red lights to go out, and we're underway. Here we go then, down towards the first corner. Super start there from the outside. I think that's the number 4 car of Rob Weldon trying to come through. So they make their way into that first corner. Are they going to make it round Redgate corner okay for the first time? Yes, they are. It is Stefano Lini in the number 11 who has held his lead. They drop down through the Craner curves. A fine sight they make. Second place is the number 4 with Rob Weldon aboard, and down to third is Gordy Much. Looks like Ed Bridle, number 84, is up into 4th place. Watch for Scott Mansell in the white and blue number 85 car. I said he wouldn't stay at the back long. He's already made up about 4 places there as they head towards McLean's Corner for the first time, but it is Stefano Lini who has got the lead, just ahead of Rob Weldon in the number 4. Gordy Much in third. They've already broken away slightly from the number 29 of Chippy Wesmail, who is there in 4th, and already Scott Mansell is going for 5th position on the inside. Driver 61, as he's known to YouTube fans. They come round to complete the first lap of this 1-hour race, then down the exhibition straight into the Robert chicane. They're all still fairly close, bunched up behind the lead. It's the 86 car that's up into 4th place with Alex Connor on board. He's only a young gun as well. A lot of young up-and-coming racers in this series. Down towards Redgate corner they come for the second time. 4 of them together almost for the lead. Gordy Much having a look on the inside there, trying to tackle the number 4 machine. It is Rob Weldon on board that car, not Ben Stone. He will go second. Much in 3rd place. Then it's Connor, Mansell, Ed Bridle. Scott Mittell has come through in 7th place. Chippy Wesmail has dropped back slightly into 8th, and the field rounded out by Rod Goodman. And at the back of the field is the number 24. It is Ruben Stanislaus, we're told, on board that car. And Luis Apiagier will take over at the pit stop. 3 cars line astern for 3rd place. Gordy Much staying ahead of Alex Connor. They've got Scott Mansell up behind them in the number 85. He's normally driver 61. He's driver 85 today in the Works Praga Team 85 car, as Rob Weldon tries to attack for the lead on the back of Stefano Lini as they head down into the Robert chicane. Chippy Wesmail in the red, white, black and green car there on the tail of the 77 of Scott Mittell. Charles Hall, experienced GT and prototype racer, will take over from him at the pit stop, and Scott Mansell weaving about there in 5th place. Is he trying to get some heat into the tyres there, perhaps? Should have warmed up by now. We're 3 laps into this race as they head down the Craner curves once again. Still Stefano Lini in the University of Wolverhampton car leads the way. It's their motorsport engineering students who look after that machine here in the pit lane. University of Wolverhampton produces good motorsport commentators, so I'm told as well. 5 cars line astern as they head out of McLean's then. Alex Connor under fire from Mansell here as he tries to go for 4th place. Has a look on the inside coming out of Coppice. Sunny but blustery conditions here at Donington today. Thankfully not the heat wave conditions we had last weekend when the likes of Brickcar Trophy were here. Down the straight into the chicane, and the 85 car has got through there up into 4th place now. Mansell ahead of Alex Connor. The newcomer Corey Alleyne who takes over that 86 car at the pit stop, but it's still Stefano Lini who leads. And look, Rob Weldon, number 4, has got his headlights on there, trying to intimidate Stefano Lini, trying to pressure him into a mistake. They're all fairly close, bunched up behind the leaders as they swing down the Craner curves, roller coaster section of Donington Park. It's into the old hairpin, one of the sections of the old pre-war circuit here at Donington Park. They go past Starkey's Bridge. The stone arches used to extend all the way across the circuit there many years ago. Through McLean's, up towards Coppice, still Stefano Lini hanging on. Through the right-hander at Coppice, this tricky double apex right-hander. You can't really see the apex coming up the hill there. A little bit of a lock-up from one of the cars towards the back of the train there, and now Rob Weldon flashing the headlights. He wants to get through and take the lead of this race, but Stefano Lini, experienced single-seater and sports car racer, he's not going to give up easily. Here they come down the straight side by side there. Oh, they bounce off each other slightly, and Weldon moves across on the 11 of Stefano Lini, but Lini's got the inside line. They were leaning on each other there, weren't they, down the Wheatcroft straight, and Stefano Lini's got the inside for Redgate. He holds the lead, but Rob Weldon looks determined here. It's still the 87 car of Gordy Much who has got 2nd place. Down the hill they come towards the old hairpin. Much in 3rd place, I should say. Then we've got the 85 of Scott Mansell behind. They come up towards McLean's out of Schwantz Curve. 5 of them breaking away here. There's a battle on for 6th place as well. Battle between Chippy Westmail and I think that's the 84 of Ed Bridle behind him. Still the lights flashing on the number 4 car, but he's dropped back slightly there down the exhibition straight from Stefano Lini. Pit window opened, as we say, 20 minutes into this race. We're only 5.5 minutes into this 1 hour race so far. Down the straight they come into Redgate once again. It is Ed Bridle there, I think, in the background ahead of Scott Mittel. Westmail on his own in 6th place, trying to catch this train of cars fighting for the lead. The lead gap 0.7 of a second that time through. Lini's done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 6.058. 77 goes through. That is Scott Mittel. Towards McLean's once again. The leader just runs a little bit wide there onto the curb. Stefano Lini increasing his lead now, pulling away from Rob Weldon in the number 4 in 2nd position. Gordy Much in 3rd place. One of the most consistently quick drivers over the course of this season, the young Scotsman. He'll hand over to Jimmy Broadbent. I know many of our viewers will be here today to see Jimmy in action. He's there in 3rd place, Gordy Much ahead of Scott Mansell, trying to close up in 4th place in the 85. Then we've got the 86 of Alex Connor, Chippy Westmail, Ed Bridle, Scott Mittel, then a gap back to Rod Goodman. Back of the field at the moment, Ruben Stanislaus, the newcomer in the number 24. Down the Craners they come. Lead gap was up to 0.6 of a second that time through, but a new fastest lap for Rob Weldon, 105.794. Scott Mittel through at the back of this group. We've got a group of 8 cars that have pulled some 5 seconds clear of Rod Goodman. Stanislaus Apayaje car in 10th position. Apologies again if I do mispronounce any of the names. 24 car are 2 newcomers, lapping in the low 1 minute 7s at the moment, so only about a second and a half off the leader's pace. They're very evenly matched, these Praga R1s. The team that wins the championship this year will receive a Praga R1 as the prize as well, a new car to run. How competitive does that make them feel? Certainly, we can see how closely matched they are. And And Scott Mansell now getting into his stride on his Praga debut. He's just on the fastest lap. 1 minute 5.383 for Scott Mansell. Lead gap is 0.6 of a second. Stefano Lini over Rob Weldon. Much a further 3/10 back. Less than 2 seconds covers the top 5. Chippy Westmail is 1.3 seconds further back. So the first 8 cars covered by just over 6 seconds in all. Scott Mittel in the black and green machine at the back of that group. Up the hill towards the right-hander at Coppice. Still Stefano Lini for the University of Wolverhampton leads the way. It's led all the way so far despite a lot of pressure from Rob Weldon in the early stages. They bounced off each other down the Wheatcroft straight towards Redgate at one point. Into the Robert chicane, the right, then the left. We heard Gordy Much say earlier on it's important to stay off the curbs at the chicane. They will bounce your car up into the air if you cut the corner too fine. Over the line they go, still line astern. 5 cars covered by 2 seconds. Leaning, Weldon, Much, Mansell and Connor. Just over 50 minutes of this race still to go. A long, long way to go yet in this opener of the weekend for the Praga Cup. They have another race tomorrow. It's the other way round because the amateur drivers go first in race 2. Up towards McLean's they come. For the 9th time. On the curb there, the number 4 of Rob Weldon. Not able to get into the toe of the number 11 of Stefano Lini. Alex Connor staying with Scott Mansell. Experience against youth there for 4th place. And this time Weldon is a little closer, I would say, coming down into the chicane. The gap was 0.466 of a second last time through as they come up over the timing line. It's about the same, 0.497, but Gordy Much has just done the fastest lap. Gordy Much in the black and gold number 87 is starting to push on now. He's pulled clear of Scott Mansell, who's under pressure from Alex Connor in the 86. They go through Redgate nose to tail. A change for 9th place as well. Ruben Stanislaus is getting into his stride. He's got past Rod Goodman with his personal best lap there, 1 minute 6.749. Ruben Stanislaus, the successful karter who's won trophies at Castle Combe race circuit in Wiltshire as well. Still only in his teens, Ruben, but been racing since the age of 4 in karts. I find that quite amazing. I couldn't ride a bicycle when I was 4 years old, never mind race karts and then move into karts. Great to see these young racers coming through, helped by Praga on their way to professional racing careers. 87, Gordy Much has dropped a little bit of time, I think, on that last lap. Yeah, his lap there was a 1 minute 5.4. New fastest lap for Stefano Lini, so he's responding to the pressure. 1 minute 5.265. Much trying to move up on Rob Weldon for 2nd place. Weldon did a personal best last time through a 1 minute 5.374. 0.6 of a second in it for the lead, so Stefano Lini has pulled away just a little. Scott Mansell still 4th, holding off Alex Connor. They're just over a second clear now of Chippy Westmail. And Ed Bridle and Scott Mittel have started to drop back slightly. 24 of Ruben Stanislaus is 9th. Rod Goodman rounds out the field. They've dropped away. Goodman is 18 seconds off the leader. So that's what covers the field at the moment in this first race of the weekend for the Praga Cup. Down towards the Robert chicane they come once again for the 11th time. 0.6 of a second was the gap. Is it going to be reduced this time? The leader runs a little bit wide onto the curb there coming out of the chicane. It's reduced, but only by a few hundredths of a second. Alex Connor still putting Scott Mansell under pressure for 4th position. Scott Mansell will want to get through here and try and build up a lead to hand over to Jay Morton. Jay, of course, normally shares that car with Ben Collins, the former Stig on Top Gear. Ben over in California at the moment for Monterey Car Week. Week of historic motorsports at Laguna Seca, Concours d'Elegance events, and some very highly prized motoring auctions as well. Through McLean's they go. The 2nd place car run a bit wide there, the number 4 of Rob Weldon. He will hand over to Ben Stone At the pit stop, Stefano Lini will hand over to his former F3 Cup teammate and rival Shane Kelly, the Irishman. Down towards the chicane. I'm told this morning that car will face a longer pit stop as well, with the University of Wolverhampton drivers being regraded. So Stefano Lini is trying to build up a lead here. Rob Weldon is not letting him get away. Nor is Gordy Much there in the number 87, holding third. 85 of Scott Mansell in fourth place. How far back is he? 1.2 seconds off Gordy Much. If anything, the lead gaps are starting to open out just a little, because the top three now covered by 1.5 seconds. A few laps ago we had the top 6 covered by 2 seconds. It's now the top 4 covered by 2.7 seconds. Still, Rob Weldon not letting Stefano Lini get away. Chippy Westmail nearly 2 seconds back in 6th place off Alex Connor. There's a black and white warning flag being prepared for the second place car, number 4. That's the driving standards flag. Now, we've seen him run wide a couple of times, Rob Weldon, so I'm presuming that that's for exceeding track limits, just getting a warning there from the officials. If he does it again, he may risk a penalty. There's Chippy Westmail, number 29. Come through the ranks of club-level sports car racing. Now driving for the Mattel Cars team. He will hand over to Dan Gore, the ex-F1000 single-seater racer, among other things, when he makes his pit stop. Pit window will open in around 5 minutes' time. I suspect, with the pro drivers on board in this one, that the cars will stay out for a fairly long time to give the pro drivers maximum time in the cars. But one driver cannot do more than 60% of the race to balance things out. So the drivers that are in the cars now can't do more than 60% of the race, so the teams have got to get their strategies right. Gordy Much has closed up again slightly, and Mansell did the fastest lap of the race last time around, 1:05.209. Let's have a look at the lap times as they go over the line this time. No personal best, they're all lapping in the mid 1:05s, and Much has a look there. He's closed right up on Rob Weldon. That's exactly what Stefano Lini wants to see in his mirrors, because the harder they battle, the more he can start to get away. And yes, Weldon running a little bit wide there into the top of the Craner curves. Is he pushing a little bit too hard here to try and keep up with Stefano Lini out in front? Out of the old hairpin. Past Starkey's Bridge, then up towards the left at Schwantz curve. Named after motorcycle legend Kevin Schwantz. And yes, you can see Lini is increasing his lead, and at Schwantz curve, the 87 has got through into second place. They disappeared out of our view momentarily there, and Gordy Much has got through into second place. Down to third goes Rob Weldon. Can Scott Mansell get through as they come along the exhibition straight here into the chicane? In the background there, the number 4 car holds the third place. Leader runs wide over the curb. Gordy Much in Goldie, as she's known. The 87 car is now up into second place. The lead gap is now 1.5 seconds. So Rob Weldon lost a couple of seconds, I would say, on that last lap. He's down to third place and under threat from Mansell now. Mansell's last lap a 1:06.3. Weldon's a 1:07.1. As you can see, Scott Mansell's getting ready to make a move here in the white and blue car shared with Jay Morton on the number 4 of Rob Weldon. Keeping a watching brief is Alex Connor in the number 86 car. He'll hand over to newcomer Corey Allain, the Irishman. Another Irishman who takes over the leading car. Number 11, Stefano Lini, will hand over to Shane Kelly. Two and a half minutes until the pit window is scheduled to open. Still 5 cars, more or less together at the front of the field in this first race for the Praga Cup this weekend. Through the chicane. See how things pan out after the pit stops. But Gordy Much is certainly going after Stefano Lini here. He took around 0.6 of a second out of him on that last lap, and now Weldon is really under pressure from Scott Mansell. Now lap time's almost identical that time through. They come towards the top of the Craner curves once again. Barrel their way down towards the old hairpin, then it's onto the brakes for the right-hander. The lowest part of the circuit. Then climb up through the left-hander at Schwantz curve into the right at McLean's. Into the highest part of the circuit at Coppice. Leaders through McLean's. We're in 5th place, Alex Connor. 2.3 seconds ahead of Chippy Westmail now, the 29 car in 6th place. And the number 77 car, I can tell you, has come into the pits. So possibly a problem for Scott Mittel because the pit window is not yet open. Hopefully our interviewers down in the pits can find out what has happened there. Scott Mittel scheduled to hand over to Charles Hall, but he's come in a couple of minutes before the pit window was due to open, so a problem for the 77 car by the look of things. Meanwhile, 85 of Scott Mansell has a look into Redgate there. Not quite close enough to get past the number 4 of Rob Weldon. Mansell just about holds him off. Weldon just about holds him off, I should say. Mansell stays in 4th. That's allowing Gordy Much to get away in front, and Stefano Lini is responding to those behind him. He's just done a new fastest lap, 1 minute 5.115. There's Chippy Westmail, he's not all that far behind in 6th position. Ed Bridle in 7th, number 84. It's now the number 24, Ruben Stanislaus, up into 8th position. Rod Goodman 9th. Hopefully, Scott Mittel will be able to rejoin, but his lap coming into the pits was a 1 minute 26, so that's about 20 seconds off the pace. So there's clearly a problem with the 77 car. It's the black and green Mittel cars machine. That car currently 3rd in the championship, so that's a blow to their hopes. Over the line they go. Lead gap is just over 1 second. Is Mansell going to make a move? Yes, he's left it later this time. He's up the inside as they head into Redgate. Has he made that move stick? Come out towards Hollywood, yes he has. It's Lini from Much. Now Mansell up into 3rd, and you can see he's breaking away. The cork is out of the bottle now. And he's going for our 2 leaders. Meanwhile, the pit window is open. So who's going to be the first to make a stop? The 77 car, I believe, has got going again. So whatever the problem was, they've managed to solve it, I hope. There'll be a couple of laps down when Scott Mittel rejoins. Of course, they've got to stop again within the window to make their mandatory stop. Over the line go the leaders. Get the signal this time. The pit window is open. New fastest lap for Gordy Much. 1:05.107. Mansell up to 3rd now, ahead of Rob Weldon. Saw that coming out of Redgate's last time around. These two have broken away slightly now. Yes, Mansell is now over 2 seconds down on Gordy Much, so they are battling for 3rd place. The 4 and the 85 has allowed the lead pair to pull away. Will we see anybody come in this time around? Scott Mittel is currently on his outlap somewhere around the circuit. He'll be about 4 laps down on the leaders after that earlier stop. And the car has come back in again. So whether that's for its mandatory stop, we don't know. We shall wait and see. It's within the window, so I would imagine they can make their mandatory 2-minute pit stop. Rob Weldon is under fire again further back, this time from Alex Connor in the 86 as they come down towards Redgate this time. Weldon still ahead as they come towards Hollywood this time. Nobody else making a pit stop that time through Gordy Much. Oh, the leader goes wide there, coming out of the old hairpin, bounces over the grass. I was about to say Gordy Much just set a new fastest lap of the race, so this is his chance to take the lead as they head up towards McLean's. Yeah, he's right with Stefano Lee now. I hope that hasn't damaged the underside of the number 11 car, because he went wide onto the grass there. It's very easy to do coming out of the old hairpin. Bounced into the air. Coming down into the chicane then, is the 87 going to make a move this time? He's right on the back of Stefano Lini. Can't quite get alongside coming into the chicane. Over the line they go, they're now nose to tail, 0.4 of a second apart. Mansell still in third place. Then it's Rob Weldon and Connor. Wes Mayall's closed up on Alex Connor a little. There's only 1.5 seconds between those two. Now Ed Bridle 7th, Ruben Stanislaus is 8th, and Rod Goodman 9th. Is the 11 car going to get it right? Yes, he is, through towards... Oh, and somebody else ploughing across the dirt there by the look of it. I saw a bit of dust being kicked up. Who was that? Almost as if somebody went straight on coming out of the crane. It goes there. The leader goes wide again. I'm wondering if there is some damage to the aero on that car, because look, oh, he squeezes. Gordy Much, and they both go out. They both go out at Coppice. Oh dear. The leaders tangle coming into Coppice. The 11 car of Stefano Lini is in the gravel. The 87 of Much has rejoined. Well, that all started coming out of McLean's when Stefano Lini ran wide. As he came back on, we'll see it again here. He squeezed, I don't think he realised the 87 was there. He squeezed him onto the grass, there was contact. Lini spun, Gordy Much over the grass to the inside, into the gravel on the outside. The 87, though, has been able to keep going. Now, what's that done to the race order? Well, Scott Mansell in the 85, who starts at the back of the grid, is now leading, ahead of Alex Connor in the 86. Third is now the 87, so it's 85, 86, 87. There's your leader, coming into the old hairpin. And now Gordy Much is just ahead of the number 4 of Rob Weldon. Well, Rob Weldon must have lost a lot more ground behind them there, because he's down in 4th place. He dropped behind the 86. Stefano Lini, we're going to wait to see if he can get going again. Let's have a look if there's yellow flags at Coppice. Yes, there are, so I assume he's still on the in the gravel there on the outside. And the safety car is coming out. Rod Goodman had already pulled into the pits. Now the safety car coming out, we're in the pit window, and that is probably going to mean everybody in. So the safety car is going to pick up Scott Mansell. Safety car being called presumably to remove Stefano Lini's number 11 car, and yes, safety car boards out everybody into the pit lane. We can hopefully hand down shortly to our interviewers in the pit lane. We'll find out if there was any damage there to the 87 car, because that's come in. Safety car is waiting to see if it's going to pick anybody up here. No, everybody's come in, with the exception of Ruben Stanislaus, the number 24. He's the only car that hasn't come into the pits. The only other exception, we seem to have lost the number 29 of Chippy Wesmall. He hasn't come through. So we've lost 2 cars. I think we know about Stefano Lini. What has happened to the 29 car? We've lost that as well, unfortunately. So the safety car has picked up the only car that hasn't come into the pits, number 24, Ruben Stanislaus. So that means the 24 car should take the lead. Well, while we have the safety car out, it's perhaps a good time to hand down to Ewan Dunlop, our interviewer down in the pits, to see who he can talk to while the pit stops are taking place. Well, hopefully we can hear from the pits very shortly. Now, who's the first car that's come back out? So the number 4 of Ben Stone is back out. There's the 85 with Jay Morton on board. Everybody out. The 86 will now be driven by our newcomer, Corey Allain. 77 is back out, but a few laps down after its earlier problems. It's Charles Hall on board that car now. Rod Goodman driving solo. Jay Morton's in the 85. The 87 is still in the pit lane. possibly some damage from that off. Should be Jimmy Broadbent taking over if it rejoins. Yes, Jimmy Broadbent has rejoined, I can tell you. He's back on circuit. So the 24 car has yet to stop. And that should take the lead of the race while the safety car's out. We've got to wait for everything to cycle through on the timing screen, because the safety car came out just after the pit window opened. The car that will probably lose out there, unfortunately, is number 31, Rod Goodman, because he'd just come in just before the safety car was deployed. Well, there he is behind the safety car. I think that's the 31 car. Yes, the black and purple. And now the 24 has come in, so it will be Luis Apeague taking over. And I think we can now hand down to Ewan Dunlop in the pits. They're ready for us now, and he's talking in the 87 pit with Gordy Much.
Cheers, Dave, here with Gordy Much. Gordy, that was going so well. Talk to us about what happened from your point of view there.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're having a really, really good race there. It's really tricky with the aero round here. Unfortunately, didn't get a very good jump off the line, and I was kind of stuck in a bit of, a train, and it was a lot of dirty air there. Managed to get past Rob, who made a bit of a mistake down at Old Hairpin, and then eventually waited until Stefani made a mistake at McLean's. I got up the inside, and he just totally right-hand down to me off the track. He'd done the same to Rob along the straight here. He's making contact unnecessarily. It was incredibly dangerous. So
have you seen it yet?
I was in the car. I saw what he did to Rob, and he'd done the same to me. So yeah, well, we need to go back and review it. It's tricky. There's a bit of a blind spot on these cars, but I mean, I'm pretty confident from where I was sitting.
You were going so well, picking up pace. You got the fastest laps out there as well. Unfortunately, to add insult to injury, Jimmy had a bit of a sort of a stall going out there. But I think you can pull it back.
See, yeah, it's not exactly what we wanted from this race at all, especially with the position that we were given. But yeah, we need to go back and review.
You did remarkably well to get it back on the track.
Yeah, a small chip through the gravel. The big thing is keep your head. You need to keep the tires rolling. So yeah, I just made sure to keep it rolling. Got back into track. It's unfortunate what happened with the stall in the pit lane. But yeah, for me, driving like that is it's absolutely unacceptable.
For the viewers, Prague is never boring, is it?
What was that? Sorry, I didn't.
Prague are never boring, are they?
No, never.
Fingers crossed for Jimmy. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Back to you, Dave.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ewan. Bad luck to the 87 team. Well, Jimmy Broadbent is currently in 5th place, I can tell you, because we are back under green flag racing. And it will be the number 4 car that leads the way, because 31 of Rod Goodman is a lap down. He came in slightly earlier than the others, just before the pit window opens. So the 31 car is in fact a lap behind. It's the number 4 with Ben Stone on board that has inherited the lead. Jay Morton in 2nd place, and 86 of Corey Allain, the newcomer to Praga Racing, is in 3rd position. Let's see how he gets on from there. We'll wait for everything to settle down on the early laps of this restart for the Praga Cup 2022 Race 1 here at Donington Park. So the 31 car showing as a lap down. And we will wait to see how things settle down as the race continues. So number 4, Ben Stone, is your race leader. 2nd place, 3 seconds back, is Jay Morton. Then we've got Corey Allain. They're starting to sort themselves out behind. Chris Bridle, number 84, is in 4th position. There goes the leader, that lovely red and gold liveried Praga. It was plain black for the early part of the season. There's the battle behind. It's very close there. You can see the safety car has bunched everybody up here. Jay Morton in 2nd place. Look at the 87 of Broadbent having a look. He was going to send it down the inside of everybody, and the 4 car has gone wide. Has Ben Stone got a problem there? Yes, he's slowing down. Oh, what a disappointment. Ben Stone in trouble. So 85 Jay Morton, I think that might be the first time he's led a Praga Cup race at the wheel of the 85 car, the ex-SAS soldier. It is who leads the way, and Broadbent up the outside into Coppice, side by side with newcomer Corey Allain. In behind them is Chris Bridle. What a battle we've got going on here. There's Charles Hall, 77. That car's a few laps down after its pit stop early on. This is the battle for first and second and third and fourth. Side by side down into the chicane. Broadbent's up to second. He's got ahead of Corey Alleyne down the exhibition straight. Here comes Chris Bridle. He and his twin brother Ed started off at Buckmore Park, we mentioned earlier, the karting circuit in Kent. The heart of British karting as it's known. As up the inside goes the 87 of Jimmy Broadbent. He takes the lead going into Redgate. Broadbent leads it ahead of Jay Morton, and the battle is joined for third between Corey Alleyne and Chris Bridle. So Jimmy Broadbent puts the 87 car back into the lead of the race. So thankfully no major damage from the off for Gordy much earlier on when he went over the gravel, and Broadbent is fairly rocketing away at the front of the field. Meanwhile, we can hand down to Ewan in the pits for a moment. He's talking to number 85, Scott Mansell.
Cheers, Dave, here with our race leader. Starting from the back, Scott, what a phenomenal stint you've had there.
Well, thank you very much. As I said earlier, we didn't get too much time, well, we didn't get any time in the car yesterday, so we were fresh at it today. So it was a really great stint, actually, to understand the car and move forward.
Now, we thought you were starting fourth when we spoke earlier, but you're starting at the back.
Yeah, so I think the officials published the wrong grid order. So in the end, when they took the average of myself and Jay, we were at the back. But anyway, I mean, it wasn't a bad place for us to start because I just need to get to know the cars and the drivers around me.
There was an incident in front of you. Did you see much of it?
I did. I had a little smile at the beginning, to be honest. So the leader ran wide at the old hairpin, and Gordy kind of was straight on in there. And I was catching them both up as well at the same time. Then Georgie got up the inside going into Coppice, and they were right over on the inside of the track. Bit of a racing incident. I think I was focused on the apex, not what those guys were doing, but they came together and ended up on the outside of the track.
Took full advantage.
Took full advantage, yes. It's great to go from the back to the front.
Now, Jay's a great driver. Think he can bring this one home?
Yeah, definitely. We've been on the back foot this weekend because we didn't do the testing on Friday, but I'm sure he'll get up to speed very quickly, and hopefully we can get a podium.
Scott, great introduction for Prague as well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Right, fantastic. There's our leader. Dave, back to you.
Well, the 85 car is now down to second place in actual fact, behind the 87 of Jimmy Broadbent, who leads. And look at the lead that Broadbent has pulled out. He's over 4 seconds clear now, the sim racing superstar. Switched to the real thing last year with Praga. It's turning out beautifully. Could they be heading for the championship, he and Gordy Much, this year? The 85 and 84 fighting for second place further back. That's Jay Morton and Chris Bridle. Corey Alleyne behind them on his Praga debut in the 86 car. The number 4 of Ben Stone back in the pits. I did get notification that the number 4 car had been given a 12-second stop-go penalty. Presumably that's for a short pit stop. So whether that was why the number 4 car was heading back into the pits, but it did seem to slow from the lead coming down the Craner curves and run wide, so presumably that was a car problem. Also, the 77 car of Charles Hall, unfortunately, is back in the pits. More problems for them. But here's the battle up front. This is the fight for second place. Jay Morton trying to hang on for what will be his best finish in a Praga so far. But he's got Chris Bridle right on his tail. They're looking for what could be their best finish of the season. And Corey Alleyne out for the first time, having taken over from Alex Connor, having a look down the inside. 3 of them together into Redgate. Bridle up the inside. Jay Morton's left the gap there on the inside. He tries to keep his foot in, but Chris Bridle is there, takes the place, and Morton moves back across. Well, I don't think he realised that the 86 was that close. There was nearly contact there. Corey Alleyne flashes the lights just to let Jay Morton know he's there as they head down into the old hairpin. Broadbent leads by over 5.5 seconds now. Rod Goodman is in 5th place, a lap behind. Presumably there's a foam machine going somewhere on the infield, hence all those bubbles flying across the track. I assume that's what it is anyway, coming out of the old hairpin. 6th place is the number 24 car with Luis Apeague on board. Strong background in sim racing, as we've already mentioned, moving up from karting. Very successful around Buckmore Park, one of the fastest drivers there. Well, sadly, we've lost 2 cars from this race. We lost Chippy Wesmail and Dan Gore just before the pit window, and we saw Stefano Lini end up in the gravel trap at Coppice. The car shared with Shane Kelly, so that's some work for the students of the University of Wolverhampton to do to get that car back out for tomorrow's race. And 2 cars still in the pit lane, the 4 and the 77. This is the fight for second. Chris Bridle trying to pull away from Jay Morton. He's had 1 podium, a 3rd place with Ben Collins a few races ago, but could he be about to lose a podium place here? They head through Schwantz Curve. They disappear for a brief moment from our view. No, Morton's held the place. They come out of McLean's. Corey Alleyne trying to get the inside line away there. No, he can't do so. It's a good drive by Jay Morton, holding on in that 3rd position. Still 21.5 minutes of this race to go. Chris Bridle trying to pull away, trying to keep up with Broadbent out in front. And towards the chicane comes the 3rd place battle. Trying to close in on Jay Morton is Corey Alleyne, flashing the lights there. Saw that from Rob Weldon in the first stint of this race as well when he was attacking Stefano Lini for the lead. A little bit of a twitch there from Morton as they head into Redgate, the first corner, and through Hollywood and down the drop of the Craner Curbs. One of the most spectacular sections of any circuit in British motorsport. Named after motorcycle star Fred Craner of many years standing. They come up towards the bottom of the circuit out of the old hairpin, then up towards Schwantz Curve, named after another legend of motorcycle racing in McLean's and Coppice. Goodman still in 5th place, then it's Apeagiai. There's the battle for 3rd. Chris Bridle pulling away in 2nd place now, the 84 having taken over from twin brother Ed. There's Rod Goodman in the number 31, the only soloist in this race. And there behind him is our leader Jimmy Broadbent in the 87. His gap is now 6.2 seconds. There goes the black and gold Fanatec car. Now, we thought all was going to be lost for the 87 when he had that tangle between Gordy Much and Stefano Lini into Coppice. I think it was because Lini ran wide coming out of the previous corner McLean's, and as he moved back across he didn't see that Much had gone for the inside going into Coppice and ended up going onto the grass. 6.2 seconds in it for the lead. A further 5.2 seconds back is the 3rd place fight, and it is Corey Alleyne who has got through. Jay Morton down to 4th place. I didn't see him behind Corey Alleyne though there as they came through towards Schwantz Curve. So has Jay Morton dropped away? There's our leader. Up over the line to complete lap number 34. That car's still got the fastest lap courtesy of Gordy Much, a 1 minute 5.060. Broadbent lapping in the 106.6 bracket at the moment. Increased his lead by another 3/4 of a second, 6.9 seconds up now on Chris Bridle in that 2nd place. Corey Alleyne is 3rd. Yeah, he's pulled away by about almost 3 seconds from Jay Morton. So once he was through, Corey Alleyne, the newcomer, put his foot down and was able to pull away. Corey hails from Letterkenny in Ireland. Fairly late starter in motorsport into karting, and a member of the Arden Racing Elite Young Racing Driver Academy. Sharing with Alex Connor, who we've already seen have success in that Arden car at Silverstone at the beginning of the season, sharing with Tom Canning, the ex-Aston Martin driver in British GT. But it's Broadbent away and gone in front. Nine points clear of Scott Mittell and Charles Hall coming into this round, while Mittell and Hall are in the pits and I think have retired. 2 points behind them, Shane Kelly with the University of Wolverhampton car. That's on driver standings. That's in the amateur standings. Apologies there. Looking at the team standings, it's 149 points for Team 87. Raw Motorsports number 4 is on 138 because when you add the drivers Pro and Am together, it's slightly different for the Teams Championship because the winning team in the championship, wins a brand new Praga R1 to race in next year's series. So it's 11 points the lead margin for Team 87 Fanatec over Raw Motorsports number 4. But that car's currently in the pits. So is the third place team, number 77, the Mattel Cars machine. University of Wolverhampton are a point behind them, and they are sadly out of the race. And the 29 car of Mattel Cars, fifth in the points, has retired as well. So all of Team 87's main challengers in the championship have hit problems in this race. It's all playing into the hands of Broadbent and Much. This is going to play into the hands of the 84 Adola Motorsport car, the Bridal Twins as well. They're looking for what I think will be their best finish of the year in second place. So 16 minutes of this race to go. Elaine still third in the 86, Jay Morton fourth in the 85. That car currently sixth in the team standings. There are separate points standings as well for the pro and amateur drivers. Gordy Much leads the pro standings, 9 points ahead of Scott Mittel and Rob Weldon, who are joint second. 3 points behind them, Chippy Westmail. Jimmy Broadbent leads the amateur driver standings. The number 4 car has re-emerged from the pits just in front of our race leader. Where did you come from, says Jimmy Broadbent. Ben Stone on board, lets Jimmy through. Second in the amateur driver standings, as we were saying there, is Charles Hall. And Shane Kelly is third ahead of Dan Gore and Jay Morton. The 4 car some 10 laps down on your race leader. I don't know what the problem was there just after the pit stops. Pit window has of course closed. Everybody who was able to has made their stops. The 85 car has been given the black and white warning flag for driving standards. I presume that's for exceeding track limits, but that is just a warning. Any other offences and they may face a time penalty. Jimmy Broadbent continues his pace up front. Still lapping in the high 1 minute 6s. Chris Bridle in second place, just over 9 seconds down now. Lapping around 7/10 of a second a lap slower than Jimmy. Shows just how much progress the sim racing star has made. We've seen Jimmy successfully compete in the virtual Le Mans 24 Hours among other events in the past. Maybe we'll see him at the real Le Mans 24 Hours someday, who knows. He's with Praga, where he has found his home in the real world of motorsport, and what a great driver he is turning into. Maybe very specialist cars, the Praga single seat sports racers, but just shows how they can develop young driving talent. I mean, we've got our newcomers here today, the likes of Ruben Stanislaus and Luis Apeagier in the 24 car. They're still 6th, 2 laps down. Also got Corey Allain coming through. He's up there in a podium place at the moment. Gordy Much, Jimmy Broadbent's co-driver's only a young gun as well. Dan Gore has come through karting and single-seaters up into Pragas. Sadly, his car a retirement. He'll be back out tomorrow, I'm sure, when he'll take the start in that car. The amateur drivers take the starts, and thought I'd seen the number 4 car come back into the pits. No, it is still going. Broadbent continues to lead through Coppice. 10.7 seconds his lead now over Chris Bridle. Allain a further 5 seconds back. Now, what's his lap time compared to Chris Bridle? Half a second quicker that time through. 12.5 minutes to go. So wait to see if Corey Allain can catch up to Chris Bridle here. Jay Morton, his last lap of 1 minute 8. He's in a safe 4th place ahead of Rod Goodman. I've just spotted the 77 car. Yes, there's Charles Hall back out. Rather slowly. Moves out of the way of Jimmy Broadbent down the Craners. May as well get a few more racing laps in now the car is back running again, I suppose. Sharing with Scott Mittel. Broadbent heads up into Coppice once again. Lap 41 of this 1 hour Praga Cup race. Down the exhibition straights. That's where the Dunlop Bridge used to be here at Donington Park. Into the Robert chicane. And into the Wheatcroft straight, named after Tom Wheatcroft, the man who reopened this circuit in the post-war era. Back in the 1970s after it had lain dormant for many years. A wonderful facility, one of the top circuits in British motorsport. Now under the auspices of Dr. Jonathan Palmer's Motorsport Vision company, which operates several circuits around the UK. Donington, a centre for international motorcycle racing for many years. The World Superbike Championship visited a few weeks ago. And the world champion Toprak Razgatlioglu from Turkey dominated proceedings. It's Jimmy Broadbent dominating proceedings here. He's 12 seconds clear of Chris Bridle. Corey Allain a further 5 seconds back in third place. Jay Morton is fourth. Rod Goodman is back on the lead lap in fifth position. He's just ahead of our leader there. And he's just under a lap down on the 87 car. 10 minutes of the race to go. Increased his lead again by another 0.7 of a second. So he's lapping nearly 3/4 of a second quicker than Chris Bridle. The 86 Arden by Edola Motorsport car being driven superbly by Corey Allain in that third place. Rod Goodman in fifth, we've just seen, and Luis Apeagiai in sixth position in the 24, a couple of laps down. He and Ruben Stanislaus, only young guns, they're acquitting themselves well here. You can see them in the BBC One documentary We Are England, that's set to be broadcast in October. Focusing on the driver's journey from karting up into the Praga Cup, the teenage pairing. There's the number 4 car. See just ahead of our leader. Good to see Ben Stone back up to speed. He led briefly after the pit stops, but then sadly a problem sent him back to the pits. 8.5 minutes to go. 13.3 seconds. Broadbent leads in the 87, taken over from Gordy Munch. Second, car started by Ed Bridle. Now it's Chris at the wheel, the number 84. 5.6 seconds clear, so pulling away slightly now from Corey Allain, who took over from Alex Connor. It's Jay Morton in fourth in the car started by Praga newcomer, but a vastly experienced racer of some 25 years standing, Scott Mansell. Morton's some 13.8 seconds down now in fourth place. Lapping about 3.5 seconds off the pace of Scott Mansell, but learning all the time, Jay Morton, a relative newcomer to motorsport. Rod Goodman on his own in fifth. It's Luis Apeagiai in sixth place. He's lapping in the 108s as well. Stone and Hall still battling on in 7th and 8th despite their problems. There's Ben Stone coming down the Craner curves in the red and gold car. Leader keeping pace with Rod Goodman. Just over 7 minutes to go. Jimmy Broadbent, one of the brand ambassadors for Praga this year, along with Gordy Much and Jay Morton. Ben Collins is the other, but as we mentioned, he's over in California this weekend. I mentioned the team prize, a used Praga R1 race car to be raced next season by the winning team. It is currently the Fanatec team that lead the points. And the individual driver prizes, the grand prize for the winning driver is a paid arrive and drive entry into a 24-hour race. I mentioned we could see Jimmy Broadbent go 24-hour racing. Second place overall gets paid entry into the Praga Cup in 2023. And third place overall for drivers, a Praga kart. Yes, Praga kart manufacturers, well, they make all manner of machinery over their 100-plus year history in the Czech Republic. Meanwhile, as Jimmy Broadbent comes up to lap Rod Goodman, we can head down to the pits with Ewan. Once again, he's talking to Ed Bridle.
Cheers, Dave. Here with Ed Bridle. Fantastic start to your weekend, mate. Great stint.
Yeah, it was really good. Actually, I struggled a little bit in the pro group, but I just thought, look, if I can hang on the back of them, stay in the train, we'll get there at the end. So we did. Had a really good pit stop by the boys. Chris is now out there with the AMs, and he's doing a really good job. So we're up to P2, which is really good. So I think we're running quite strong in P2 as well. So yeah, very happy, all good.
How did you find testing and qualifying? Because you started 6th, so to be up to 2nd, you and Chris going great guns.
Yeah, we had a bit of a trying day yesterday in testing. We basically had no boost, so no turbo for the whole day. So we did some laps, but just nowhere near the pace. And then quali was literally our first laps this morning with the car how we wanted it. Yeah. So we were quite happy. Quali, we had a bit of a problem, so I had to come in. Didn't really get a very good lap in. So yeah, we just thought settle down in the race, get our heads down, and we should be okay.
Now, best finish so far this season is 3rd place, currently 2nd. Exciting times?
Bit too exciting. This is the worst bit.
Right, absolutely best of luck.
Thank you very much, appreciate it, thank you.
So the Bridle brothers currently in 2nd position, going for their best ever finish in Pragas. Back up to you, Dave.
Thank you, mate.
Yes, thanks, Ewan. I can tell you the number 4 car has come back into the pits. That's of Ben Stone. There is the 87 still leading the way, coming up on the number 77 of Charles Hall, who's still battling on. A few laps down after his earlier problem. We've got just over 4 minutes of this race to go. And the 87 car looking for its 3rd win of the season. They had a win at Snetterton. They had a win at Silverstone on the national circuit as well. The other winners so far this year were Rob Weldon and Ben Stones. We mentioned they won the opening race of the year on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone. Scott Mittell and Charles Hall, number 77, have had 2 wins, one at Silverstone, one at Snetterton. And the other winners this year have been Stefano Lini and Shane Kelly at Silverstone, and at Alton Park it was Tommy Foster and Miles Lacey, the number 53 Idola Motorsport car. It's looking good for the 87 car here to extend their championship lead. Jimmy Broadbent just letting Rod Goodman know he's there in his mirrors, flashing the lights. Great to see the Praga field increasing all the time. Seeing new drivers come in. A brilliant way for young racers, as we've seen, to develop their career, with the likes of the 2 drivers in the 24 coming in, the 86 of Corey Allain as well. Taken to Praga racing like a duck to water. And also watch Praga's YouTube documentary series, a Drive to Survive style series. Latest episode was released earlier this week. We mentioned that Praga have been around for over 100 years in the Czech Republic. They've worked in aviation. We mentioned their karts. They've made road cars as well, and all manner of other things as well, aircraft, even trucks that have competed in the Dakar Rally. The name has been seen in the European Truck Racing Championship in the past as well. The R1 first built in 2012, production began the following year. This is the first year that the cars have run in their own one-make series in the UK, and it is turning out beautifully. especially for the 87 Fanatec car. Over 17 seconds clear now, Jimmy Broadbent. He doesn't need to take any risks here. He can take it easy to the flag for win number 3 for the 77 car this year. Sitting behind Rod Goodman, he's not trying to lap him. 77 car, I can tell he was come back into the pits. It's Broadbent from Bridle. Corey Allain is going to finish on the podium in his first ever Praga race, with a lock-up there from Rod Goodman into the chicane. 1 minute 16 or so left on the clock as Jimmy Broadbent crosses the line to complete his 50th lap. So it looks like we will get 2 more laps out of this. This car still has the fastest lap of the race as well. 1 minute 5.060 recorded by Gordy Much. Broadbent lapping in the high 107s now, so he's backed off a little in these closing stages. The team probably telling him just to take it easy. His Bridle has closed in just a little. 16.9 seconds now the gap. Corey Allain is a further 13 seconds back in third place. Jay Morton still going well in fourth in the 85, taking over from Scott Mansell. Rod Goodman in the 31. There he is in fifth place. Just behind, that's the 24 car, the silver car with Luis Apeague on board. Sixth place, 2 laps down. But a good solid debut for him and Ruben Stanislaus. Lewis, who starts the car tomorrow. A few seconds left as they cross the line, so we are on the last lap now. It has been a dominant display for the number 87, despite a scare when Gordy Much went across the gravel at Coppice after a bit of a tangle with Stefano Lini. He was able to continue. It didn't take long for Jimmy Broadbent to take the lead in the 87. It was Jay Morton who led initially after the pit stops when Ben Stone ran into problems. Morton still there in fourth place. The championship leaders heading for their 3rd win of the season. A great drive it has been by pro driver Gordy Much, who started the race. And the sim racing superstar and YouTuber Jimmy Broadbent, here he comes into the Roberts chicane for the final time. The 87 Fanatec Praga will extend its championship lead. Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent take the win in our first race of the weekend for the Praga Cup. Well clear of the Bridles in second place. They're going to take their best ever finish in the Praga Cup in their second season. The twin brothers will be Chris Bridle, who brings it home. His brother Ed started the race. They come home 18 seconds down in second place. And in third position, on his debut, will be Corey Allain in the number 86, taken over from Alex Connor. He comes over the line in third place, some 15 seconds down. Fourth place, it will be Jay Morton in the car started by Scott Mansell. Scott on his Praga debut. And Rod Goodman will take fifth. There is Rod Goodman, just behind the 6th place car of Luis Apeague. There's the 84 of Chris Bridle, a fine second place for them. Allain third, Morton over the line in fourth place, then Rod Goodman fifth, and Luis Apeague in the car started by Ruben Stanislaus takes sixth. We'll confirm those results in a moment. But well done to the 87 team of Gordy Much and Jimmy Broadbent. In that race, I think more than any other, Jimmy Broadbent really showing the raw speed he has picked up in his time racing in the Praga Cup. We'll hopefully hear from some of the drivers down in Parc Fermé shortly, as well as they make their way back in. There's the provisional results then. Broadbent and Much taking the win by 18 seconds ahead of the Bridles. Allain and Connor taking third, some 15 seconds further back. Then fourth for Jay Morton and Scott Mansell. Rod Goodman on his own in fifth place. Then Apeague and Ruben Stanislaus taking sixth position. Unfortunately, we lost the Stone, Weldon car and Hall and Mittel into the pits. Stefano Lini went out in that tangle at Coppice, and we lost the 29 Chippy Wesmail as well. That concludes our first race of the weekend then for the Praga Cup 2022. They'll have another race coming up tomorrow. It'll be the other way round for the drivers. The amateur drivers will take the first stint in tomorrow's 1 hour race, and the pros will take over. Join us for that one tomorrow. Next up on track today will be our first race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. See our schedule for the rest of the afternoon. So shortly we'll have our first race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Divisions 1 and 2 on the same grid. The first of 5 races for them this weekend here at Convoy in the Park. That's followed after lunch by the British Endurance Championship, the MSUK British Endurance Championship, a 2-hour race for them. And then another truck race to close out the day. The first truck race of the weekend, sponsored by Hexagon Leasing, will be coming up shortly. Hopefully, in a few moments' time, we can hand down to Parc Ferme and hear from some of our Praga racers. They'll be in Parc Ferme following the conclusion of their first of 2 races this weekend. I think we can now, in just a moment, hand down to Parc Ferme with our ace interviewer, Ewan Dunlop.
Cheers, Dave. Well, another absolutely sensational Praga race, and our 3-time Praga
straight away. We had that contact with the Wolves car, which was a bit silly by Stefano, but I'm sure he'll get penalised for that. And after that, I stood in the pit lane, so I had to make up every place. But yeah, I didn't think it was going to happen.
I mean, that's your 3rd win now, but you looked thrilled when you jumped out the car there.
We earned that one. That was a proper, if you excuse the term, shit fight. So we had to really earn that one, and we did. So I'm happy with that one.
Right, congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Apologies for any bad language. Let's go and find Chris Bridle as well, because he and his brother now, first time they've ever been 2nd spot on the podium. In fact, he's getting interviewed. We're going to go in a second. Hang on. But again, more absolutely wonderful racing. Thank you so much, mate. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, really tough. I said before, we've struggled all year with just little bits and pieces, and the car pretty much had a full rebuild over the summer break, and yeah, here we are. Pace was pretty strong. I said I got caught in traffic a bit. He managed to get past me a great move. And then, I just didn't really have the pace to stay with him, but just trying to stay off the curbs, bring it home. I knew I had the pace and a good gap, so it's just about bringing it back and getting some good points, because I saw a few guys had fallen off who sort of were in the contention of the championship with, so it's about staying on the track and getting the points.
A lot of people have mentioned the curbs this weekend. Are they really that bad?
Yeah, in through the chicane they've got massive metal curbs that stick out quite far. With the cars being so low, you can quite easily, hit a dive plane or hit the floor, or rip a wheel off or bend a suspension unit. So staying off the curbs, I was trying.
Great drive from you. Your brother set you up well as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I owed him it because I threw it off in qualifying this morning and put it through the gravel. So he set me up and just put us in contention really, and that's what it's about in these sort of long races. Is you're within that 6-7 seconds. Yeah, if you can get on with it, you'll be there or thereabouts. So really happy.
Right. Second place, just one more step to go.
Yeah, I've never won a Praga race, so it's just elusive, but fingers crossed. Let's see if we can, how we get on tomorrow, and see how we get on.
Mate, congratulations, well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So there we go, first Praga race of the day or the weekend. One more tomorrow. Let's go British Truck Racing. Back to you, Dave.
Okay, thanks very much, Ewan, and again, apologies for any choice language you may have heard during those interviews. Driver's a little fired up after that one. As we get ready for our first truck race of the weekend, sponsored by Hexagon Leasing. This race number 1 of the weekend. The trucks are already being led away from the grid by the pace trucks. I'll quickly take you through the grid then. Division 1 first, it's Ryan Smith, the 6-time champion, number 1 on pole, alongside number 89, Simon Reed. Second row 7, Stuart Oliver, and number 18, John Newell. Third row 81, Mark Taylor, and number 12, Michael Oliver. Row 4, 69, David Jenkins. He's got a 3-place grid penalty for contact in the previous round at Thruxton. Starts alongside number 86 of Tom O'Rourke. Row 5, 95, Ricky Collett, alongside 3 of Stephen Powell, the reigning Division 2 champion. Former Division 2 champion, I should say. Row 6 is the reigning Division 2 champion, Craig Reed, alongside number 41, Simon Cole. Good to see him back out and into Division 1 for the first time, his first appearance of the season. And number 92, Simon Faulkner, rounds out Division 1. Then a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks. 42, Luke Garrett heads them, alongside 16, Brad Smith. Second row for them, number 6, John Powell. And welcome back, 22, Paul Rivette in the Napa Auto Parts MAN. Then number 5, Adam Bint, another driver with a 3-place grid penalty for contact in the previous round at Thruxton. Starts alongside 10 of Craig Evans. And number 14, John Bowler, and 32, Jock Borthwick, round out the grid. This race sponsored by Hexagon Leasing, award-winning nationwide contract hire, rental and fleet management provider. Boasting more than 20 years experience in the industry with more than 10 locations around the country, Hexagon has a vehicle to suit every operation, no matter what its shape or size. So thanks to them for their sponsorship of this first race of the weekend, the first of 5 for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's Division 2, the Orange MAN of Luke Garrett, the points leader on pole. He's some 13 points clear of Jock Borthwick, who struggled in qualifying, starts at the back of the field. The DAF pace truck leading them round. It is the Daimler Freightliner of number 1 flying Ryan Smith, looking for his 7th consecutive Division 1 title this year, who starts on pole, qualifying around a quarter of a second quicker than Simon Reed. An impressive effort by the Iveco driver, number 89, alongside him on the front row. Second row, the Volvo VNL of Stuart Oliver, the 10 times British and 1-time European champion. On row 2, alongside the MAN of number 18, the Yorkshireman John Newell. 4 different makes in the top 4 places on the grid. Row 3, number 81, Mark Taylor. A few days ago, he was here with a reporter from BBC East Midlands, giving him a white-knuckle ride around Donington in the passenger seat of that MAN, alongside number 12, Michael Oliver, son of Stuart. And then David Jenkins. Watch for him coming through. That 3-place grid penalty, putting him back to 7th place on the lineup. This will be a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Convoy in the Park. Race 1 sponsored by Hexagon Leasing. Good to see Brad Smith up there on the front of the Division 2 grid. And great to see Paul Rivette back out in the number 22, the Napa Auto Parts truck. Also Simon Cole on his Division 1 debut. He used to race a Mercedes, now in an MAN. Pace truck pulls into pit lane. The Convoy makes its way down towards the start lights. Lights out, and here we go with truck race number 1 this weekend. Ryan Smith on the inside, Simon Reed in the Iveco on the outside, tucks in, tries to go across to the inside line, but it'll be Flying Ryan who leads the way into the first corner of Convoy in the Park, 2022. John Newell runs a bit wide over the curb, so does David Jenkins. There's Simon Cole with his new MAN number 41. Division 1 all-round Redgate's okay for the first time. It's Ryan Smith with a clear lead. Stuart Oliver's come through into second place in the number 7 in the background. Division 2 are underway. Down towards the old hairpin come the Division 1 leaders. There's Division 2 led by Luke Garrett. Simon Faulkner running wide there at the back of the Division 1 field. He was struggling in qualifying a little as well. Division 2 coming through the old hairpin. It was Luke Garrett from pole position, the points leader, the former Division 2 champion leads. Brad Smith's already got some damage. He's had some contact, and somebody hasn't come through. The number 6, I think, is missing, of John Powell. There he is, just coming through the dust cloud at the back there as Division 1 barrels its way through Coppice Corner. Kicking up a bit of dust on the inside there was Tom O'Rourke in number 86. It's Ryan Smith from Stuart Oliver, the 2 bonneted trucks at the front of the field. Simon Reed, number 89, on his local circuit. The man from Stoke-on-Trent in third place. Then we've got John Newell, Mark Taylor, Michael Oliver, David Jenkins, Ricky Collick. Good to see him going well, the heavy haulage company owner from Yorkshire. And there's Simon Cole, number 41, his familiar pink and white livery. Used to race the Mercedes, supported by Team Hard in Division 2, the Mercedes Beast as it was known. Now switching to an MAN, he's side by side with Tom O'Rourke, Scotsman. There's Division 2 in the background, headed by Garrett, ahead of Brad Smith. Behind them in third place is Adam Bint. He was another man with a grid penalty for contact in the previous round in the black Volvo white Aerodyne. Paul Rivette has dropped back in the number 22. It's his first appearance of the year, the former king of Renault Clio racing. Switched to trucks a couple of years ago. Yeah, it looks like he's just getting to grips with that Napa Auto Parts liveried MAN. There's Simon Cole, number 41, swings his way through the old hairpin. His first ever Division 1 meeting. The circuit obscured by dust. Somebody run wide there coming out of the old hairpin. We couldn't see who it was because they were obscured by dust. There's Luke Garrett leading Division 2. Damage on the front of Brad Smith's truck. I think he had some contact with John Powell on the first lap. Jock Borthwick under fire from Craig Evans further back in the order. Ryan Smith the leader, led by just over a second at the end of lap 1. Stuart Oliver in second. 16 titles between those two. Quite incredible. And Ryan Smith has made no secret of the fact he wants to match and then overhaul Stuart Oliver's record of 10 championships in the British Truck Racing Championship. There goes Simon Cole. Further back we've got the Division 2 boys. Here comes Adam Bint attacking for second place. Certainly a fan favourite, the Oxfordshire driver in the number 5 machine. He's got John Bowler, number 14, that hand-painted Union flag liveried DAF up there behind him. Ryan Smith leads down the Craner curves, more dust being kicked up in the background. You'll notice that the Orange family, the marshals, have moved back off their posts for safety reasons in this race. Michael Oliver under fire from David Jenkins, who hasn't been able to make much progress so far. They get back to Ricky Collett, Craig Reed, brother of Simon, the reigning Division 2 champion. He and Stephen Powell making the move up to Division 1 this season, as has this man, Simon Cole, in the 41. Over 11 minutes of this 15-minute race to go. This truck's electronically limited to 100 miles per hour, powered by 12 and 13 litre turbo diesel engines. Adam Bint still all over the back of Brad Smith there. It's the second in Division 2. There's John Powell at the back along with Paul Rivette, DAF and the MAN. Luke Garrett keeping pace here with the number 92 of Simon Faulkner. Struggled in qualifying with his Iveco. His first full season in the sport. So much dust being kicked up out there because it's been so dry here at Donington. It's been a struggle for some of the drivers to see where they're going further back in the order. See there at the top end of the Wheatcroft Straight. Somewhere in all that dust, somebody might have had a spin actually, I couldn't quite tell. We continue on to 1/3 race distance. It's first race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship, sponsored by Hexagon Leasing here at Donington Park. Stephen Powell, number 3, the man from Kent, lives literally just down the road from the Brands Hatch circuit, putting Craig Reed under pressure. Division 2 field heading into the Craner curves. We'll see them come through in the background. Still Luke Garrett. He's on the tail of Simon Faulkner in the Division 1 truck there. Brad Smith still second. Adam Bint third. And John Bowler fourth. It is still Ryan Smith who leads overall. There he is through Coppice ahead of Stuart Oliver. Simon Reed going well in third. The 89 Iveco. Reed Freight's run machine. Very unusual to see a British Championship round without an MAN in the top 3. We've got the Daimler Freightliner, the Volvo and the Iveco Stralis in. First of the MANs is John Newell, the man from Rotherham, in 4th place. Ryan Smith had a pretty disastrous convoy in the park last year in his Mercedes Actros. Ended early with a blown turbo on that machine. Now in the Daimler chassis Freightliner bodied number 1. Leads by just over 2 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith currently leading by almost 50 points in the Division 1 Championship ahead of Stuart Oliver and Simon Reed. David Jenkins 4th in the Championship, but that grid penalty's hurting him here. He can't get past Michael Oliver. There's Ricky Collins. That truck's been plagued by technical problems this year. Good to see him up there in 8th, ahead of Craig Reed, Stephen Powell and Tom O'Rourke, boss of MV Commercials, based in southern Scotland. Simon Cole a bit further back in his new MAN. I think we may have lost Simon Faulkner as he's dropping down the timing screen. There goes Ryan Smith. Gap 2.1 seconds over Stuart Oliver last time through. We haven't got the confusion this weekend of the 2 Brad Smiths, Brad and Bradley, because Bradley Smith, number 46, who we normally see in Division 1, has, by the look of things, had to withdraw. I think he had some problems in testing with his MAN. Stuart Oliver flings the Volvo through the Robert chicane, chasing Ryan Smith. The gap is down very slightly, 2.02 seconds, so a few hundredths of a second taken out of Ryan Smith's lead. He's got the fastest lap, 1:25.803. Simon Reed third. Here comes David Jenkins, the 69, the Digraph Transport and Morris Lubricants MAN up the inside into Redgate, and finally takes Michael Oliver in the GT Tyres MAN. Crowd approving of that manoeuvre. Spectator bank's packed in the background, one of Donington's biggest spectator events every year, Convoy in the Park. David Jenkins' next target will be Mark Taylor, the number 81, Taylor's Transport MAN. Started off his career in truck racing as a sponsor for Ryan Smith before deciding to have a go himself. Adam Bint still shadowing Brad Smith there, number 16, for second in Division 2. Still led by Luke Garrett, the championship leader. Quiet race for Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman, towards the back of the field here. Looking to see if Simon Faulkner is still going. Yes, he's dropped back into the middle of the Division 2 pack now. There's your top 3 in Division 2. John Bowler, number 14 in his Union flag painted DAF, under pressure from Craig Evans in his MAN, 3rd in the Division 2 points last season. More through consistency than out and out speed. You can see Luke Garrett is increasing his lead, the former Division 2 champion. Some of his main rivals having moved up to Division 1 this year. Is it going to be a more clear-cut run to the title? Well, not if Jock Borthwick's got anything to do with it. Only his 2nd season of truck racing, struggling in this one. This man isn't struggling. Just under 6 minutes to go for Ryan Smith. Stuart Oliver keeping him honest. 2 of the all-time greats of British truck racing. I know another all-time great of truck racing is here at Donington this weekend, the great Steve Parish, former European champion on several occasions. Started off his career on motorcycles. The great friend and rival of the late, great Barry Sheen. Barry Sheen had a few goes at truck racing as well in the early days of the sport. It was here at Donington in the mid-80s that the first truck racing events in Europe were held. I remember the very first one, I think it was 1984, had one of the biggest crowds Donington has ever had. And it was road-going trucks then. They literally left their trailers in the paddock, went out and raced. Tullio Gislotti from Italy was the first winner. Over the line they go. There's a black and white flag going out there. That's the driving standards flag. That's for number 10, Craig Evans. Oh, we've got somebody in the pit lane. Number 6, John Powell has pulled off. He came in a lap ago. Rules for his DAF. Ryan Smith continues to lead by just over 2 seconds ahead of Stuart Oliver. Simon Reed, John Newell, Mark Taylor, David Jenkins still in 6th place. He's not catching Mark Taylor. He's got Michael Oliver still on his tail. 4.5 minutes of the race to go. Here's a battle further back. This is for 9th place. Craig Reed, reigning Division 2 champion. He's got Stephen Powell, number 3, behind him. He was Division 2 champion 2 years ago. Behind them, Tom O'Rourke, number 86, the man who had a huge accident at Thruxton 2 years ago. Runs wide there onto the grass coming out of the old hairpin. Very easy to do there. That's very easy to do that in a car, never mind a truck. Behind them, there's John Powell, who's rejoined from the pits a lap down. Bit of a slide there for Craig Reed out of McLean's corner. Next in line should be Simon Cole, number 41. He's learning his craft in his new MAN. Here's Ricky Collett. Famous heavy haulage company owner. All problems there for John Newell. He's cut the chicane, I think. Yes, he's gone over the gravel. And as a result, Mark Taylor will get through into 4th place in the 81. David Jenkins still battling with Michael Oliver as well behind them. Michael Oliver not giving the former champion any rest at all there. Has a look on the outside at Redgate. He won't get through there. No problem for Ryan Smith. 3 minutes to go. He leads by 2.4 seconds now over Stuart Oliver. 2 bonneted trucks lead the way. Big squeal of tyres in the background. They really drive these machines to the limits. Of course, road-going lorries limited to 56 miles an hour as we see a replay. This is Michael Oliver and David Jenkins, and wallop. Michael Oliver hits the back of Jenkins. That must have been the squeal of tyres we heard in the background. Get off, says David Jenkins. Just saying there, the lorries you see on the motorway limited to 56 miles per hour. These trucks are limited to 100 miles per hour. Can you imagine these machines bearing down in your mirrors on the M1 or the M6? Simon Reed keeping Stuart Oliver honest for 2nd place here. Volvo and the Iveco. I said earlier, it is rare to see a top 3 in Division 1 with no MANs featuring it. The top MAN is Mark Taylor in 4th, ahead of John Newell. This race will also set the grid for the first of tomorrow's races, race 3 of the weekend. It'll be based on the results of this race, but with the top 8 finishers in each division reversed. So as it stands at the moment, Ricky Collett would be on pole position for that race tomorrow. And in Division 2, it would be John Powell. Oh, truck number 86, 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. That's Tom O'Rourke. We saw him run wide at the old hairpin earlier on, so he's done that one time too many. The officials have spotted it, and he's been given a penalty. He'll have 5 seconds added to his race time. Meantime, just ahead of Tom O'Rourke, Stephen Powell's got ahead of Craig Reed into 9th place. There's just over 1 minute of this race to go. It's all looking good for flying Ryan Smith. He's 2.5 seconds clear of Stuart Oliver. A good run by Simon Reed here, up in 3rd place, echoing his position in the championship. It's been a strong season for the Reed Truck Sport team in their Ivecos. Craig Reed in 9th position in his first season in Division 1. Stephen Powell's had a good season as well, scored his first Division 1 win at Thruxton. The team celebrated like he just won the championship. Into the last lap then of this first truck race of the weekend, sponsored by Hexagon Leasing. Through the clouds of dust goes Ryan Smith, increasing his lead now over Stuart Oliver. He's 3 seconds up. Still your leader in Division 2 is Luke Garrett, ahead of Brad Smith by 3.5 seconds now, so it's going to be the two championship leaders who will take the wins here, barring any major maladies on this final lap. Let's have the starting drivers through for our British Endurance Championship race as well. It's coming up after lunch. Here comes Ryan Smith, out of Coppice for the final time, to add to his ever-increasing list of victories this year as he looks for a 7th consecutive Division 1 title in the Daimler Freightliner. Down towards the Roberts chicane for the last time. No problem at all for Flying Ryan. Over the line to take the checkered flag. Ryan Smith takes the win. Stuart Oliver will slide home in second. Simon Reed, putting him under pressure in the latter stages, just fails to get past him by 0.6 of a second. It's another win for Ryan Smith to extend his championship lead over Oliver and Reed. Mark Taylor takes fourth, the top MAN, as Ryan Smith power slides in celebration. Look at that. Shades of Kurt Göransson, the great Swedish racer of the late 80s and early 90s. He used to drive like that during the races. We'll confirm the rest of the result in a moment. Division 2 will be on their way to the line. There's Paul Rivette on his comeback driver, number 22. Division 2 is going to be won by Luke Garrett in the number 42 truck. There's Simon Faulkner making his way home. Here comes Luke Garrett in the orange MAN. He's going to extend his championship lead in Division 2 for the slightly less powerful trucks. He'll come across the line in 13th place overall. Brad Smith, despite a bit of damage from the first lap skirmish, will take second in that division. And Adam Bintz, despite a grid penalty, coming through to take third. Confirm that result at the moment. Looks like all 21 trucks have made it home. John Powell rejoining after his visit to the pits. Should provisionally give him pole with the top 8 reversed for the race tomorrow. The race later on today is the grid determined by the second fastest times in qualifying. Well done Luke Garrett, well done Ryan Smith. The drivers sound their air horns for the crowd on the slowdown lap. Here's your provisional results. Ryan Smith the winner by nearly 4 seconds at the flag, ahead of Stuart Oliver, who just held off Simon Reed to take that second place. Mark Taylor, the top MAN, home in 4th place, followed by the similar machines of John Newell, David Jenkins, Michael Oliver, Ricky Collett and Stephen Powell. Craig Reed rounding up the top 10 in the Iveco, then Tom O'Rourke and Simon Cole. His first race in Division 1 sees him net 12th place. Division 2 won by Luke Garrett, ahead of Brad Smith and Adam Bintz, and behind them were John Bowler, Craig Evans, a quiet race for Jock Borthwick, then Simon Faulkner, the final Division 1 finisher, Paul Rivette, his first drive with his new MAN, that's 20th place, and John Powell finished a lap down at the back of the field after his pit stop. We'll head down to Parc Fermé fairly shortly. And then we've got a lunch break of just under an hour before our next race, which is the 2-hour race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. As we say, I've just had the start drivers come through for that one, so I can make a note of those over the lunch break. We know who's in the car and when. But soon we'll be able to head down to Parc Fermé, hopefully. I wonder if our man Pointy's down there on the ground. We normally see him chatting to our truck racers. He's probably up to no good in the paddock at the moment. So 2 races to come after the lunch break. Then we've got the 2-hour race of the British Endurance Championship, and then another truck race coming up after that as well. Back in action tomorrow as well. We begin our coverage at around 10:40 AM with the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the teenage starlets in their Citroen Saxos. More truck racing as well. The pickup trucks join us tomorrow too. Some interesting names in that series, 1 or 2 comeback men. And the CNC Heads Sports and Saloons as well. Well, we can now head down to Parc Ferme, and our man on the ground is ready to talk to our truck racers and ready to entertain us as always. So we'll head down to Parc Ferme. Here's Pointy.
Well, an interesting start to the beginning of the Convoy in the Park racing here at Donington, where Ryan Smith, of course, takes the top spot in the first race. Let's go and have a little chat, shall we? Mr. Smith. That's it, just clear your tube, ready for the TV. Wouldn't want to leave it on his steering wheel, would we? How are we, sir? Very good effort there, well done you.
We needed to use it as a bit of a test to see what the truck was doing, so I pushed early on. Got a problem with the gear selector, it was leaking out fluid, but look, that's number one out of the way. Fastest lap win, you can't get any better, so you know, fantastic. The competitors are all up the game, everybody's fast. I don't know what happened from behind.
I'd say it was pretty clean out there from a spectator's point of view. I mean, we didn't see any red flags. Red gate went very cleanly, which is a shocking thing, really. I think a lot of the spectators expect to see a little bit of slap and tickle on that first bend.
Because everybody's up the game, and you know, everybody's driving standards are improved, and let's see what they think about tomorrow's reverse grid.
Oh yes, indeed. So yeah, so tomorrow's first race will be the second fastest grid, and then this next race is reverse grid from, I don't know. Nobody knows. We're still getting used to it.
So race 1 is qualifying position. Race 2 is second lap in qualification.
There we go.
Race 3 tomorrow morning is reverse grid of that. Anyway.
You know what? You should do this for a job, like racing. I think you sound pretty good at it.
I try my best, but honestly, I've got to say a massive shout out to my team, who we snapped a bolt on Thursday. It took them 10 hours to get it out, and they worked through the night. All of the teams, other teams as well.
Sounds like they were paid by the hour, doesn't it? Yeah.
MV Commercials team helped out. Everybody tried to have an input. So,
yeah.
You know, and secondly, I'd like to thank my sponsors for making it possible for us to be here. You know.
Hold on, you got a shaking hands then, were you, Stuart?
Was we live on TV then?
We are still live on TV, yeah. Right, I think before this goes any further, let's head further down the Parc Ferme and see if we can't speak to a returning driver who we haven't really had a chance to speak to in, well, over a year, I'd say. Mr. Simon Cole, managing to take the top spot for Division 2. If we can find his truck among the crowd, obviously. I'm sure when you see it, you'll know it's him. That is the joy of seeing Simon Cole. Where on earth has he pulled up? This is when we find out that although taking first place podium for Division 2, he's still somewhere out on the track, spewing out fluids at left, right and centre. Where on earth is he? He's literally right at the back. Obviously taking a large victory lap. Showboating from the crowds, no doubt. But isn't it fantastic as we walk down here for the first time in Parc Ferme here at Donington? All these trucks, everyone's happy to be back, everyone's excited to be out in their machines racing once again. Fantastic track conditions, of course. No massive issues. Really, really good. Here he is. Oh look at the floor. No comment. How are we, Mr. Cole? So, back with a bang or what?
Yeah, I was happy with that. First time out, and plus we got the old beast engine in there, so we can't compete with these boys, but we give it a go.
Well, obviously there must be something going on under the bonnet, whether it be driver skill or diesel ability. We certainly got the result we wanted.
Yeah, I'm over the moon with that. It's really good, really good.
And so what's been the whole story, the journey to get back here at Donington? I know we're allowed more trucks on the track, and that's obviously how we've managed to open up a few more slots this weekend.
Yeah, that's definitely just a bit of discrepancy earlier on in the season. We're all over that now, so we've just rebuild for next year and all get out and try and get on. And
make sure you send the email quick enough.
Yes, exactly.
Simon, welcome back. Thank you very much. Have we got time for one more? Yes. Let's go and have a word with, well, Smith, who managed to get a podium. John Powell as well. John Powell, Brad Smith, come hither. Come hither. Brad, trophy, first race. Yeah. Bit of silverware already under your belt. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
We see who the troublemakers are in Division 2, can't you?
The last 2 years have been a nightmare for us here, so yeah, it's been good. Yeah, I'm glad
it seemed like a pretty clean race, although you got a teeny little bit of panel damage early on in the race. Can you shed any light on that?
Yeah, John Powell.
Oh.
I think it was just one of them moments, really, to be fair. I didn't know he was there on the outside. So, but I've come over, he was there. It's one of them things. Isn't it?
Sam, it knocked you back a little bit as well, though, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's racing, though, isn't it? You know,
so we're all still friends.
It just happens to be with me buddy. That's the thing. It always is.
Yeah, it's always
It's
buddy.
like we're going to give each other some room.
That's it. Well, I'm sure you'll be able to sort that out by the time we come round to the next race this afternoon. I don't know what's going on with the sky, but I'm hoping it's just a bit of cloud and wind, right?
Well, it might be a bit of rain to make it a bit more exciting.
A bit more exciting. We don't want to rebuild the trucks today. We just want to give them a clean at the end.
Not really, no.
Not really, no. Right. Well, congratulations to
no hosepipe man.
No hosepipe. Well, we won't need a hosepipe man. We just need a bucket. Right. I'm going to wrap things up here. Brad, well done you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to head back into the paddock now, so I'll throw it back to Dave, and I'm going to go and hand out some silverware.
Great to hear from Pointy down there. Thanks very much indeed. Well, we're now into our lunch break here at Donington Park, scheduled to get back underway at around 3 p.m. with the MSUK British Endurance Championship, supported by Goodyear tyres. Give you the grid for that a little bit later on. 26 cars scheduled to start that 2-hour race. It's a very tasty machinery, and that's indeed. It's an all Mercedes GT3 front row. But for now, we're going to take our lunch break. I must say thanks as always to the Orange family, our volunteer marshals here at Donington Park. Couldn't go racing without them. They've already had a bit of clean-up work to do today in the qualifying sessions. They now get a break, as do we. So we'll see you back in about 45 minutes' time for our next session here on track, the MSUK British Endurance Championship. Another race to come for the trucks after that one. More info on that a little later on, but enjoy a lunch break now, and we'll be back underway here on BARC TV in about 45 minutes' time.
and he got involved with truck racing, and this was way back in 1984, probably way before most of you were born. So I went to Mercedes-Benz and said, Barry Sheen's driving a daft truck, I can beat him if you give him a Mercedes. They did that, and I did. So quite honestly, I went on from racing motorcycles to truck racing, ended up winning 5 European championships for them, a number of British championships as well, and I'm now celebrating 46 years without having a proper job. So I'm very, very pleased about that. Skillfully done. And then I went on to work as a commentator for BBC covering MotoGP, and I stay involved with TT, Isle of Man and all things like that. But I've always loved trucks all the way through. I did actually get my HGV licence, but no one would let me drive a truck on a road with a trailer, and I can fully understand that as well. But I'm here as a guest of Northside Truck and Vans this weekend, or today. Brilliant to see, of course, the proper man winning. Ryan having a great job there winning the race, and he's going to be up on the #1 box in a minute, and I'm going to be giving him the trophy. But lovely to be here. I love truck racing. Great to see such a great crowd of people here, and it's thank you to Northside for inviting me along.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I could sound that good if I had a chance to write it down in advance as well. So a couple of questions that we've had put to us on the socials with regards to your legacy. Oh, whoa.
If anyone's got any marital problems or anything like that, I can do that as well.
Marital? Well, as I take it, your wife's put up with quite a bit of...
Which one?
Oh, okay. So the latest one hasn't got bored of it yet?
No, not at all. For the first one, I put the wedding video on backwards and watched her get in the car and bugger off. So.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, I was actually in one of the race tents last night, actually a Bradley Smith race tent, chatting about the good old days. So somebody told me a story about you at the Hungaro Ring. Do you remember anything interesting about the Hungaro Ring? I'm sure you've been there a couple of times in your very long career.
Just give me a clue, which story, because there's quite a few.
Oh, I see. I'll tell you what then, to save any embarrassment, you just tell me one.
Well, the Hungaro Ring. It could have been the time where we ended up putting the hire car in the lake. Was it that one? I don't know if it was that one.
That sounds a lot more interesting than the one I was thinking of, so yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Well, there's an awful lot of truck racing stories. We did travel Europe with Mr. Dave Atkins, who's here, somewhere out here. Dave Atkins' race team, he put the team together, and there was a guy called Alan that worked in it. But we had an awful lot of fun out there doing it in the days when everyone didn't have a camera or a phone with them that they could follow what you were up to. But I think one of the funniest stories actually wasn't Hungaro Ring, it was in Finland, and we were at a hotel where we were staying and ended up basically getting beaten up by some drunken Finnish guy. And it was really quite funny because I'm not really a fighter, but this big guy about 6'8" came over and was trying to drown one of our mechanics in the lake because he thought we'd stolen the boat. And I picked up an oar and I hit this bloke smack across the back thinking it was going to wipe him out, and he grabbed hold of me and threw me in the lake and everything else. So that was just one of the things that went on. But there was lots and lots of stories. I think probably the funniest thing about the early days of truck racing, when I first came here, it was road trucks. People would leave their trailer here at Donington Park or at Silverstone, drive the truck out on the track. There was no brakes after one lap, they had no roll cages, and in fact my first ever lap in a truck here at Donington Park, in a Mercedes, I think it was a 1633, I went down through Redgate Craner Curves, never put the brakes on at the old hairpin because the seat had sprung up, and I didn't even know it had a sprung seat, and I couldn't even reach the brake pedal. So I managed to get back on the track, came in, they got a lorry strap, tied the seat down, and I went out and set the fastest lap. So that was kind of how it was in the very early days.
Wow, what a story. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to Steve Parrish. Another round of applause. Oh gee, Steve Parrish. And I do believe we should have all the drivers like here now, which is, so what, should we get on and hand out some trophies, ladies and gentlemen? Did you hear them, Steve? No, shall we get out and hand some trophies out, ladies and gentlemen? Right, there we go, because I'm not giving them the bottles of bubbly unless you're all excited about it. Them's the rules. Right then, okay, so well done of course to the top three, Division 1 and 2. Fantastic first race, relatively unscathed all around, which is just how we like to see it. So, as tradition dictates, and so I'll just show you, sir, we'll be starting with this one here and working our way up to first place. So, in third place, from Division 2, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Adam Bint. I think that the audio guy needs to turn off the live feed audio just because it's going to get very repetitive otherwise.
or I've just got to keep talking the entire time so no one ever hears it twice. Right then, in second place, ladies and gentlemen, with a little bit of bump and tickle at the beginning of the race, Brad Smith. Somebody find the audio guy. Hello, Tim. Yeah, Brad. Is Brad even here? Brad? Anybody seen Brad? I'm having this then. Okay, you have that. Yeah, too right. I'm sure that. I hope you've got a spare shirt. And in third place, you definitely won't miss him. The Orange Team Supreme. Put your hands together for Luke Garrett. Just turn his laptop down. Right. Oh, someone's done it. Someone's figured it out. That's fantastic news. Now, have we got any sign of Brad Smith yet, or has he gone for a little lie down? Okay, looks like a lie down. Right then, as they like to say in Europe... He's here. He's here. Shut up, man. Goodness sake. Now, if you want to plonk your old trophies down, as they like to say in Europe, it's time for the champagne! Here we go. Here we go. Get your cameras ready. This is the money shot, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa! There we go! Absolutely brilliant. Round of applause for your Division 2 top 3 featuring 2. Excellent. Oh, it smells lovely, doesn't it? Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's fully non-alcoholic, so they can all have a nice drink before the next race. Safety first. Okay then. Now on to the Division 1 drivers, and of course in third place, the castaway himself, ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Simon Reed. It's coming, here he comes, the man mountain. I could see his hat before I could see the rest of him. And in second place, it's Stuart Oliver. There he is. Yeah. So many legends in such a small place. And speaking of legends, in first place, of course, it had to be none other than Fine Ryan Smith.
Say that again.
Right, get your photographs. This is it. Oh, it's just my head. Oh yeah, got all the cameras. Right then, and our tradition dictates, it's time for the champagne! Everybody clear out. I'll tell you what, they've got a lot of guts at the front, no one's moving. Go on, Stu, go on! There we go! Hey! Oh, Ryan's saving this. Oh. Well, at least Stu put his to good use. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much again for joining us here for the first set of trophy presentations. Another massive thank you, of course, to our fantastic guest, Steve Parrish, on loan here from Northside Truck and Van. Thank you very much for joining us this weekend, Steve. Just let you all know, we've got another race this afternoon starting at around 5:15, where of course we'll be doing more trophies here straight after, and of course not to forget the fantastic truck drifting special event at 4 o'clock down on the tarmac jungle. We'll hope to see you all then. Enjoy your lunch break. Thank you.
Well, great to hear the trophy presentation there after race 1, and great to hear from truck racing legend Steve Parrish as well. We knew we'd find him eventually. Many a tale he could tell from his many years as a top-line truck racer in Britain and in Europe in the famous green BP liveried Mercedes-Benz for many years. I remember the battles he had with the likes of Richard Walker, Kurt Goranson and so on. We won't get too nostalgic though, because we're back underway in about 15 minutes here at Donington Park with our next race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mark. So down here in the pit lane with our top three for heat number 2 of the legend. A little bit of a battle for the team down here. One look to Kieran Beattie, I think he's done really well to make sure he got through, stayed in that podium position. A lot of hard defending to be done as well, but Will Gibson absolutely storming start for his doing there. Storm happy with that result. Of course, closes the gap slightly on Mark Russell in the championship lead, but let's have a quick chat with Will. Will, great race there for you. You made brilliant progress through the field, better than all your rivals to get up to the lead very early.
Yeah, did a couple of fairly gutsy moves from the outside going down to Raiders, which is kind of do or die, but yeah, no, brilliant car. It's not screaming at me now, so it's a lot happier.
That's better inside, is it?
Oh, just a little bit. It was ridiculously noisy in that first race, and you know, we weren't pushing as hard because I was so nervous it was going to let go. That was all the pace I had. I've got nothing else to give, so yeah, it's great to pick up another win. Back tied with Miles for most wins of the season, so just got 4 more to go this weekend.
Right, you can't even get back.
Well, good afternoon, race fans, and welcome back after the lunch break here on day 1 of Convoy in the Park 2022 here at Donington Park. Slightly overcast, but still warm conditions here at the moment of our Festival of Trucking, but it's endurance racing we look towards next, the MS UK British Endurance Championship. A 2-hour race, 2 mandatory pit stops for each car, and a real variety of cars among the 26 machines that will take the starts of this one. We'll give you the grid very shortly. You'll soon see the cars making their way out onto grid for the rolling starts. I'll tell you, it will be an all Mercedes front row. There are 4 classes in this race. Class A, which is for the GT3 spec cars, or should have 5 cars starting in that division. Class C, which is for the challenge cars there. Now we've got a mixture of Ferraris and Porsches in that division. Class D is for GT4 cars. We've got Mercedes, Aston Martin and Ginetta represented in there. And Class E is for TCR touring cars. Got a couple of Class F cars as well. A Porsche 997 for the McAleer family and the Thompson family's Jaguar F-Type to augment the entry a little further. We would normally have seen Class B as well, but the only Class B car here, the number 19 Blackthorn Lamborghini Super Trofeo car of Claude Beauvais and David McDonald, sadly had an accident in free practice this morning. The drivers are okay, but the car is damaged and will not be racing. Give you the grid in just a moment then, as the marshals make their way out onto grid, the team members as well. In pole position, it will be the number 160 car of Rob Boston Racing. The Mercedes GT3 will be started by Wayne Mars. Tom Jackson will be taking over. Alongside them, another Mercedes GT3 car debuted at the last round on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It will be Hugo Cook, starting that car for the Simpsons Motorsport team. Sasha Caccard will take over. They previously raced a TCR car in one of the lower classes. The second row, number 3 of Johnny McGregor in his Tyrannus. He will drive solo for MacG Racing alongside the number 24 Racelab Lamborghini. Lee Frost will take the start, sharing with Lucky Kera. The third row, number 55, the ING Sports BMW Z4. Kevin Clark starts. Second stint will be Ian Lawson. Third stint, Ryan Lindsay. Alongside them, number 51 of Valuga Racing in their Ferrari 458 Challenge. That's a Class C car. Carl Cavers will start, sharing with Lewis Plato. Very quick driver indeed. On row 4 is the number 9 PB Racing Porsche. Peter Erscheg, the car's owner, will start. Marcus Clutton, British GT star, shares with him. Alongside the RNR Performance cars, number 144 Ferrari. That's the championship leader. Chris Goddard will start that car. second stint, it will be Jamie Stanley making his debut in that car this weekend, and Charlie Hollings will take the third stint. Row 5, number 69, the Bespoke Defenders Porsche. That will be started by Porsche veteran Marcus Fothergill. Second stint will be Dave Bennett. Watch for that car in the third stint when Johnny Molem climbs aboard. A very rapid driver indeed. Alongside them, the Cunninghams in the number 32 SG Racing Porsche. Mark Cunningham will start, sharing with Peter. Row 6, a new car for Venture Innovations, number 21, the first of the Class D GT4 cars. Normally we see their Aston Martin Vulcan out on track, but they've got the Aston GT4 this week. Started by Neville Jones, Matthew George will share. Starting alongside EDF Motorsport, the first of the TCR Class E cars. Ashley Woodman starts, and Martin Byford will share. Row 7, number 50, the MKH Racing Aston Martin. Peter Montague starting, sharing with Stuart Hall. Alongside the Invitation Class D, number 77, Ginetta, run by Motus One. Matt Cherrington, the former Clio racer, will start that car. And welcome back Will Powell, British touring car racer. Former campaigner in the British Endurance Championship in a McLaren. He'll share that car. Row 8 is the other Motus One car. That's the TCR Golf, shared by Stuart Lines and Anton Spires. Stuart Lines will start. Starting alongside number 44 of CTR Alpha Tune with their Cupra TCR. Alex Day starts, sharing with Will Foster. Row 9, the number 87 shared Autosports car. That's George Healer. Driving solo this weekend, no Jonathan Beeston, his regular co-driver. He's in an Audi RS3. Starting alongside the Dragon Sports by Amigo car. That's the Opel Astra TCR, started by Welshman Rhys Lloyd, sharing with Max Coates, the former Clio star. The 10th row, number 63, which is the T4 Motorsports Cupra. Mark Havers will take the start there, sharing with Max Hart, one of the front runners in the TCR UK Championship. Starting alongside Team Brits, great to see their Aston Martin Vantage GT4 out. Chris Overend on his debut in that car will be sharing with Andy Tucker. Chris Overend we saw in action in the Britcar Trophy here at Donington last week. Number 35 is another GT4 car, the Mercedes AMG of Brakel Racing. Grant Dalton starts that car, sharing with James Brakel, starting alongside the other EDF Motorsport car, number 22. The Cupra TCR started by Richard Avery, sharing with Nick Hull. Row 12, number 36 of Team Hard in their Ginetta G55. Josh Hislop starts, sharing with Sam Randon. Alongside number 14, the RVR UK racing car, it's the Macalia family. Mark will start, his son Jake will share with him. That's the first of the Class F cars. Row 13 is the number 40 Jam Sports car. That's in Class E Invitation. That's a TCR Cupra, driven by Simon Tomlinson, long-time Volkswagen racer. Starting alongside number 88 of New Barn Racing, that's the Thompson family in their Jaguar F-Type. Callum will start, Adam will share. And we should have seen the number 19 Blackthorn Lamborghini out there, but as we mentioned, that car had an accident in free practice and will not be starting. What a fine variety of cars we've got here. GT3, GT4, Challenge cars, TCR cars, various other sports and GT cars in between as well for this 2-hour race for the MSUK British Endurance Championship. The points are currently led by the RNR Performance Cars Ferrari of Chris Goddard and Charlie Hollings. They've driven with Bradley Ellis on occasions this year as well, but it's Jamie Stanley, leading GT racer, who steps into that car this weekend in place of Bradley. We've seen Jamie Stanley win races in this series in a Lamborghini with John Seal in the past, so his speed is proven. They sit 3 points clear of the car that's on pole, the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes of Wayne Mars and Tom Jackson. And third in the championship, Carl Cavers and Lewis Plato. There they are in that beautiful Ferrari 458 Challenge for Veluga Racing. Seen them in a Porsche this season as well, a Porsche GT4. Fourth in the points is the Class D leaders, Peter Montague and Stuart Hall with the T7 Motorsport Aston Martin. Behind them, it's the number 36, the Team Hard Ginetta of Josh Hislop. Ray Harris and Michael McPherson have driven that car so far this season. Sam Randon stepping in alongside Josh today. And leading the points in Class E in 9th overall in the championship is the number 94 Motus One team. They've had various drivers this season in that car. Anton Spires and Stuart Lines driving for them today. Matt Cherrington's driven that car as well. He stepped into the number 77 Ginetta, shared with Will Powell, making a comeback. The man who used to drive with Dave Scaramanga in the McLaren last season. To the grid they come then. Here comes the pole sitter, the green, orange and black Mercedes AMG GT3. Joining a similar car on the front row. beautiful Rob Boston racing car has had a couple of wins this season already. Wayne Mars, also a regular Ferrari racer. We've seen him in his 458 Challenge in this series in the past. Been racing in the Ferrari Formula Classic series as well with the 355. He's had a fair number of problems with that car, sadly, this year. Starting alongside the number 92 of Simpsons Motorsports. Hugo Cook starting that car, sharing with Sasha Kakard. We've seen them in their Audi RS3 in the TCR class last season. Another contender will be the BMW number 55, Kevin Clark, the Birmingham-based racer. He's raced BMWs for many years with the ING Sport team. He was out with the BMW M3 in the Brit Car Trophy class here last weekend. Went from last to second in the second race. Ian Lawson and Ryan Lindsay will take turns in that car as well. The pit window opens 20 minutes into this 2-hour race and closes 20 minutes before the end. And in that window, each car has to make a minimum of 2 mandatory pit stops. It will be a rolling start. Looks like all 26 cars are out there. I can't see any gaps. It is the number 144, the blue Ferrari with the Italian tricolour stripe. Chris Compton Goddard, the owner of that machine. He races in the Formula Classic division with a 355, just like Wayne Mars. Here we go then, the green flag rolling lap begins. Simon Tomlinson at the back there in the Jam Sports Cupra, alongside the 88 New Barn Racing Jaguar F-Type. There's the menacing black Lamborghini, Lee Frost and Lucky Kira. We all know what they can do. They've had a couple of wins already in that car. They've won in a McLaren this season as well. Began their careers in BMWs some 5 or 6 years ago now. Lucky Kira, the former Ferrari Challenge UK champion, very, very rapid GT racer indeed. He's done the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. Appeared in the Ginetta GT4 Super Cup along with Lee Frost as well. It's a big field of 26 cars for this Motorsport UK British Endurance Championship race. Good to see Team Brit out there. There's their Aston Martin, number 68. Good to have Chris Overend on board. He'll be making his debut in the British GT Championship soon. Wonderful to see Team Brit moving up through the ranks. Team that helps drivers overcome physical and mental disabilities and handicaps in order to race. Motor racing as rehabilitation. But it's an all-Mercedes front row. Wayne Mars alongside Hugo Cook. They were first and second last time out at Silverstone. Johnny McGregor in the Tyrannus on the second row alongside Lee Frost in the Lamborghini. It's Kevin Clark, BMW. Chris Goddard in the Ferrari. Oh yes, I'm looking forward to this. 2 hours to go here at Donington Park. It's tight at the top of the points between the class leaders. Safety car pulls into pit lane. Watch for the red lights to go out as they come up towards the line. And here we go for 2 hours of endurance racing. Super start by Johnny McGregor in the Tyrannus. He sprints down the inside in the yellow number 3. Is he going to take the lead? It's a poor start by Wayne Mars in the Mercedes. And it's Hugo Cook in the number 92 Simpsons Motorsport car who leads ahead of McGregor. Up the outside goes Lee Frost in the Lamborghini. Kevin Clark gets a wheel on the grass on the inside. There's a couple of cars off into the gravel. The 35 Brakel racing car that is off. Of Grant Dalton. I didn't see who the other one was on the outside as they start to sort themselves out around this opening lap here at Donington Park. We'll find out who we've lost as they come through on the live timing first time around. 35 we know went into the gravel. I think there was another car off on the outside possibly. There is Grant Dalton in the car shared with James Brakel. Start to sort themselves out then around this opening lap. A long way to go. One car, one of the TCR Cupras there, bouncing off the curb on the inside of Coppice Corner. Battle in the midfield. That's the number 21 Mercedes of Neville Jones ahead of the number 50 of Peter Montague, the Class D points leader ahead of a couple of the Cupras. Number 44 driven by Alex Day. That was the car that came off the curb, and we got the safety car out already because of that stranded Mercedes at Redgates. So unfortunately we have lost at least one car already. There is Grant Dalton's number 35 car, the Brakel racing car, its debut in the series. Quite a few newcomers to GT4 out there. We've also lost the number 63, I think it is. Yes, the Mark Havers Max Hart T4 Motorsport Cupra. So that must be the other car that went off. It has come through, but a little way adrift at the back of the field. So that was presumably the other car that went through the gravel. Your leader is Hugo Cook in the Mercedes GT3, ahead of Lee Frost in the Lamborghini and Johnny McGregor in the Taranis. One of only, I think, 3 drivers going solo in this race. George Heeler is one in his Audi RS3. And the other one is the number 40 of Simon Tomlinson in his Cupra. Now, 63 Mark Havers we caught a glimpse of. He is still there. So just the one car we've lost into the gravel at Redgate. There are the leaders. The pole sitter Wayne Mars, not the best of starts there off the rolling getaway. He's down to 4th, just ahead of Kevin Clark's BMW. Decent getaway by the Porsche of Peter Erscheg. He's up to 6th ahead of Carl Caver's Ferrari. Then the Cunninghams in their Porsche. Marcus Fothergill in the Bespoke Defenders, number 69 Porsche. Chris Goddard lost a couple of places off the line there in his Ferrari as well, the championship leader, along with Charlie Hollings, Bradley Ellis, and now Jamie Stanley as well. 4 drivers have competed in that blue Ferrari this season. Is the safety car going to pull in this time? No, it's not. Once those flashing lights on top of the safety car go out, that means it's coming in this lap. Pit window opens when the clock flicks to 1 hour 40 minutes to go. There's number 51 Carl Cavers in that beautiful Ferrari. The Ferrari of Chris Goddard. The class leaders so far, Cook and Cackard, the overall leaders, lead Class A. Class C is led by Peter Erscheg in the white Porsche in 6th place. Class D is led by number 21 of Neville Jones in the Venture Innovations Aston. Class E by Alex Day in the number 44 Cupra. Class F by Mark McAleer, Porsche veteran, in his 997. Under the safety car then here at Donington Park. Hopefully we'll go back to green flag racing this time. The Orange family up at Redgate, our volunteer marshals removing the number 35 Mercedes. Great shame for Grant Dalton and James Brakel. We've also lost the number 36 Ginetta of Josh Hislop and Sam Randon into the pits. The Team Hard car has pulled in. Maybe that was involved as well. There's our leader, Hugo Cook, in that beautiful Mercedes AMG GT3. It looks like we are going to go back to racing this time. The safety car is in, the green flag waves, and we're back underway. Down towards Redgate, Lee Frost in the Lamborghini, looking to try and make a move up the inside, but it is Hugo Cook who holds the lead. Johnny McGregor in 3rd place in the Taranis sports car, the rumbling Chevrolet V8 engine. It's a unique car, that one. Wayne Mars 4th place in the Mercedes. Watch that car fly when pro driver Tom Jackson climbs aboard at the pit stops. Kevin Clark is in 5th position, the 3-man BMW Z4. That's Peter Erscheg, Carl Cavers, Mark Cunningham ahead of Marcus Fothergill and Chris Goddard. Nice little scrap behind them, headed by the Class D leader Neville Jones, showing Matthew George in the Venture Innovations Aston Martin. In the Venture Innovations car there, just ahead of the number 50 car. Peter Montague in behind them. Alex Day in behind them leads Class E. 21 at Mercedes, of course, not an Aston Martin. My apologies there, getting my GC4 cars mixed up. So number 50, that's the Aston Martin. Peter Montague chasing the number 21. There is Neville Jones ahead of Matt George. Here comes the 44 car on the inside of Peter Montague. Alex Day goes through. Trying to follow him is Stuart Lynes, the TCR UK boss, at the wheel of his Cupra. That car was listed as a Golf on the entry list, but it is a Cupra you can see there, shared with Anton Spires, the ex-Renault Clio star. In behind them, the newer shape Cupra TCR, driven by Ashley Woodman, the EDF Motorsports car. On the tail of Peter Montague in the Aston Martin GT4. So you can see how evenly matched the different classes are. Trying to get through on the inside there is George Heeler in the grey Audi RS3 as well. A real frantic battle here further back in the order. The two GT4 cars holding up a whole phalanx of TCR cars. Rhys Lloyd's in there as well, the Welshman in his Opel Astra TCR. Still Hugo Cook that leads, ahead of Lee Frost. There's Chris Goddard, the championship leader in his Ferrari. He's got quite a collection of Ferraris. He used to race a 308 GT4. He's got his 355 as well. Picked up a bit of damage at the recent round of the Ferrari Formula Classic Series at Anglesey. He had a collision with Nicky Paul Barron, another Ferrari veteran. Here is number 44, the Class E leader, Alex Day, going well. Good 11th overall, sharing with William Foster. That's the CTR Alpha Tune car. He's pulled clear now of Stuart Lynes, sharing his Cupra with Anton Spires. Goddard giving chase to Marcus Fothergill, Porsche veteran, sharing with fellow Porsche aficionado Dave Bennett. And they've got their quick driver going third, that's Johnny Molem. Peter Montague and Neville Jones dropping back here, the two GT4 cars further back. Coming up to 10 minutes into this race. 5 laps completed, and Hugo Cook has done the fastest lap, 105.904. He's over 4 seconds clear. He's pulled away from Lee Frost. An impressive drive by young Hugo. Moving up from the Audi RS3 TCR spec car. Number 36 Ginetta, I've just spotted, the pink and green Team Hard car. That's back out a couple of laps down. A couple of Cupras lead an Audi in the battle for second in Class E. Stuart Lynes, number 94. Telecommunications company boss from the West Midlands. Oh, Wayne Mars is dropping down the timing screen, I've just noticed. What's happened to the number 160? Is the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes in trouble? We'll try and pick that up. Yep, he's dropped down the timing screen. He hasn't come through on this lap. There it is, I think. Yes, the Mercedes, I think that is in trouble in the background. And heading into the pits, the 35 cars coming back out as well. Or was that the number 60 car? No, I think that was the number 60, the similarly coloured car. Can only see the very top of it there of Ash Woodman. Okay, I think we've cleared up the problem with the number 160. I think the transponder's not working. That's why it hasn't shown up on the timing screen. I think it was the number 60 car, the similarly coloured machine, that was in problems there in the background. I think that's had a spin coming out of the chicane. As it was in this group, it's dropped away now. The 88 Jaguar F-Type of Callum Thompson has come into the pits. The pit window not yet open, so that's a problem for the Class F runner. Yes, Mars now showing again in 4th place, so it must be a transponder issue for the Mercedes. That Mercedes is dropping back though, the number 21 of Neville Jones. Here's the number 36 Ginetta. We saw that car pit early on. Josh Hislop sharing with Sam Randon, the Team Hard Ginetta. They seem to have representatives in just about every form of British motorsport. Team Hard, Tony Gillam's Barmy Army, some call them. There's that number 60 car recovering after a bit of a moment earlier on. There's the one car in the pits at the moment, the Thompson Jaguar. There goes the leader, Hugo Cook, coming up to lap the 21 of Jones. And there's the number 35 back out. That's the car that ended up in the gravel on the opening lap. Grant Dalton sharing with James Brakel. They've come up from the world of radical racing, among other things, racing it out with the 22 car there at That's Richard Avery, the former Porsche man, in his Cupra. There's the leader, darting through the back markers, leading by nearly 10 seconds now over Lee Frost. There's the Lamborghini, the black machine in second place, almost like a fighter plane without wings, doesn't it, in that black livery. There's third place Johnny McGregor, and Wayne Mars is still there in fourth, so it was a transponder issue. Briefly dropped the Mercedes down the timing screen. Side by side, Richard Avery, Grant Dalton in the 35. Here goes the Cupra. They've got the leader behind them coming up to lap them. The window opens in about 8 minutes' time. Hugo deftly slicing his way through the back markers there. Class leaders, it's Peter Erscheg in 6th place in the white Porsche 911, still leading Class C. Alex Day in 11th still leads Class E. Class F is led by the Macaleers in 15th overall, and Class D for the GT4 cars by Peter Montague in the Aston Martin, 17th overall. There he is, just ahead of the Team Brits. Aston Martin, the Vantage GT4, driven by Chris Overend. It's a former photographer, the wheelchair-bound racer, keen wheelchair tennis player as well. Saw him sharing with James Whitley, the British Paralympic skier, here last time out at Donington, the BMW for Team Brits. We see the colour coding for the 5 classes in this race. No Class B cars, of course, because we lost the only entry in Class B in qualifying, and Lee Frost had to back off there. Free practice, I should say. Lee Frost having to back off there to avoid one of the back markers into the chicane. This little group to get past before he can try and catch up to Hugo Cook, but Hugo leading by nearly 11 seconds as Grant Dalton turns in there, nearly clips the Class D leader Peter Montague. Let's keep an eye on their mirrors here, because Lee Frost is closing up on them. The former BMW and Ginetta racer in the Lamborghini slices past the number 68 of Chris Overend, second in the GT4 class, effectively Class D. Fighting with Peter Montague, the 2 Aston Martins. Lamborghini, the GT3 car, much quicker. And McGregor's Taranis, much quicker as well, slicing its way through the back markers. There's a good battle going on further back. Carl Cavers has got Mark Cunningham's Porsche on his tail. There's the pole sitter, Wayne Mars. Runs a fruit and vegetable company based down near London. Ruing a slightly poor start here, back in 4th place. And I'm sure Tom Jackson will recover that after the first round. It's just over 5 minutes away, the pit window opening. Here's the number 77 Ginetta. Good to see the Motus One car out there. That's running in Class D Invitation, driven by Matt Cherrington, who we saw racing a Clio in the Brit Car Trophy last season. Sharing here with Will Powell. Good to have him back in the championship. Wayne Mars is closing up on Johnny McGregor. And I think for the first time during this race we can hand down to our pit reporter Matt Suckling down in pit lane.
Yeah, we're down here in the pit lane with the number 35 machine, the Mercedes, which we lost through Redgate on the first lap. James Brakell, who is one of the drivers. James, not the start to the race you wanted. Do you know what happened down at turn 1?
I think he just got punted off by one of the other cars. It's quite a big grid, so it's quite tight down there. There's a bit of a dent in the door, but you know, he got into gravel. Main thing is we're back in the race.
It's always the same case, though, isn't it? It's a 2-hour race, and everyone kind of barrels into the first corner.
Yeah, schoolboy errors, I think, by a lot of people, but you know, it's one of those things. It's racing. First corner incidents happen all the time. Just thankfully we're back in the race.
Yeah, you got the car in, you've put some new tyres on it, so hopefully you can come good at the end.
Yeah, definitely. Might alter the strategy a little bit, but yeah, we'll keep battling till the end.
James, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back and we've lost a couple of cars up there. That's Rhys Lloyd. So it looks like he's blown the engine in the Opel Astra TCR, and we saw somebody skating off, presumably on oil from that car, just as we were about to come back in there. Yep, that's car 60, Ashley Woodman. I thought I saw somebody going off in the background. He's in the gravel at Redgate. That's presumably on oil from Rhys Lloyd's car, because clouds of smoke from the Astra. That's out of the race. So a couple of TCR cars in trouble from Class E. Rhys Lloyd, the Welshman, out of the car. I think he's signalling for marshals there. That's I hope that car's not on fire. Ashley Woodman we saw go into the gravel. So that's another of the leading contenders in Class E in trouble. Are they going to try and get him going here? And sharing with ex-BTCC man Martin Byford for EDF Motorsports. Rhys Lloyd signalling for assistance there. There goes our leader. Hugo Cook is now leading by nearly 21 seconds. That's an enormous margin. Lee Frost still second. He's 5.5 seconds clear of Mars, who's now third ahead of McGregor, and not surprisingly, the safety car is coming out. Safety car again because of that incident with Rhys Lloyd, I presume, up at the exit of Redgates towards the Craner curves. He's parked on the infield. There's our second place man, Lee Frost, just in behind Stuart Lines and Callum Thompson in the Jaguars back out after a pit stop early on to fix a problem. All 26 cars were still running just before that incident, so we've lost, I'm fairly certain, the first car from the race. I don't think Rhys Lloyd's going to rejoin. That Astra going up in smoke, sadly. Saw him take a win at Silverstone earlier this year when the Snetterton Saloons had a guest appearance. With the Welshman out of this one, sharing that car, scheduled to share that car with Max Coates. Very quick saloon car racer. Sadly, he's not going to get the chance to drive. And this safety car may take us into the pit window, because there's less than 2 minutes before the window opens. I think Ash Woodman's rejoining up there from the gravel, having been helped by the volunteer marshals. There's our leader, the number 92 Mercedes. Everybody's going to form up single file behind our safety cars. It's going to allow the pack the chance to catch him up. Because there may well be some oil to clear up. Which car's been picked up? The number 63, that's Mark Havers in his Cupra TCR, the Porsche of Marcus Fothergill behind that. Mark Havers currently in 20th place. The Porsche behind him is 9th. Then we've got the number 40. That's Simon Tomlinson in the Jam Sport Cupra. Our leader quite a way down the line at the moment, so we'll see what's going to happen here. Pit window is not yet open. Another 40 seconds or so as the leaders come round. I don't think anybody's going to come in on this lap. We saw that Wayne Mars had got through into third place, so just there in the background, he's just got ahead of Johnny McGregor before the safety car in the Tyrannus. Behind them, Kevin Clark in the BMW Z4 is 5th. 6th behind them, Peter Erscheg in his Porsche. 7th is Carl Cavers in the red Ferrari 458 Challenge. 8th is the Cunningham Porsche, there they are. It's behind Peter Erscheg now. Mark Cunningham in the yellow Porsche. Marcus Fothergill is 9th, he's just behind the safety car. But Fothergill is going to lose out here because he's nearly a lap behind everyone else. And as is Chris Goddard, who's only 5th in Class C at the moment. Class C being led by Peter Erscheg, ahead of Cavers, Cunningham and Fothergill. The pit window is now open. Ash Woodman has brought the Cupra TCR in. The safety car now waving cars through to pick up the leader, which I think it has just done. So a few back markers between first and second place here, but the gap's been reduced from 20 seconds to just under 5 when they crossed the line last time through. And I suspect if the safety car stays out this time, the whole field's going to dive for the pit lane. Wait to see what's happening up at Redgate though, and towards the top of the Craner curves, whether there's oil being cleared up there from Reece Lloyd's Opel Astra. The lights are still on atop the safety car. There's that number 87 Audi of George Healer. Not seen that car in the championship this year. Normally shares a Golf with Jonathan Beeson. That Golf was here in testing yesterday, so they must have had problems with it. Safety car still out. Yes, we are seeing cars dive in. Wayne Mars coming in to hand over to Tom Jackson. One of the Cupras in as well. Chris Goddard's brought his Ferrari in. Stuart Lyons coming in to hand over to Anton Spires. That's the Maximum Motorsports number 94 car in association with Motus One. And the blue Ferrari is in. Peter Montague, number 50, with his Aston Martin, handing over to Stuart Hall. Team Brit are in as well. Chris Overin will hand over to Andy Tucker. Quite a few taking advantage of the safety car period, but only one of the real front runners overall. Wayne Mars coming in to pass the Mercedes GT3 of Rob Boston Racing over to Tom Jackson. Still Hugo Cook with the lead. There's the Lamborghini in second place, the Tyrannus third. Kevin Clark now fourth in the BMW. To fifth will be Peter Erscheg. He leads Class C with his Porsche. Hopefully we're back to green this time. Looks like the marshals have dealt with Reece Lloyd and the Opel Astra. Lights still on the top of the Kia safety car at the moment. Three back markers, a Cupra, an Audi and a Jaguar between Hugo Cook and Lee Frost. The safety car stays out another lap, which I don't think it's going to. I was going to say we could see some more cars come in, but I think we're going back to green flag racing this time. Indeed we are. The safety car comes in, and with 1 hour 36 minutes left, we're back underway. Hugo Cook powers away in the Mercedes down into Redgate for the Simpsons Motorsport team. They can't pass until the timing line, of course, so we'll wait to see what Lee Frost does here. If he's going to dive past the back markers straight away, he should do with the Lamborghini. He's been held back there on that restart because he couldn't pass the back markers down the straights. So wait until the start finish line. That's allowed Hugo Cook to get away once again. The Mercedes still in the pit lane. Any other pit takers this time? Simon Tomlinson has come in with the number 40 car. I think Lee Frost has come in as well. Yes, he has. That's why he hasn't gone past the back markers, because the Lambo had come into the pit lane just out of our sight there. So Frost will hand over to Lucky Kera. Very, very quick GT racer indeed. Some tipping him as a Le Mans star of the future. Well, Hugo Cook is away on his own in the Mercedes. See what his lead is this time through. It will be Johnny McGregor who comes through in second place. There's the Tyrannus ahead of Kevin Clark in the BMW. The lead is 8.2 seconds now for Hugo Cook as McGregor tries to move past the TCR cars. Down the Craner curves they go. On the inside of George Healer's Audi, he gets through. Next ahead of him, I think it's the 44 car of Alex Day, who was in the lead of Class E. We'll check if he still is. Yes, he is. There's Kevin Clark in third in the BMW, so you can see that the quicker Class A cars have already lapped up to around 10th place. It's Erscheg fourth, Cunningham fifth. Sixth position Carl Cavers with the Ferrari. You lose a couple of laps with a pit stop in this event, with the minimum pit stop time 2 minutes. Impressive performance from Hugo Cook, continuing to stretch his lead. It was 8.2 seconds. We'll see what it is as Johnny Mack crosses the line. It's now 12 seconds Mercedes nearly 4 seconds a lap quicker than the Tyrannus. Has the car of Tom Jackson rejoined? Yes, it has. So I reckon overall victory, it's between the two Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 cars here. If they run without problem, I can't really see them being beaten. Lucky Kera's rejoined as Mark Cunningham goes side by side with George Healer down the Craner curve. Just say on the graphics, Jonathan Beeson for that car, but it is George Healer driving solo in the Audi RS3. Over 90 minutes to go. It's MS UK British Endurance Championship race. Hugo Cook leads from Johnny McGregor, Kevin Clark in the BMW Z4, Peter Erscheg in the Porsche. Erscheg leading Class C. Alex Day is now up to 8th overall in the Cupra share with Will Foster. He leads Class E for the TCR cars. Class C is led by Erscheg, Class F by the Macalea family in their Porsche. Class D for the GT4 cars is led by Matt Cherrington in the Ginetta. He leads the number 21 car of Neville Jones, the Mercedes. Third in Class D is the Tucker Overend Aston Martin, the Team Brits machine. Then there's Carl Cavers in the Ferrari, shared with Lewis Plato, a very, very quick racer indeed. Kevin Clark is now right with McGregor for second place. They lap one of the Cupras there. Any further pit callers at the moment? Doesn't look like it. Thompson Jaguar has come back in again. That's for a mandatory stop this time. They stopped early with a problem. Here comes the second place fight through Coppice. There goes the leader. There's number 50, one of the championship pace setters. That's the leader in Class D in the points, 4th overall. Peter Montague, sharing with Stuart Hall. They're currently only 4th in class though, 20th overall. Wouldn't be surprised if we see the BMW come in the next few minutes. Kevin Clark. In about 5 or 10 minutes time to hand over to Ian Lawson. Give all three drivers an equal stint. It's Peter Erscheg staying ahead of the similar Porsche of Mark Cunningham. Clark still chasing Johnny McGregor, hasn't been able to get past the Tyrannus as yet. Saw that car take one win last season. Here's Peter Erscheg, competed in the lower classes with a Porsche Cayman last year before purchasing this 911. Showing with Marcus Clutton. This is McLaren's in the British GT Championship, used to be very successful in radical sports cars. There's the Cunninghams behind them, another Porsche veteran team. Then a gap back to Carl Cavers in 6th place in the Ferrari. The number 160 Mercedes, up until you rejoined in 15th place. They also wanted to get Tom Jackson in early. Only a couple of other cars have been in so far. Chris Goddard has been in. I believe it's Charlie Hollings that is now on board that car. Double check the driver order I was given earlier. No, it's Jamie Stanley, sorry, on board the 144 Ferrari. Jackson has just gone ahead of that car up into 13th place in the number 160 Mercedes. Lucky Kera is in 17th place. Now the front runners that have stopped so far. Kevin Clark, meantime, I can tell you, has got ahead of the Tyrannus, which is slowing down. That's the reason. Johnny McGregor's in trouble. Now, is that car down its front end? Yeah, I think he's got a puncture. Johnny McGregor. Look at the left front. Or the steering might be broken. Yeah, there's definitely some damage there. Look, that car skewing its way home. Oh, the suspension's collapsed. It's not a puncture. The front suspension has collapsed on the Tyrannus. Fortunately, he hasn't got far to go to the pit lane. In comes Johnny McGregor. That's a podium position gone. There's the two Mercedes together. A lap apart on time, but together on the track. Hugo Cook up the inside. Tom Jackson just about gives him room. The 160 car is 2 laps down. I said you lose about 2 laps when you make a pit stop in this race. Hugo Cook continues to lead, but I think that's going to be end of game for Johnny McGregor, sadly. Collapsed front suspension could well put the Tyrannus out of the race. Great shame, because he's on his local circuit today, Johnny Mack. Place just up the road from Donington. A couple of other cars in the pits. The Thompson Jaguar is still in, the Jaguar F-Type. Also the Woodman and Byford Seat Cupra TCR that we saw in the gravel earlier on, the EDF Motorsports car. The Cunningham Porsche has come in as well. I think that's for a mandatory stop. Mark and Peter Cunningham from 4th place. Tom Jackson tries to recoup ground after the early stop by Wayne Mars. Mars has done the work, now he can have a rest, and it's Tom Jackson's turn to play. Yes, I know. I'm here for the next 1 hour, 27 minutes. There's the number 94, that's the Maximum Networks car. Stuart Lyne's business, Stuart sharing with Anton Spires. It's Anton that's climbed aboard that machine now, I believe, at the pit stop. It is Jackson and Mars, the leading car that has stopped ahead of the Ferrari of Jamie Stanley now on board, the 144. Third of the cars that stopped is Lucky Kera in the Lamborghini, a few places further back in 17th. Montague and Hall Aston has made its mandatory stop. A few cars leaving it a bit longer though, including our leader Hugo Cook, showing with Sasha Kakard. See what the gap is over Kevin Clark in the BMW in 2nd place as they come through this time. Hugo Cook has done the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 5.418. He's got a very clear lead over Kevin Clark. Peter Erscheg now 3rd in the Porsche. Carl Cavers in the Ferrari 4th because the Cunninghams have stopped. Of course, we've lost Johnny McGregor. Leader goes round towards Schwantz Curve. Kevin Clark is nearly 35 seconds down now on our race leader. It's clear that the Mercedes AMG GT3 cars are the class of the field here at Donington Park. He finished 1st and 2nd last time out at Silverstone. It was Mars and Jackson for Rob Boston Racing who won on that occasion. Here comes Peter Cunningham out of the pits in the family Porsche. Stuart Hall go past him in the Aston. Still leading Class E, I can tell you, is Alex Day, sharing with Will Foster, the CTR Alpha Tune Cup. Porsche rejoining there just in front of Lucky Kera in the Lamborghini who breezes by. Two leading cars that had stopped, Jackson Mars and Jamie Stanley in Chris Goddard's Ferrari, are now up to 8th and 9th. They're separated by 3 seconds. Ferrari, of course, a Class C car. It's looking good for Tom Jackson here at the moment. We'll see what happens when the others ahead of him stop. There's a couple of cars that have already stopped. Lucky Kera ahead of Stuart Hall. Behind them is Peter Cunningham. Cunningham behind the Lamborghini when everything cycles through. A successful year for Lee Frost and Lucky Kera. Had a couple of wins in both the Lamborghini and the McLaren for 76 Racing. They're down in 20th in the points though, they've not competed in every round. by side there, Peter Ersheg lapping one of the Cupras. Cunningham's even lower down the table, they're only 31st in the championship at the moment. Peter Ersheg and Marcus Kluck the 21st. You say the points leaders in Class C is the blue Ferrari, the R&R Performance Cars Ferrari, which leads the championship overall. 1 hour 23 minutes of this 2-hour event to go. There's the number 60 car back out of Ash Woodman and Martin Byford. I believe it's Martin on board now. Patched back together by the EDF Motorsports team after it's off earlier on at Redgate. Porsche and Ersheg about to lap it. But of the cars that have stopped, Tom Jackson was pulling away from Jamie Stanley by just over 3 seconds last time around. It's 4 seconds now. Still your leader is Cook ahead of Clark by a long gap. This is the third place man, Peter Ersheg, leading Class C. Carl Cavers, Marcus Fothergill, Alex Day in 6th, the Class E leader. 7th, it's George Heeler's Audi. And we've got Tom Jackson, the first car that has stopped. They have to make another stop later on. Minimum of 2 mandatory pit stops. Matt Cherrington's going well in 10th in the green and white Motor Swan Ginetta. They're leading Class D. Mark McAleer behind him is leading Class F. Carl Cavers just ahead of the Lamborghini. Cavers in 4th place. Lucky Kera is 13th. Trying to unlap himself here. Carl Cavers has yet to stop. Hand over to the very quick Lewis Plato, champion in Radicals, a race winner in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB as well. Lucky Kera's having a hard time getting through here. Ferrari is so busy attacking Martin Byford's Cupra that he's not getting out of the way. He nearly got a little more than in Lucky Kera's way there. There was almost contact. This time Kera will get through. They've got the leader behind them. There's Hugo Cook. Trying to slide their way past Martin Byford at the same time. Not ideal at the chicane with the Cupra. It's met him at the wrong place there. Flashing the lights, Hugo Cook to warn the back markers he's there. Carl Cavers and Martin Byford move aside. There's Peter Ersheg as well in 3rd place. He's not far off being lapped by the flying Hugo Cook. Could he take his first win along with Sasha Cackard in the MSUK British Endurance Championship? There's the Lamborghini. There's the Mercedes. I think still having a hard time getting past Carl Cavers. I think he's finally done it. Yes, he has. Next, he's got a lap Lucky Kera. And Peter Ersheg, who's in a podium position at the moment. Marcus Fothergill has brought his Porsche in, I can tell you, number 69. So hand over to Dave Bennett for that car's 2nd stint. I suspect we'll see Kevin Clark in shortly as well, because there's 1 hour 20 just under of the race to go. Hugo Cook setting a perfect pace at runs. He's lapping in the high 1:07s that time through, but of course he was a bit delayed getting past the back markers. No further pit callers further back yet. Of course, Johnny McGregor and Thompson still in the pits. Looks like they could be out of the race. Just over 40 minutes gone. And just over 30 laps completed, but we can't use that as a measure of total number of laps we're going to get, because of course we've had a couple of safety car periods to slow things down. Here is Tom Jackson. Now, where's he got back up to? He's up to 6th now. It'll soon become 5th because Marcus Fothergill has pitted with the Porsche. Leader about to lap Lucky Kera, who's 13th in the Lamborghini. Should have seen 2 Lamborghinis on the grid, but the Beauvais McDonald example was damaged in practice. Down to the old head. There's the championship leader, the 144 Ferrari. Here's Stuart Hall under fire. It's the Audi behind him of George Heeler. There's a battle between 2 Ginettas. The number 77, has that been into the pits yet? No, it hasn't, so it's Matt Sherrington on board. And the 36 of Josh Hislop, that had problems on the opening lap. Still running down 21st place. Over 1.25 hours to go. Soon be at half distance. This race flying by despite the safety car periods. Kevin Clark's BMW has come into the pits, so it'll be Ian Lawson taking over, and the leader has come in as well. So Hugo Cook has come in, Sasha Kakard will take over. Now the leaders starting to make their stops as we make our way towards half distance. Peter Ersheg has stayed out, so he should take the lead of this race. He's just over a second clear of Carl Cavers in the Ferrari. There they are, coming down the Craner curves. So unless they come in this time, they will be first and second, the 2 Class C cars. The Class A cars will have all made their stops, with the exception of Johnny McGregor, of course, who is sadly out of the race. There's your Class leaders. Class E is now being led by the Audi of George Heeler, taken the lead from Alex Day. They have both yet to stop. Class F being led by the Macaleas, because I think they're the only car left running in Class F now. The Jaguar, I think, is out. Very sadly, the F-Type. So Hugo Cook is in pit lane. Peter Ersheg is only just ahead of Carl Cavers. Could the Valuga Racing Ferrari take the lead here? For our leaders, there they are, coming down the Craner curves in the background. The Ferrari is right with the Porsche now. There's a Cupra ahead of them. I think it's the number 40 of Simon Tomlinson. Yes, here they come, nose to tail. These two will be taking the lead now that Hugo Cook has pitted. There is the white Porsche, the red Ferrari 458 Challenge, showing a second and third on timing, but we know that Hugo Cook has come into the pits to hand over to Sasha Kakard. Ian Lawson has rejoined, I can tell you, in the BMW Z4. Carl Cavers having a look as they come down into the chicane, or is he going to be into the pits this time to hand over to Lewis Plato? Depends what the strategy is from the Valuga Racing squad. Peter Ersheg leads, but only by just over a quarter of a second. from Carl Cavers. They lap the number 35 Mercedes of Grant Dalton, who had that spin into the gravel earlier on. I believe it's Dalton still on board. So that car's only made one pit stop, and that was outside the window, so it will be Grant Dalton still in there. Put a lap on Mark McAleer's Porsche as well, still leading Class F. It's Porsche from Ferrari. And it will be Mercedes. Looks as though Tom Jackson is there behind them. Now, how far behind Carl Cavers is he? We'll see this time through once the timing screen corrects itself. As Carl Cavers is having a look here. Is he going to be able to take the lead away from Peter Erscheg, or is he going to dive for the pit lane? Peter Erscheg, the ex-Porsche Cayman racer. That car took some damage earlier this year at Alton Park. The Porsche was involved in a collision with Lucky Kira's Lamborghini. Peter Erscheg just about holding on ahead of Cavers. They're nose to tail. Sasha Caccard has rejoined in the Mercedes that was leading. Jackson is only a few seconds behind these two, and his last lap was some 2.5 seconds quicker. See if we can see the Mercedes in the background. There he is. Tom Jackson, number 160, is catching our two leaders. They have both yet to stop, so it's only a matter of time before Tom Jackson in the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 takes the lead. There's Jamie Stanley in 5th place now at the wheel of the blue Ferrari. Brought in as a replacement for Bradley Ellis this weekend. Here is Tom Jackson, being taken over the Merc from Wayne Mars. Neither of the two leaders come in this time. Nope, they're still nose to tail. I think Caccard has managed to rejoin. We'll see what it's like through. Yes, Caccard is still 3rd. Jackson 4th. Two Mercedes, they're separated by about 11 seconds. They're a lap down on these two, but they haven't pitted yet. So that's going to be the lead gap between the two Mercedes. Sasha Caccard 11.3 seconds ahead of Tom Jackson. Stanley is 5th. Ian Lawson has rejoined in 6th in the BMW. It's George Heeler 7th in the Audi. There goes Team Brits. Chris Overin still going strong. Mark Havers has pitted with the number 63 Cupra. Max Hart, regular race winner in TCR UK, will take over. Here's the Porsche with Dave Bennett on board, and there is our leader. Beautiful rumble of the Mercedes AMG GT3 as he heads towards the Craner Curves, what with a 40th time in this 2-hour race. And we're not yet at halfway. There are the two leaders on the road. The de facto race leader, though, is Caccard, because these two haven't pitted yet. Coming up on Peter Cunningham's Porsche. They're going to move aside and let them through. There's Sasha Caccard. Now he's up at Coppice, so quite a way behind our leaders, about 1.5 laps down on them. That shows how much time you lose with your mandatory pit stop. Over the line goes Caccard. He's just under a minute down, so near enough a lap on the two leaders. Still yet to come in. And towards the end of lap 40 now. Erscheg comes through. Cavers has pitted, so the Ferrari has come in. So Luis Plato is going to take over. Caccard will gain another place up to 2nd, and Tom Jackson has come back into the pits. Now they only need 2 mandatory pit stops. Tom Jackson hasn't been out there that long. Is that a problem for the 160 car? There's fuel going in, I think, on the 160. I could see there. Try and get our pit reporter to find out what's gone on. Tom Jackson was closing on the leaders. The car's making stops further back. Peter Montague and Stuart Hall are in for a second time, as are Hislop and Random, but that'll be that car's first mandatory stop. Maybe Montague and Hall are making their pit stops close together. A driver can't do more than 60% of the race distance, as we mentioned earlier, so whether plan to leave Tom Jackson in the car for the rest of the race. Whether they've got the time to do that, I'm not sure. One hour, 7 minutes of this race to go then. There's the battle of the Cupras. Simon Tomlinson chasing the number 22. Mercedes AMG GT3. Hopefully we'll be able to find out why that car made a second stop fairly quickly after its last one. Still Peter Erscheg leads in the Porsche. There's Lucky Kera, he's now back up to 5th in the Lamborghini. Ian Lawson behind him in 6th. Looks like they've got Sasha Caccard behind them about to lap. There is the number 92. Yes, he has just passed Ian Lawson in the BMW Z4, the ING Sport machine. Down the exhibition straight towards the chicane once again. 42nd time for Sasha Caccard. Peter Erscheg has not stopped, neither has George Healer. The Day Foster Cupra, the Macaleas and the Hull Avery Cupra. Everybody else has now made a stop. There's one of the Cupras coming in. That's the Havers Hart car, so Max Hart coming back in. Okay, we can hand down to the pit lane, I'm told now, where our interviewer is down with the Rob Boston Racing crew of car number 116, the Mercedes, and can give us an update.
Thanks very much, Dave. Yeah, down here in the pit lane with Wayne Mars, who's just jumped out of the Mercedes. He's just going to get himself sorted after a very hot stint within the car. But Wayne, I think, very thoroughly enjoyed that race, so we'll see if we can just grab his attention whilst he gets himself sorted and gets his suit on, as it should be. But well done, Mark. Well done, Wayne. Great job there for you. Thoroughly enjoyable stint, I'm sure. How was that for you?
It was good fun, but I made a couple of mistakes. I'm a bit disappointed with myself, so. But you know, we've got a pit stop out the way, and hopefully we can make up a bit of time now. So I don't know the situation. I've literally just got out of the car and grabbed the drink. So
is that both your stints done in Tom till the end?
Yeah. I've done all mine now. So they kept me out. I just come in and done the pit stop, stayed in the car, and then off I've gone again. So the second half was a little bit better than the first half. I got tagged a couple of times in the first lap, and then I run wide as well. So I made a couple of mistakes. But I didn't feel very well today, so that's my excuse.
That's your excuse. You're doing well though, because I think at the beginning of the season it was hard work. Now you've just done a full stint. You look absolutely fine.
Yeah, to be honest, it's not the stint. It's not the stint just getting the best out of the car. And I've got in the car today a completely new setup. I've never driven it, so it wasn't quite how I liked it either. But we're in it. I've done my laps. Getting an early pit stop and Tom in the car was quick. We can make up for it.
And now we're coming towards the end of the season, only this round and one more to come. You're in a good position in the championship, aren't you?
We are, but it all depends on how it goes today. We needed a win and the fastest lap. I don't know if we'll get that now, because we got another 20 seconds as well in the pit stop. But then so is Lucky, and so is Hugo. So I don't know. Anyone's game, isn't it? And not only that, the last race someone can win it, so it don't make no difference really.
Wayne, great job, nice to talk to you.
Brilliant, thank you. See you later.
There we go, Dave, back to you.
So that's the reason for the two stops close together. Thank you, Matt. So Wayne Mars stayed in the car after the first stop, and now the driver change has taken place. We thought that had taken place at the first stop, and that was not the case, it turned out. So at the second stop they changed drivers, and now it's Tom Jackson on board. We didn't see the full stop initially the first time the car came in. That clears that up, thanks to Matt Suckling down in the pit lane today. There's the number 60 Cupra, front corner rather, taped together after it went off earlier on. It's battling with the Cunningham Porsche. The Lucky Carer Lee Frost Lamborghini has come in for a second stop. We say, having not seen some of these stops, we don't know for certain if drivers have swapped over. The only ones we can say for certain are the drivers, are the cars crewed by 3 drivers. Still your leader is Peter Erscheg in the Porsche. Has yet to stop to hand over to Marcus Clutton. He leads from Sasha Kakard in the number 92 Mercedes AMG GT3. Just over 1 hour of this race to go. There goes the Mercedes. Will have dropped down to around 9th place now. It's the blue Ferrari third. Jamie Stanley on board. And the Lamborghini was 4th. That has now come in, so it's the BMW back up into 4th place of Ian Lawson. Still leading Class E is George Healer in the Audi. In comes Mark McAleer's Porsche. That, I think, it's its first stop. Yes, it is. McAleer Jr. Jake will take over. And the leader is in. Peter Erscheg has brought the Porsche in. So Peter Erscheg comes in. That means that the number 92 Mercedes is going to retake the lead. So all the front runners, barring George Healer's Audi, have now stopped. Anybody else yet to stop? No, everybody who's running has now made at least one pit stop, with the exception of George Healer in the Audi RS3. He's leaving it a little later to make his first stop. It's number 144 Ferrari. Still running in 3rd overall. 40 seconds back on the Mercedes though, of Sasha Kakard and Hugo Cook. Stanley, who's won races sharing a Lamborghini with John Seal over the last couple of years. As the Mercedes retakes the lead, number 92. Here comes the Team Brit Aston Martin with Andy Tucker now on board. That is the number 22 Cupra of Avery and Hull. Behind them, that will be Lewis Plato, I think, at the wheel of the number 51 Ferrari now. Car running in 7th place. So the gap between Kakard and the blue Ferrari of Stanley is 40.6 seconds. That's for the lead of the race at the moment. They've both made one stop. Wait and see where the white Porsche slots back in. Should be in around 7th or 8th place, I would think, because it'll be together with this car, the Cabers Plato Ferrari, I would wager. So past half distance, and it is Cook and Kakard who lead. Goddard, Hollings and Stanley in the Ferrari. There's the blue Ferrari. in second place. Ersheg and Clutton are third. Lawson, Clark and Lindsay's BMW is fourth. George Healer in the Audi RS3 is in fifth. Then the Jackson and Mars Mercedes. As that double pit stop strategy played into their hands, we shall wait and see. Cavers and Plato are 7th. Anton Spires and Stuart Lines in 8th place with their Cupra. The Lamborghini is 9th, Lucky Kira and Lee Frost. And rounding out the top 10, the Cunninghams in their Porsche. A little bit of a slide there from the Ferrari through red gates. Dropping back from Sasha Caccard and Hugo Cook's Mercedes, now some 43.5 seconds in arrears. This is a Class C Challenge spec car, designed for one make racing rather than out-and-out GT racing. The top class cars are GT3s. Into the second half now of this MS UK British Endurance Championship event here at Donington Park. Leader will be completing 50 laps shortly. Still just George Healer to make his first mandatory stop. He's in 4th place now, the Audi. Here's the number 21 Mercedes. Jones and George car. A slow start for that car, but it's now battling with Team Brits. Andy Tucker and Chris Overin in that car. We normally see Andy joined by Luke Pound. Chris Overin getting some laps in ahead of his upcoming British GT debut. Well, there's the Porsche back out. It's the number 9. I believe that's Marcus Clutton now on board that machine. So watch that Porsche fly back up the order. There behind him is the Audi. Stuart Hall's Aston Martin, the number 35 Mercedes as well. Just made its second stop, that number 35 car, so I'd imagine it's James Brakel who's taken over. Number 69 Porsche of Fothergill, Bennett and Molam is back in. I imagine they're going to put Johnny Molam in that car, give him as long a stint as possible. We know how quick Johnny Molam is. Raced everything in sports cars up to and including Le Mans. There's the number 9 with Marcus Clutton aboard. Number 144 car has come in as well. They're probably going to put Charlie Hollings in for a long stint. Hollings more familiar with the car, he's a pro driver. Could the blue Ferrari get an overall podium here? A class win is their minimum aim. They lead Class C, Class E it's Healer's Audi. Class D it's Will Powell and Matt Cherrington's Ginetta. Class F it's the McAleers because the Jaguar of the Thompsons out of the race. See what the lead gap is. This is the battle for second place now, with Marcus Clutton reeling in Ian Lawson's BMW, and he really is reeling him in. Look at him, it's like he has gone in on the end of a fishing line there, where he pulls up to the back of the BMW. He's going to go through, surely down the Wheatcroft Straight here, side by side across the line. As the Audi finally comes into the pits. There's our race leader. We haven't forgotten about Hugo Cook and Sasha Caccard. See what their pit strategy is, though, the number 92 Simpsons Motorsports team. Let's see if either Ersheg and Ian Lawson did swap places there. It looks to me like they had. The other Mercedes. There's the Lamborghini in the background as well, with Lucky Kira on board. They've made 2 stops now. There's our leader coming up towards Coppice. The Audi, the last car to make its first stop. Several have already made their second. Coming up to lap one of the Cupras. There's a bit of, is that bodywork or is that rubber? Shredded on the Wheatcroft straight. So somebody had a tyre blow. Whether that's from Johnny McGregor's car from earlier on. Number 44, the Day Foster car is in for its second stop. The BMW has come in. I imagine they're putting Ryan Lindsay in that car for the final stints. Another Cupra that's been in the pits for some time is the number 40 of Simon Tomlinson, the Jam Sport car. Looks like problems for him. Listed as 13 laps down on the timing. And there's a slow Cupra. The Ferrari just getting past it there. And the wipers are going on that Cupra. Is it raining out there? That's the 94 car slowing up. No, the sun's still out at Redgate. Wondering there for a second. I thought we might be having a few drops of rain. So the number 94 Cupra of Anton Spires and Stuart Lines seemingly in problems there. The Lamborghini made 2 places on that last lap. Lucky Kira and Lee Frost getting ahead of the Cavers Plato Ferrari and the Healer Audi. So the BMW Z4, number 55, is back in the pits. There's the blue Ferrari. That's in 5th overall. Waiting to see where everything's going to cycle through with a few cars having made pit stops. There's Marcus Clutton. Another aircraft goes over to East Midlands Airport. Cook and Caccard Mercedes now a couple of laps clear. All depends on their second pit stop now, I suppose. Jackson and Mars in third. They've made their 2 stops. I imagine Tom Jackson is now out there for the duration because Wayne Mars stayed in at the first stop. That's the blue Ferrari, number 144. Charlie Hollings, I think, now on board. Then the Kira Frost Lamborghini. 6th, it's the BMW Z4. It's just been in for another stop. Pavers and Plato in for their second stop. That'll be Lewis Plato, I would think, to run through to the end in that car. Then the Cunningham Porsche. George Healer is 9th, still leading Class E. The leaders of Class D are into the top 10. Will Powell and Matt Cherrington in the Ginetta. Number 21 Mercedes, newcomer to the series this weekend, Neville Jones and Matthew George. Car number 35 has been given a drive-through penalty. That's the Brakel Racing Mercedes. Not a happy race for them. They had an off on the first corner, and now James Brakel and Grant Dalton have got a drive-through penalty. We have not been informed of the reason for that. Presumably a pit stop infringement. .49 minutes of this race to go. It's Mercedes first and third. Now Jackson is 28.8 seconds behind Marcus Clutton. He's not catching the Porsche. There is the Mercedes. Ferrari of Charlie Hollings is fourth. The Kara Frost Lamborghini, then the BMW Z4. with presumably Ryan Lindsay on board now. Then the Cunninghams, George Healer, Powell, Cherrington, Ginetta. Second in Class E, it's the Hull and Avery Cupra. The Montague and Hall Aston is lapped by Tom Jackson. There's that bit of rubber flying up into the air, whether it's rubber or plastic. Cook and Kakar continue to lead by 2 clear laps of Donington Park. They have got to make another stop though, as has the Ursheg and Clutton car. X4 cars have all made 2 stops. So Beeson's got to come in again, so have Powell and Cherrington, the leaders of Class D, who are now 8th overall. Cunningham's, Hull and Avery have as well. Fothergill, Bennett and Molam already made 2 stops, and the safety car's coming out. I saw a yellow flag there coming out of Coppice. I was about to say, is somebody off at the chicane, but we've got a safety car being deployed. Now, what's the reason for that? Try and pick that up in a moment. There's the leader, Hugo Cook and Sasha Kakard. Need to try and fathom the reason for the safety car. There is the safety car. It's picked up the Cunningham Porsche. Safety car out for the 3rd time in this 2-hour race. At present, we know not why. Let's look at the timing screen. Have we lost anybody? Can't see anything untoward. Nobody dropping away down the timing screen. The Cavers Plato Ferrari is still in the pit lane, and he's now listed as 8 laps down. So I think that car's got a problem. They were fighting for a podium place at one stage. Main focus at the moment, just trying to find the reason for the safety car. We're not sure at the moment. I think it might be somebody off at the chicane. George Healer's brought the Audi in for its 2nd stop, so making his 2 pit stops close together. Doesn't have to worry about driver changes, of course. He's driving solo. Looks like the safety car, it could be just for this bit of debris on the home straights. The marshal's running for it. Plastic and rubber that's come off there. Like a piece of, it's a piece of under tray from a car, I think. One car coming into the pits under the safety car there, one of the Cupras. George Healer rejoins. We've got the Macaleas in the pits, number 35 Mercedes. The number 94 Cupra's already in. I saw that car looking a bit out of kilter as it came in, so maybe that's the car that suffered the damage for number 94. We can now head down into the pit lane in just a moment and talk to one of the drivers in our championship leading car coming into this race, the number 144 blue Ferrari. Matt Suckling is down in the pits with Jamie Stanley.
Yeah, down here in the pit lane with the man who's just jumped out of the 144 Ferrari, Jamie Stanley. Jamie, great to see you here this weekend. Was this a late deal to come in?
Yeah, I got a random phone call from Charlie and asked me if I was busy. Originally I thought he was asking me to make the tea, but it turned out he wanted me to drive as well.
You're normally everywhere, aren't you? You don't really get a break, but you're free this weekend to come and join the team.
Yeah, I'm actually supposed to have the weekend off with the wife, and I've had to promise to go out for roast dinner tomorrow. But yeah, it's been a busy season. Obviously it's good to be back in Britcar. We did the first round of the year and then missed a few, and then back here this weekend.
But then if you get the result, she'll be happy with that, won't she?
Yeah, she'll be happy to support a roast dinner.
Going well so far. I think you're high up in the order. You're looking forward to possibly getting the win. Would that be in the cards?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the three drivers, myself, Charlie and Chris in the car, it's a strong group of drivers and we get the strategy right, and so far it's kind of gone our way. We'll see how the safety car shakes out in a second, but so far we're right in the mix, and I'll see how it unfolds in the last half an hour.
How are the track conditions today? It's all dry, but there's quite a hefty field down there.
Yeah, it's good. The tracks are always good. It's always interesting when you race with the trucks. The circuit's always just that little bit more slippy, but it makes it a little bit more entertaining.
And you're done for the afternoon, I guess?
Yeah, that's me done. To shout at Charlie now for the next half an hour, getting my own back.
I'm sure he'll enjoy that, won't he?
I'll enjoy it.
Jamie, well done. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Super, thank you.
Here we go. Jamie Stanley down here in the pit lane. Safety car hopefully very shortly back in.
Thanks very much, Matt. Yes, 43 minutes of this race to go, and some cars taking advantage of the safety car to make their second stops. Safety car just getting the leader behind it there. The 77 Ginetta has been in to make its second stop. I imagine it's Will Powell in that car, British touring car racer these days. Seen him out as endurance champion under the Britcar endurance category last year in the McLaren with Dave Scaramanga on the endurance category, renamed as the MSUK British Endurance Championship this year, of course. Fair play to the marshals, clearing that debris quickly from the Wheatcroft Straights. It's the number 92 Mercedes that leads by 2 clear laps ahead of the Ercheg Clutton Porsche. They've both got to stop again though. That'll close things back up. Have the number 92 crew from Simpsons Motorsport done enough to eke out an advantage? Jackson and Mars are the first car that has stopped twice. They're ahead by 16 seconds at last count of the blue Ferrari. We've just heard from Jamie Stanley. He's making a bit of a guest appearance with them. We normally see Bradley Ellis in with Charlie Hollings and Chris Compton Goddard. Behind them we've got Lucky Kira and Lee Frost's Lamborghini. That's about a minute back on the Ferrari. Then we've got the BMW of Lawson, Clark and Lindsay. Behind them the Porsche number 32, the Cunninghams. They've got to stop again though. The cars chase round under the safety car to join the back of the queue. There's the Mars and Jackson Mercedes. Tony Molam in car 69, the Porsche is 8th. Running at the top 10 we've got the Powell, Cherrington, Ginetta and George Heeler's Audi, which still leads Class E. It looks like making his pit stops close together is paying off. Number 94 car with problems in the pit lane. Looks like could be day over for Stuart Lines and Anton Spires, which is a great shame. Safety car still out. I think we're going to get one more lap behind the Kia. It's going to be a dash to the line of just under 40 minutes. Pit window closes 20 minutes before the end of the race, don't forget. Still a few cars that have yet to make their second stop, namely the top 2 in the race, Cook and Cackard, Ercheg and Clutton in the number 9 Porsche, also the Cunninghams. Those are the 3 cars that have yet to make their 2 mandatory stops. Well, there's the white Porsche. It's been able to make up a lap as a result of that. It was 2 laps down. But the blue Ferrari finds itself at the back of the queue. With Charlie Hollings on board. Waiting to see if the safety car comes in this time. 62 laps completed. It's 2-hour MSUK British Endurance Championship race. Lights are still on atop the Kia at the moment. They're all on different laps, these cars, to add to the confusion. Have the lights gone out? Yes, they have. We're going back to racing this time, so it'll be around 38 minutes remaining, just over, when the race gets back underway. Hugo Cook and Sasha Caccard in their Mercedes GT3 lead the way. We're back underway, we're back to green. Away goes the Mercedes. George Heeler behind them in the Audi RS3. There's the Macaleas in behind them. Then the 35 cars had a bit of an ill-starred race. Hersheg and Clutton still second, there they are. A lap down on the leader. Jackson and Mars are 2 laps down, but they are the first car that has stopped twice. How far ahead of the Ferrari are they? 10.8 seconds. So effectively, those 2 are the race leaders because the 92 and the number 9 have got to stop again. This is going to get interesting in the closing stages of this race. There's the Lamborghini trying to move up, but stuck in some slower traffic there. No problem for the 92. Away goes Hugo Cook and Sasha Caccard. I'm not sure at the moment which one it is on board. I believe it's Caccard on board. As they go down the exhibition straight towards the Roberts chicane. 24-hour races, the drivers wear a tag that they scan every time they exit the pit lane, so we know which driver's on board at a given time. But we haven't got that here at Donington, unfortunately. There's the Lamborghini. Where are they in the order? About a minute behind the blue Ferrari, that's where. Where's that red Ferrari in the order? The Cavers and Plato car. It's in 18th place. That spent several laps in the pits. Possibly had an issue at its last stop. They're down in 18th. The Lamborghini is in 5th position. Further lap behind are 2 leading cars, the 160 and the 144, effectively the 2 stoppers. The gap between them is down to 8.4 seconds, so Charlie Hollins is closing slightly on Tom Jackson. Could we see a Class C car get an overall win? Peter Hersheg and Marcus Klutner in with a chance as well if they can get the pit stop right. The Cunningham car has come in to make its 2nd stop. Oh, that's the BMW Z4. It's come to a stop. That's Ryan Lindsay has stopped coming out of the chicane. That could be another safety car. It is another safety car. Ryan Lindsay is stuck there. Try and work out what happened. Luckily everybody is avoiding him. Well, Ryan Lindsay, was he trying to reach the pits there, or has he spun to a halt? We didn't see. Try and find out what's happened there. Okay, we'll try and see what's happened to Ryan Lindsay in the number 55, the ING Sports BMW Z4. And yes, just rolled to a halt. Trying to reach the pits there. I wonder if it's run out of fuel. That's a great shame for a car that was in contention for a podium. Driver out of the car. Frustration for the 55 team. Team wearing the hands device there, the head and neck support device. It's prevented so many injuries over the years. Takes the crash helmet and hands device off. A frustrated Ryan Lindsay. The BMW looks like is out of the race. Well, this is the ideal chance that Cook and Caccard and Hersheg and Clutton needed to make their 2nd pit stop and not lose too much time. See them together, almost together on track there, just a couple of back markers between them, but they are a lap apart on time. Safety car will pick up the leader. There's the Cunningham Porsche. They'd just come into the pits before the safety car came out for their 2nd stop. So now the only 2 cars that haven't made a 2nd stop are the top 2 in the race. I suspect we're going to see them come in here. Watch the pit lane entrance. Is the 92 going to come in? No, it doesn't. Nor does the number 9. Thought they would have come in that time through because It's not going to take the marshals long to move that BMW. Now that BMW Z4 was fighting for the lead, I remember, in the race at Alton Park earlier this season, only to break a drive shaft, so I wonder if that's what's happened there. So Cook and Cackard the leaders. A lap ahead of Peter Erscheg and Marcus Clutton's Porsche. Jackson and Mars in their Mercedes in third. It's the blue Ferrari, the black Lamborghini of Kehret and Frost fifth. Fothergill, Bennett and Molam are up to sixth place. Johnny Molam at the wheel of the bespoke Defenders Porsche. George Healer in the Audi RS3 is going to move into seventh place, the leader of Class E. Well, we just saw the 55 BMW Z4 in trouble. We can head down to their pits with Matt now, and he is talking to Kevin Clark. We can find out what's happened.
Yeah, down here in the pit lane with one of the drivers of the team that unfortunately has brought out our next safety car at Donington. Kevin, what seems to have happened to the BMW?
We had an exhaust blowing right under where the driver's feet are, and it's just overheated the pedal box, we believe, and the pedals just locked solid as he approached the chicane, and he tried to drive it, get it out the way and into the pit road, but it's just ground to a halt and it won't roll at all. So
yeah, we're just looking at it, aren't we, down kind of towards the end of the pit lane, the low loader or the JCB there trying to pick it up, but what a shame, because it was looking to be another great race for the BMW.
Yeah, we were doing really well. We were, there was two cars ahead of us, still got to do another pit stop, so we was definitely looking like as at least a third in class, which is not bad for the car when it's like a 12-year-old car against some 2022 cars. We're holding our own.
And three drivers for you this weekend, is that a bit of a help?
Yes, I mean there's a mandatory two stops, so it makes sense. We all get to drive the car, so it's good.
It's a shame it's ended this way here at Donington, but you're going to come back for the final round?
Oh yeah, we'll be back. Yeah. Never say never. So
good job today, Kevin. Thank you very much for your time.
Cheers, thank you.
There we go, Kevin Clark, and unfortunately the BMW looks like it's day done for them here at Donington.
Blown exhaust overheating the pedal box and locking it up. I have to say, I've not heard of that happening before. Nice to hear from Kevin Clark, though, a driver I used to watch in my youth on the short ovals of the Midlands, the man from Birmingham. Raced in saloon stock cars, lightning rods, then was one of the first drivers to move into Eurocar in the 1990s, the space frame Ford Mondeos, I remember. He's done the pickup truck championship as well when that was in its infancy, before progressing on to endurance racing with a number of BMWs over the years. Very sadly out of this race, he, Ryan Lindsay and Ian Lawson. Now, have our top two come in? No, they haven't. I thought this would be an ideal opportunity. There's still 30 minutes of the race to go though, so perhaps operating on a different strategy. They only have 10 more minutes. As we said, the pit window closes in 10 minutes time. They're going to have to come in the next few laps. This BMW, though, is proving rather obstinate. It won't move. See what the marshals are going to do this time. Hook it up from the rear axle. There's a rear-wheel drive car, of course. Have Cook and Cackard come in this time? No, they haven't. Still a lap apart. 68 laps completed now. Foreground, there's the third placed Mercedes, actually just ahead of the second placed car. That's Jackson and Mars, and they're on the same lap as the blue Ferrari. Separated by some 13 seconds at the line that time through. Ersheg and Clutton still lead Class C. Healer leads Class E. Class D is led by Powell and Cherrington in the Ginetta. Class F, of course, is being led by the Macaleers. They're the only car running in Class F. No starters in Class B. Now we get the BMW dragged rather unceremoniously away. That'll be dragged onto the Melbourne Loop. Fast but fragile, sadly, that car. Hopefully, next time around we can go back to green flag racing. Well done to the recovery teams and the marshals at BMW, as we said, proving a bit obstinate there, refusing to be moved. Here comes the safety car. Now, are we going to go green this time? They're on the exhibition straight, so they might be cutting it fine here. We'll wait and see as they come out of the chicane whether the lights go out on the Kia. Is it going to come in? Yes, it is, I think. Yes, the safety car's heading for pit lane, and here we go. I'm a little surprised now. The Ersheg and Clutton car follows the safety car into the pit lane. I have to say I'm a little surprised that the top two didn't come in under the safety car there. They're leaving it as late as possible, the leading pair, but the Porsche has now come in. The 92 car is still out there. And leads the way. That's Jackson and Mars now in second now. 2 laps between the two of them. Jackson is 2 laps down on the Cook and Caccard car. Hugo Cook started that car. I imagine it's Sasha Caccard in the car now. We didn't see the stop, so we didn't see if they did change drivers earlier on. It's probably going to be Hugo Cook who gets back in. The Lamborghini is in between the two of them. That's in 5th place, a further lap down. They're 3 laps down on the leader. It's been a disjointed race, this one, because of a number of safety car periods. The number 92 car has still yet to come in for its 2nd mandatory stop. There's the red Ferrari, the Cavers and Lewis Plato car. There's the blue Ferrari. They're still 4th overall, 2nd in class. Still the white Porsche number 9 is in pit lane. Charlie Hollings at the wheel of the number 144 Ferrari. Saw it come close to an overall win, Snetterton, last season in the wet. All that remains then, we've got to wait and see whether the Cook and Caccard Mercedes, that's not it, that's the 35 Mercedes, a troubled race for them. It's going to build up enough of a lead to be able to take its 2nd stop and stay in front. Is that what they're trying to do? Have they worked out the distance ahead that they need to be? And they're trying to build that up so they can take the stop and stay ahead of the likes of Jackson and Mars. Ersheg and Clutton, we know, have completed their 2nd stop. They've just headed back out. It'll be Marcus Clutton, I'm fairly sure, on board that car. There's a bit of dust kicked up there by one of the Cupras. The Cupra's having to give best to the Audi RS3. First time this season we've seen that car of George Healer. Over the line go the Ferraris running together. Let's put Jackson and Mars up to 2nd. Goddard, Hollings and Stanley up to 3rd. Charlie Hollings is 20 seconds down on Tom Jackson. His last lap was some 5 seconds slower than the GT3 spec Mercedes, though. Looks like the blue Ferrari is going to be locked in a battle for the class win with Ersheg and Clutton. Have to wait and see how far apart they are when the Porsche completes its outlap. Still Cook and Caccard lead the way. They've only got 4 minutes to make their 2nd stop, though. It's a penalty if they miss the pit window. Here in the background, sounds like one car is dragging some bodywork on the ground. I can't see who it is at the moment. Either that or someone's blown a tyre. I hope that's not the case. the closing stages then of this MS UK British Endurance Championship 2-hour race. 23.5 minutes to go. 92, the leading car, leaving it as late as possible to make its second pit stop. There's number 68, that's Team Brit. How are they doing? 14th place and 4th in Class D for Andy Tucker and Chris Overend. Chris limbering up for his British GT debut soon for the team. Wonderful to see Team Brit achieving so strongly this year. Definitely hear in the background a car with what sounds like some bodywork scraping. A bit of bodywork hanging up on the Cupras though, I don't think that's it. Maybe it's whichever car deposited that bit of its under tray on the Wheatcroft Straight earlier on. Saw the marshals recovering that. Cunningham Porsche runs wide onto the curb there. Charlie Hollings in the Ferrari ahead of him. Ah, look at the back of the 144 Ferrari. The rear diffuser's loose. That's the noise we can hear. So there's a bit of damage to the 144. Has that been off somewhere? Or is it just that bit of plastic, the diffuser has come loose? You can see, look at the right rear. You can see it dragging there. That's the noise we could hear. So it's the 144, the third place car, that's got that bit of damage. Less than 2 minutes on the clock now, and there it goes. Look at that. Now, if that doesn't come off, if that continues dragging behind the car, they're going to get the black and orange flag and have to come in. Problems for Charlie Hollings. This could be major problems for the championship leader. Meantime, while that's going on, the leader has come in, I can tell you, with 90 seconds left of the pit window, the leader has come in to make its second stop. But the 144 team are going to have to hope that that piece of plastic, the diffuser, comes off the car and they don't get the black and orange flag to say technical problem, you need to call into the pits, because they'll lose the class win if they do so. They are ahead of Ercheg and Clutton. You can see it flailing around there. Down the Craner curves. He's got the Cunningham Porsche behind him. Charlie Hollings with the rear diffuse. That's going to affect the handling as well, because it's going to be affecting the airflow under the car. And will probably affect the straight line speed of that Ferrari as well. Meantime, Cook and Caccard are in the pits. Now, have they done enough? Have they built up enough of an advantage over Jackson and Mars to take their maiden win? Still that piece of bodywork refuses to come off. They're going to be getting the black and orange flag if that continues, because they can't have bodywork flailing around like that. Cunningham Porsche is coming up on them there. They're in 11th overall, 4th in the class. He's got right in behind him there. Doesn't want that piece of plastic flying up into his windscreen, Peter Cunningham. Charlie Hollings trying his hardest to continue. 20 minutes of the race to go. The pit window has just closed. Oh, car number 9 has got a stop-go penalty. That's the Ercheg Clutton Porsche. 2-second stop-go penalty for a pit stop infringement. So a few of the leading cars hitting problems here. Now, the Cook Caccard car is heading back out. It's out of the pits. We're going to see whether it has stayed ahead when it completes its outlap, whether it's ahead of the Jackson Mars car. There it is, coming down the Craner curves. We'll have to wait till it's completed its outlap to see where it is on the timing screen. Let's have a look as they come through. There's the 92. Where's the 160? There it is. I think they've done enough. I think they've got out in front, but we'll see when they cross the line. There's the white Porsche. That's going to have a pit stop, stop-go penalty. As is the number 22 car, which is the Hull and Avery TCR Cupra. That car currently running 15th, 4th in Class E, so there's, I presume, for a short pit stop. They're going to have that penalty, but it's the two Mercedes that we need to concentrate on at the moment. Cook and Cackard over the line. There's Tom Jackson. There's only 3 seconds between the two of them. So pushing on by Cook and Cackard has worked. I believe it's Hugo Cook back in the 92 car. And they've just about done enough. They're 3 seconds ahead. Now we're going to have to watch their lap times and see if Tom Jackson, he can see the similar car ahead of him of Simpson's Motorsport, and he is going to attack. There's 18 minutes of the race to go, and Tom Jackson, sharing the car with Wayne Mars, is frantically trying to get back markers out of his way so he can try and attack Hugo Cook at the front of the field. 3 seconds in it for the lead as they cross the line to complete lap 75. Oh, he's run wide. He's gone wide around the back marker. That was nearly all over there. He nearly went into the gravel. Tom Jackson is taking risks here to get past the back markers. The 35 Mercedes, the 36 Ginetta. Got the team Brit Aston Martin ahead of him now, and he's got the Lamborghini of, I think that's Lee Frost back in that car behind him. Flashing the lights. Get out of the way, he says. I'm going for the lead of this race. We've got a duel on our hands between the two Mercedes. Where's the blue Ferrari? That's in third place overall. Has it lost that bit of trailing bodywork? Black and white flag being shown to the number 50. That's the Montague and Hall Aston Martin. Lead gap has increased as a result. That's up to 7.2 seconds now, with Tom Jackson nearly bidding the car as he went round the outside of the back markers at McLean's. Was very lucky not to go into the gravel there. Now he's back up to full speed. Trying to close in on Hugo Cook. I believe it's Hugo in the Mercedes at the front of the field. Third place is still the 144 Ferrari. You know, that's got some damage though. Fourth place is Lucky Kira and Lee Frost. They're a lap behind the two Mercedes in the Lamborghini. There it is, just behind Tom Jackson. There's the Ferrari. And I think that piece of bodywork, the diffuser, has come off. Yes, without them needing to be flagged in, but that's going to affect the performance of that car. Charlie Hollings is a very experienced, very rapid driver, though. He'll try his best to continue on and get a podium. And with Ercheg and Clutton taking that stop-go penalty, which they have served, they've taken 3 stops according to the timing screen, then it's going to be a class win, which is what they need to try and keep their overall championship lead. They're only 3 points clear, though, of Wayne Mars and Tom Jackson. So the Ferrari crew want Cook and Cackard to win this. The gap is 8 seconds. So they've increased it, if anything, on that last lap. There is Hugo Cook, the 92. Coming up to lap the Audi, which is still leading Class E, I think. Yes, in 11th overall. What can Tom Jackson do? Well, Hugo Cook is still flying along. He's just gone fastest of all in the first sector on this lap, 18.802 seconds through sector 1. Fastest lap of the race recorded by this car, 105.418. Go quicker this time through. No, it's not, 105.895. Where is Tom Jackson? There he is. The gap, I think, will have increased this time through. Yes, 8.6 seconds now. It's looking good for a maiden win for the 92. Just under 15 minutes to go. Third place is still the blue Ferrari. Fourth is the Lamborghini. Ercheg and Clutton are in 5th place after their stop-go. 6th, it's the number 69, Johnny Molem on board the Bespoke Defenders Porsche. Three wide here, that's the leader with a couple of back markers. Excuse me, says Hugo Cook, and he just about gets through on the inside at Coppice. The 144, I'm told on the timing screen, did get a black and orange flag, but as soon as I saw that notification on the timing screen, it disappeared again. So whether they've adjudged they've rescinded that because the bodywork has come off of its own accord. They haven't been into the pits, else that would have shown up on the screen as well. Car number 92. Oh! Car 92 has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That's the race leader. So the Hugo Cook-Sasha Kakar car has been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, which will be applied at the end of the race. Now we've really got a race on our hands. This means that the 92 has got to finish more than 5 seconds clear of Jackson and Mars to win the race. And there are still 13.5 minutes to go. It's all happening, isn't it, in the closing stages of this MSUK British Endurance Championship race. All the top cars seem to be attracting dramas. The number 92. There it is. It's got to finish now 5 seconds clear or more of Jackson and Mars, because otherwise the penalty will drop them behind. The lead gap was over 8 seconds. Let's see what it was this time through. Wait for Jackson to cross the line further back. It's 9.4 seconds now, so that's why Hugo Cook is pushing on. Yes, if he stays that far ahead, it will be enough. Jackson can close. He doesn't need to catch Hugo Cook now. If he can close to within 5 seconds of the Mercedes, then he'll be in range to take the win. He's flashing his lights frantically again at the back markers. Ferrari still in third place. We could be in for an extraordinary finish here, depending on what Jackson can do. Hugo Cook and Sasha Kakar, it's only their second race weekend with this Mercedes for Simpsons Motorsport. They previously raced an Audi RS3. That was last season. Jackson and Mars, it's a new car to them as well this year, but they started out from the beginning of the season for Rob Boston Racing. Mars a Ferrari man up until this year. It's a Ferrari in third place. Chris Compton-Goddard, Jamie Stanley and Charlie Hollins. What a remarkable conclusion we could see here. What's the gap this time through? Over the line. Don't tell me Tom Jackson's transponder's going to play up again, so I can't tell you the gap. It's up to 11.7 seconds now. I think the 92 car is just about going to be able to do enough here. 11.5 minutes to go. The gap is just over 11.5 seconds. Last lap for the leader was 105.7. For Jackson it was 108.1. That Mercedes, the two stops were made fairly close together. The second place car, I hope that 160 car is not running short of fuel. The light fading a little here at Donington Park. Jackson, I saw him in the background there coming down the exhibition straight, passing the Ferrari, which will now be 2 laps down, and the 92 car has just done the new fastest lap of the race, 105.132. 13.8 seconds clear now. He's going like an express train in these closing stages. Through towards Schwantz Curve. And I think the 92 of Simpsons Motorsport has done enough. Tom Jackson has got to get to within 5 seconds of the 92 car, but I don't think he's going to. The 92 is flying along, really throwing it through copies there as he laps Johnny Molan in the number 69 Porsche. Could be a challenge on here for third place. There's the Ferrari, and not far behind Charlie Hollins is the Lee Frost Lucky Kera Lamborghini. I think it's Lee Frost on board that car. There's our second placed car. Car number 50 has been given a 5-second penalty as well. That's the Montague and Hall Aston Martin. Over the line goes Tom Jackson. What's the gap going to be this time through? Taking its time to come through because of the issues with the transponder. 14.4 seconds now. Pulled another few tenths out, Hugo Cook and Sasha Kakar. Ferrari is only 2.8 seconds clear of the Lamborghini of Frost and Kera now. I think we're going to have a change for an overall podium place. And the blue Ferrari could lose third as... Oh, and Tom Jackson thought he was going to clip the back of the Cupra there. Where's that battle for third? There it is. Coming through Schwantz Curve. Ferrari, Lamborghini. How far behind them is Marcus Clutton? 25 seconds back. So it looks like the Ferrari is going to be safe for the class win, but they may lose the overall podium here, because here comes the Lamborghini. The number 24 machine of 76 Limited. He's right up with him now as they head down the straight there. Charlie Hollings under fire from Lee Frost. Cupra gets out of the way. Oh, it's comes to a dead stop there at the chicane, one of the Cupras. Didn't see which one it was. Might be the 94 car actually, because that had gone back out a lot of laps down. Lambo goes to the inside at Redgate. Surely it's only a matter of time. That's a much more powerful car, the GT3 spec Lamborghini. And he goes through. Lee Frost up into third place, sharing with Lucky Kera. As it says on the spoiler there, the fastest Punjabi. Lakavinda Lucky Kera, based in the West Midlands. Began racing with Lee Frost some 5 or 6 years ago in a pair of BMWs. Look how far they've come from there. Lee gaps up to 16.7 seconds meanwhile there between the two Mercedes. It's Ersheg and Clutton still 5th. Fothergill, Bennett, Molam in the Porsche 6th. 7th it's the number 21 car, which has taken the lead in Class D. I missed that. That's the car of Neville Jones and Matt George. That car had quite a slow start to this race, the number 21 Mercedes GT4 car. That's now up to 7th. 8th are the Cunninghams, we see them there, the yellow Porsche. 9th it's Will Powell and Matt Cherrington in the Ginetta. And rounding out the top 10, the Montague and Hall Aston Martin. Class E is still led in 11th place by the Audi, we can see in the background there. There's the Ginetta, number 77. Second in Class D. Just over 6.5 minutes remaining. Cook and Cackard continue to pull away there. Not going to have to worry, I don't think, about that penalty. Tom Jackson losing about half a second a lap in his Mercedes. There is the leader. Coming up on the Carl Cavers and Lewis Plato Ferrari. That's lost a lot of time at its second pit stop, unfortunately. They were contenders in the top 10 for a time. They're down in 17th now. The gap increasing again. It's 18.25 seconds. A full second they pulled out. So pretty much exactly a second on that last lap. Kera and Frost third. Then it's the Ferrari. Goddard, Hollings and Stanley. Charlie Hollings still pushing on in that slightly damaged Ferrari. Lost its rear diffuser a few laps ago. Not many close battles on track at the moment. Cars fairly spaced out. There's 20 cars running, I make it, out of the 26 that started. We lost Reece Lloyd's Astra with a blown engine, of course, only 11 laps in. Oh! Car 92, 17-second stop-go penalty. That's the leader. That must be for a short pit stop, and 17 seconds, that's going to lose them the race. They're going to have to come in just when they thought that Hugo Cook and Sasha Cackard had the race sewn up. It's come up on the timing screen. 17 seconds stop-go penalty with 4.5 minutes of the race to go. That will, I would imagine, is for a short pit stop. We haven't had notification for certain as to the reason, but they're going to have to come in again. And that is sadly going to cost them this race. The board is out there to the race leader with their number from the marshals on the pit wall. That will be gutting for Simpsons Motorsport, who are just 5 minutes away from their maiden win. it's come up again. Car 92, 6-second stop-go penalty, and car 92, 17-second stop-go penalty. There must have been more than one transgression by the leader there. They're 21 seconds ahead of Jackson and Mars, but by the time they've come in, served those penalties and gone back out again, they'll be down to second. So it is going to be a win after all, by the look of it, for the 160 car. There's the Ferrari still going in 4th place. They're heading for a class win. There's Reece Lloyd's Astra, long since out of the race. Bursek and Clutton are closing on the blue Ferrari. 16 seconds down, but they're closing at 2 seconds a lap, but there's only 3 minutes left on the clock, so the Ferrari is going to hang on. There's the 160 car. That must be so frustrating for the 92 squad. They did all the hard work in the second half of that race. They got the gap they needed to take their second pit stop and stay ahead of the 160 car. Hasn't come in yet. Should do this time around, I would think. If they don't come in before the end of the race, the time will be added on at the end of the race in lieu of a stop-go. So whether they come in or not, they will lose the race. That's very sad for Simpsons Motorsports, but Rob Boston Racing are going to take yet another win and keep up their championship challenge up there with RNR Performance cars in Class C. It looks like they're both going to win their classes today. Number 92 car still out there. Class D is going to be won by the Jones and George. It's down to an Aston Martin on the timing screen, but it's a Mercedes, the number 21 car. They're 13.4 seconds up on the Ginetta of Powell and Cherrington. The number 87 car listed as Beeson on the timing screen, but it's George Heeler driving the Audi. He's 10 seconds ahead of Day and Foster in the Cupra. Havers and Hart third, a further 6 seconds back. But the only car left running in Class F is the Macaleers. I'll give you the full results, of course, as after the checkered flag, because there's just over a minute to go now. There's the Ferrari, continuing its fight for the championship lead. There's the number 94 Cupra. A few problems today for Anton Spires and Stuart Lyons, but they're going to battle on to the finish. Should get, I think, 21 cars cross the line. It's all about how much distance you cover as to whether you are classified in an endurance race. Over the line goes the 160 car, second on the road. But subject to penalties, they are going to inherit the win. Wayne Mars and Tom Jackson. They cannot stop winning this year. They were denied in the opening round of the season by an alternator problem at Silverstone. It's been plain sailing for them in terms of overall wins for the majority of the season. There are a couple of wins for Lucky Kera and Lee Frost. The clock has counted down to 0. Here comes the 92 car of Hugo Cook and Sasha Kakard. They're going to take the checkered flag in first place. The board still being shown that they have those penalties. The clock has counted down to 0 as Cook and Kakard cross the line. Will be the number 160 car. Here it comes. Tom Jackson and Wayne Mars. There is the checkered flag, and the 160 car will win it. Waits for the time to correct itself. Separated by around 20 seconds on the road at the end of that one. Penalties will be applied. I would imagine retrospectively Cook and Kakard will show as the winning car. There's only the track limits penalty being applied so far, so we'll wait and see what the officials will do there. I imagine there will be time applied in lieu of a stop-go penalty because the car did not come in towards the end of the race, so we'll have to wait for official confirmation on that one. Checkered flag was shown to the 160 car, so they will be the winners. Tom Jackson and Wayne Mars. It's Cook and Cackard shown as having been given a 5-second track limits penalty, which we knew about anyway, but then those stop-go penalties were shown later on in the race as well for the 92 car. So we'll have to await official confirmation of the results on that one. Provisionally, the race winner will be the Jackson and Mars Mercedes. Class C has been won by Goddard, Hollings and Stanley in the Ferrari. Class D by Jones and George in number 21, the Mercedes. Class E by George Healer. Class F by the Macaleers. So the 92 car wins on the road. We'll have to wait to see any amendments when those penalties are applied. So the Cook and Cackard Mercedes completing 93 laps to finish 17.6 seconds ahead of Jackson and Mars, the two Mercedes. But we'll wait to see what happens when if those penalties are subsequently applied to the race winners. That remains provisional at the moment. Third place, 2 laps down, were the Kehrer and Frost Lamborghini. Class C winners in 4th place, Goddard, Hollings and Stanley with the Ferrari. Then Erteg and Clutton in 5th. 6th place going to Fothergill, Bennett and Molan. They take 3rd in Class C, a further 3 laps back. 7th are the Cunninghams in their Porsche. 8th for Jones and George. They win Class D. 9th goes to the Powell and Cherrington Ginetta. And 10th place to Montague and Hall in their Aston Martin. They also get 5-second penalties, those two, for exceeding track limits. 11th for George Healer in the Audi. He wins Class E, ahead of Day and Foster in the Cupra. Havers and Hart in their Cupra. Then we've got Tucker and Overend for Team Brit in 14th. 15th, Hull and Avery in their TCR Cupra. Behind them, Carl Cavers and Lewis Plato in their Ferrari. They lost time on their pit stops. The Class F winners, 17th, the Macaleer Porsche. Then Woodman and Byford delayed by an off in their Cupra. The Dalton and Brakel Mercedes, the car that went off at the very first corner, finishes in 19th place. 20th for the Hislop and Brandon Team Hard Ginetta. And the only other car left running at the flag was the Spires and Lines Cupra. Of course, the BMW Z4 suffered problems, as did Simon Tomlinson's Cupra. Johnny Mack in the Tyrannus went out with collapsed suspension. We lost the Thompsons in the Jaguar F-Type, and Reece Lloyd and Max Coates' Opel Astra sadly blew its engine early on. Well, that result, of course, is provisional. We'll wait to see what comes out of any further penalties to be applied. As always, well done to everybody in the MSUK British Endurance Championship. We'll hopefully hear from some of the drivers shortly. One race to go, coming up in a few minutes' time. The second race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship.
Is 95, Ricky Collins. Number 12, Michael Oliver.
Shropshire area. They're located across Birmingham, Coventry and Wolverhampton, and they offer new van and truck sales, used van and truck sales and after-sales solutions, including 24-hour service parts.
We'll have the grid for you shortly for our second truck race of the weekend. This race sponsored by Midlands Truck and Van, the approved Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle dealership for the West Midlands and Shropshire. Locations across Birmingham, Coventry and Wolverhampton, offering new and used van and truck sales and after-sales solutions, including 24-hour parts and servicing. So thanks to Midlands Truck and Van for sponsoring this next race. Approved Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle dealers. They'll probably be hoping for a Ryan Smith victory, because that truck has a Mercedes-Benz engine, the Daimler Freightliner. Simon Cole's truck has a Mercedes engine as well. The grid reads as follows. It's set by the second quickest time in the qualifying session for each truck this morning. It's Ryan Smith who is on pole, number 1, alongside the 89 of Simon Reed in the Iveco. Second row, number 7 Stuart Oliver and 18 John Newell. Row 3, 69 David Jenkins and number 81 of Mark Taylor. Fourth row, Ricky Collitts, number 95 and 12 Michael Oliver. The fifth row, we've got number 86, which is Tom O'Rourke, and number 3 Steve Powell. Row 6, 68 Craig Reed and number 41 Simon Cole, and 92 Simon Faulkner rounds out Division 1. The Division 2 trucks headed up by their earlier winner and championship leader, number 42 Luke Garrett, alongside 5 of Adam Bintz. Next row, number 6 John Powell, involved in a collision with Brad Smith at the start of the first race at the Old Hairpin, but they managed to continue. Brad Smith starts alongside him, then John Bowler and Craig Evans, and finally Paul Rivett and Jock Borthwick round out the grid. They'll be on track very shortly. I think we can head down to the grid with Pointy to talk to one or two of the drivers before we get this race underway.
Well, the breeze is picking up slightly here at the assembly area.
Okay, a problem with our audio at the moment down there. Apologies there. As soon as we get that sorted, we'll be able to hear from Pointy down in the assembly area before our trucks head out onto the grid. 1 or 2 cars from the British Endurance Championship race there just being recovered, so there'll just be a short pause. Hopefully we'll hear from Pointy in a moment. Okay, hopefully we'll have rectified our audio issue there. Pointy, are you there?
Well, as you can hear, it's perfect timing down here at the assembly area as we see the Division 1 trucks start to pull away, and what a sight it is too. The smell of diesel smoke just to your right now as well. We've got the Division 2 trucks bringing up the rear. The wind is picking up quite a bit now though, bringing in some cloud that might stop play for the activities later on. But it doesn't look like we're going to have just one more dry race here on Saturday at Donington in the Park. Donington in the Park? Donington Park, Convoy in the Park. Such a professional. So, they've all gone now. Starts to go quiet. All the teams are rushing now frantically to the pit lane so they can look at the trucks that they've just looked at parked somewhere else. Very important part of the race day, that is, ladies and gentlemen, not to be mistaken. So we're going to head over now to the grid, and Dave's going to tell us where everyone's lining up.
Anyone else think Pointy's been at the Champagne with Steve Parish? Oh, I don't know. Full of fun as ever as the trucks pull up to the grid. It looks like we're missing Adam Bint, unfortunately. What I'm going to do is what his team usually do, is update his social media pages during meetings, so I'm going to Just take a quick look on there and see if they've posted anything. To tell us what's happened. No, it doesn't look like they have. I know they changed the gearbox during testing in the week on the Volvo Whites. It's not there, unfortunately. We have got, though, that lovely Napa Truck Parts MAN of Paul Rivette at the back of the field. Great to see Paul making his first appearance of the season with his new truck. Great to see the Napa name coming into truck racing. We've already seen it in British touring cars with Ford this year, with the reigning champion Ash Sutton. Popular in NASCAR as well. The Napa name expanding into the UK. As we get ready for our second truck race of the weekend. Pole position for Ryan Smith, took the win in race number 1 if you missed it earlier on. It was Stuart Oliver who came in second and Simon Reed in third. He's having a good day so far on his local circuit. Mark Taylor was 4th ahead of John Newell. In Division 2 it was Luke Garrett who took the win, led all the way ahead of Brad Smith and Adam Bintz. Brad Smith involved in a collision going into the old hairpin with John Powell. They managed to continue. John Powell made a pit stop and finished a lap down. We should see 21 trucks out there. Of course, this race will set the grid for race 4, the second race tomorrow, with the top 8 from each division reversed. Just like race 1 earlier, set the grid for race 3 tomorrow. Have we had confirmation of that grid yet? No, we haven't. It's not through on our timing website, thanks to TSL Timing for their services, as always, though. Our live timing this weekend. Just awaiting the all clear then to get the rolling start underway, and just as I say that, the pace truck moves off. The TRP Truck and Trailer Parts DAF. A little bit of smoke there from Stuart Oliver's Volvo as he pulls away, the 10 times British champion. He's been European champion as well. And he's got a 6-time British champion, Ryan Smith, ahead of him. Ryan's made no secret of the fact that he'd love to do the European Championship. Budgetary constraints preventing him from doing so far. But he wants to match and possibly beat Stuart Oliver's record of 10 titles. Simon Cole in the very pink number 41. A space on the outside of row 1 for Division 2. No Adam Bint, unfortunately, in the Volvo. There's Paul Rivette. Beautiful looking livery, isn't it? The Napa Auto Parts truck. All we need now is to convince Steve Parish to make a comeback. I bet he'd still be competitive. Give him a quick Mercedes, he'd still be competitive today. He always race Mercs. I mentioned Barry Sheen, he was there when truck racing arrived in the UK in the 80s. Martin Brundle had a go as well, the Formula 1 driver. Other celebrity guests I remember out there were the Grimer brothers of hot rod racing fame. The great Barry Lee as well, a motorsport all-rounder. Celebrated his birthday the other day. Belated birthday wishes to the great Barry. We're ready to go. Truck racing for the second time here at Convoy in the Park. 2022 here at Donington. This race sponsored by Midlands Truck and Van. The approved Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle dealership for the Midlands. Can Ryan Smith or Simon Cole with their Mercedes engines deliver success for them here? Watch for David Jenkins. He struggled a bit in race 1, was stuck in the midfield. He got a grid penalty carried over from Thruxton. There's Division 2. Brad Smith with a free run down the outside here, down to Redgate with no Adam Bint. Jock Borthwick at the back. He's had a very quiet day so far, the MV Commercial MAN. White with the tartan stripes, looks like the old Stewart Grand Prix team. Daimler Freightliner on the front row alongside Iveco, Volvo and MAN on row 2. I can't remember the last time before this season when we had 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. And I certainly can't remember the last time at Donington we didn't have an MAN on the podium. That's what we saw in race 1. MAN success reserved for Division 2 in race 1 with Luke Garrett taking the win. So it'll be a 15-minute race then, sponsored by Midlands Truck and Van. Race 2, Convoy in the Park, 2022. They've start to rise from the Division 1 trucks. Watch for the lights. The pack is unleashed, and here we go. Good charge down the outside there. Look at Stephen Powell in the number 3. Trying to move up on the outside. They head down to Redgate side by side between the 2 front row, and Ricky Collins tucked in on the inside further back. It's Ryan Smith who just about holds the lead ahead of Simon Reed. Stuart Oliver on the inside a bit sideways. John Newell trying to go round the outside. The charge from Stephen Powell didn't work, unfortunately. He's stuck there on the wider line as they charge towards the Craner curves for the first time. Smith leads, Reed second, Oliver third. David Jenkins moving up onto the shoulder of John Newell. He's going to get the inside line for the old hairpin. Goes through into 4th place. Good start by David Jenkins. Next in the order it's Mark Taylor. Everybody round okay so far. Here come the Division 2 boys. It's Luke Garrett who leads the way from Brad Smith. John Powell in third. No collision this time, fortunately. John Bowler behind them. Simon Cole and Simon Faulkner being left behind a little by the other Division 2 trucks. A new truck for Simon Cole. Simon Faulkner, a relative newcomer to racing. Simon Reed chasing Ryan Smith for the lead. He's only had a couple of Division 1 wins in his time in the sport, as Simon in the Iveco. Ricky Collins under fire there from his brother Craig Reed as they head into the exhibition straight down towards the Robert chicane for the first time. There's Simon Faulkner. We look for the Division 2 leaders further back. It should be Luke Garrett in the orange MAN that leads. The Division 1 leaders already coming through the chicane, complete their first lap. Simon Faulkner making a move on Simon Cole to take 12th place away. That is Simon Reed, who's across the line in first place. He's got ahead of Ryan Smith. Great move there coming out of the chicane. Stuart Oliver having a go as well. And Stephen Powell a bit slow off the chicane there. He's got Ricky Collins up behind him. Simon Cole pulling into the pits. He's got a problem. Your leader is Luke Garrett in Division 2 ahead of Brad Smith and John Powell. John Bowler is in 4th place, but has Simon Reed been able to hold his lead there? With 2 races in 1 effectively, it's hard to know where to look. Ryan Smith's got a problem. Ryan Smith's slowing down. So that's why he was slow off the chicane. Ryan Smith in trouble. That's a rare... Well, he had problems with his Mercedes Actros at Convoy in the Park last year and had only a few points. And ironically, in the race sponsored by Mercedes dealership Midlands Truck and Van, the Mercedes engine truck is in trouble. In fact, both of the Mercedes engine trucks are, because we've lost Simon Cole as well. So Ryan Smith will limp it back to the pits and try to continue, I hope. Meantime, Simon Reed leads from Stuart Oliver. David Jenkins is in 3rd place, John Newell 4th. Then we've got the 81 of Mark Taylor and Michael Oliver, the number 12. Down towards the chicane. Iveco, Volvo, then a quartet of MANs. That's the leading group. In the background we can see Luke Garrett leading Division 2 in his MAN. Going a little bit wide there, the number 95 of Ricky Collins heads the second group ahead of Stephen Powell, then Craig Reed, Tom O'Rourke and Simon Faulkner. Faulkner being caught by the Division 2 trucks now. Has Ryan Smith made it round? I don't think he has. He's not come through. Division 2 trucks across the line. Yes, Ryan Smith I think has pulled up. Simon Cole I think has rejoined from the pits. Simon Reed continues to lead. That's a great shame for Ryan Smith. He's all set to take win number 2 from pole position. May make things a bit interesting for race 4, because if he gets the truck back out he'll have to start from the back of the lineup. Stuart Oliver being chased by David Jenkins. Much better run for the Digraph Transport MAN. John Newell in 4th place, number 18. 5th is Mark Taylor. 6th, Michael Oliver. Ricky Collins heading the second group. It's Simon Reed out front, looking for what I think will be only the 3rd win of his Division 1 career. He's had a few wins in Division 2 in the past. Stuart Oliver has had more wins than I can remember in truck racing over his incredible career. holding off a train of 4 trucks here, moving to the inside. John Newell, the number 18, his MAN, as again Ricky Collick gets sideways in the background. To Redgate they go for the 3rd time. Reed leads by 1 second. Luke Garrett still heading Division 2 in the background. He's got ahead of Simon Faulkner in the Division 1 Iveco. Tom O'Rourke dropping away a little there as well in the number 86. There's Ricky Collett, still ahead of Stephen Powell, Craig Reed, Tom O'Rourke. Here's the fight for 2nd place. Can David Jenkins make a move here? Not at Coppice. Not close enough. Oh, the leader got a little bit wide there, got a wheel onto the grass coming out of Coppice. Stuart Oliver trying to close in the Kelso Truck Products and GT Tyres Volvo VNL. Another bonneted truck of Ryan Smith out of the race. Haven't seen where he's parked up. Somewhere out on circuits. Didn't make it back to the pits. Over the line go the leaders. There's Collett holding off the number 3 of Stephen Powell. It's under 9 minutes of the race to go. Unfortunately, we've got a problem with our live timing at the moment, so bear with us on that. Stuart Oliver still holding off Jenkins, then it's Newell, Taylor and Oliver. Here comes the 2nd group. Stephen Powell challenging. Here's Division 2. Brad Smith still there in 2nd in the Unity Recovery, number 16. Chasing Luke Garrett, then John Powell, John Bowler in his DAF, then a gap back to Jock Borthwick. Paul Rivette is next. And Craig Evans. Down towards the old hairpin. Luke Garrett's looking good for 2 out of 2. He's leading the championship by 13 points coming into this weekend ahead of Jock Borthwick, and Borthwick stuck down in 5th place at the moment. Got a very quiet weekend in his MAN so far. Brad Smith 3rd in the points, and he was only 9 behind Borthwick, so he could take 2nd in the points here. John Powell 4th, then Craig Evans, Adam Bint and John Bowler. Paul Rivette racing for the first time this season. Won many, many titles in Renault Clios over the course of his career. Here comes Brad Smith having a look for the lead here. He's closing down on the 42 of Garrett. Over the line they go. 4 of them line astern. Luke Garrett is not getting away here. Gap must have come down. Unfortunately, the line timing isn't working at the moment, so I can't tell you what the gap is. John Powell in 3rd, holding off John Bowler in that beautifully hand-painted number 14 DAF with the Union Jack paint job. Great to look at, isn't it? 2 Dutch trucks in 3rd and 4th. I think Brad Smith is DAF powered as well. Now having to give best of the German-built MAN. 6.5 minutes of the race to go. Pick up the Division 1 battle when we can. We're taking a look at Division 2. They could be just as frantic as the more powerful machines up front. Paul Rivette getting into his stride with his new MAN. He's catching Jock Borthwick. Behind them, Craig Evans. There's Simon Cole we just caught a glimpse of in the background. He's rejoined. Simon Reed continues to lead Division 1 meanwhile. It's a good drive, very smooth drive up front from the man from Stoke. Stuart Oliver from the northeast in 2nd place. David Jenkins on his local circuit as well, comes from Stafford in 3rd place in the Digraph Transport MAN. 2nd race of the weekend here at Convoy in the Park, sponsored by Midlands Truck and Van. There's John Newell in 4th place, his MAN. He comes from South Yorkshire, runs a container and tanker lorry business. Came back to truck racing after a long break a few years ago. Fifth behind them is Mark Taylor of Taylor's Transports, one of the sponsors this weekend of Convoy in the Park. He's based fairly locally as well, in Sutton in Ashfield near Nottingham. Never raced anything when he came into truck racing, the Taylor's family, as sponsors of Ryan Smith, and Mark Taylor decided to get a truck and have a go. Similar to Tom O'Rourke, who's further back in the order. Tom came to Convoy in the Park with MV Commercials, his business, to put some vehicles on display. Never even seen truck racing before. Became a sponsor, ended up sponsoring the whole British Championship, and then decided to have a go at driving. And there he is out there a little further back down Division 1. It's under 5 minutes to go. Still Simon Reed who leads. He's increasing his lead as well over Stuart Oliver. Great drive by the Iveco pilots. Mentioned earlier it was Mark Taylor in 5th place who took one of the reporters from BBC East Midlands for a couple of laps of Donington Park in his MAN earlier this week. That's got to be better than any roller coaster ride. Michael Oliver in behind in the number 12. David Jenkins closing on Stuart Oliver now for 2nd place. Garrett still leads Division 2 further back, as yes, Jenkins has definitely got Stuart Oliver in his sights here. There's Newell, Taylor, Oliver, they're well clear of the rest. Here's the Division 2 leaders. Luke Garrett, if anything, has increased his lead slightly now over Brad Smith. I think that's our show trucks on the infield sounding their air horns in a show of appreciation. Paul Rivette's got ahead of Jock Borthwick, we can see in the background there at the Craner Curbs. Oh, Brad Smith under fire, that's John Powell. Now they've already clashed once today. Hope they don't do so again. Here they come up into McLean's. John Powell having a look, gets the tighter line, but Smith in the Unity recovery truck is there. All second. Trying to close on Luke Garrett. He's looking to make it 2 out of 2 in Division 2. These three breaking away a little from John Bowler now in the 14. With the delayed start to his season. Further back in the order, it's Jock Borthwick and Paul Rivette together. Simon Cole, I think, is still going. A lap down after visiting the pits early on with a problem. 2.5 minutes to go, so a couple more laps. It's looking good for Simon Reed in Division 1. John Bowler drops back there in 4th place. It's looking good for Luke Garrett in Division 2, but he runs a bit wide there, coming out of Redgate towards Hollywood. This could be Brad Smith's opportunity to try and take the lead away, so we'll stay with Division 2 for now. The clock has... it went from 2.5 minutes to 0 almost instantly there, so whether there is a problem with the timing there. We'll stick with this until we see the checkered flag come out. Apologies again for a few problems with our timing. There's Division 1. David Jenkins right with Stuart Oliver now for 2nd place. Here's the battle further back. Stephen Powell getting past Ricky Collett. He's got a head there down the straight into, well, I think his 7th place. They lean on each other through Redgate. Being egged on by the show trucks from the infield with their air horns. That's a feature you only get at Convoy in the Park. It's Craig Reed and Tom O'Rourke behind them. Oh, there's Ryan Smith's truck parked up by Starkey's Bridge. Less than a minute left on the clock, I would think, by the time they get round to the exhibition straight. So it'll be last lap at this time around. One minute on the clock now, I can tell you. Here come your leaders, and they've got Simon Cole ahead of them there. Here comes David Jenkins having a look down the exhibition straight. He's going to try and take Stuart Oliver into the chicane for 2nd place. Simon Reed leads them through it. Oliver has held that second place. Now what's he going to do into Redgate? John Newell behind them. The last lap board is out. Simon Reed's heading for victory. Coming up to lap 41 of Simon Cole, it's still Oliver second, Jenkins third. Garrett continues to lead Division 2. Division 2 come up to start their final lap then. 3 of them together for the lead. Division 1 down at the bottom of the circuit. We can see them in the background there. Simon Reed just lapping Simon Cole. They'll be coming down to the chicane this time. Simon Reed is going to win this. Stuart Oliver still holding second place, but it's going to be a win for the man from Stoke in the Reed Freight Iveco Stralis. Here they come up towards the checkered flag. It's a win for Simon Reed in the 89. Second goes to Stuart Oliver. Third for David Jenkins. John Newell takes fourth. Mark Taylor is fifth. Again, a power slide in celebration from number 89. And David Jenkins as well for third place. And John Newell. Well, I know Pointy mentioned a truck drifting competition, but this isn't it. Besides, in Kurt Goranson's day, the term drifting hadn't been invented yet. It was called power sliding then. Here come Division 2 towards the line. Oh, look at John Powell up the inside. He's going to try and take Brad Smith for second place. They bounce off each other and they lock up under braking. This is going to be interesting. Which way are they going to go? Over the gravel. Excuse me, says Brad Smith. The win's going to go to Luke Garrett. And Brad Smith is going to hold second place rather robustly there through the last chicane. John Bowler will take fourth, and then Paul Rivette. And the rest of them come home. So that's, I think, 2-0 between Brad Smith and John Powell. Sure, no malice intended there, just determined to hold the place through the chicane. John Bowler, another power slide there. Paul Rivette as well, he'll be pleased with that, 5th place in Division 2. But it's Simon Reed who wins Division 1 ahead of Oliver, Jenkins, Newell and Taylor. We won't be able to confirm the result just yet, I am afraid, because we lost our live timing during that one. Apologies there. We'll hopefully wait to see if a presentation will take place now. Hopefully Pointy can talk to some of the drivers. Well done Simon Reed, and well done Luke Garrett. 2 out of 2 for him in Division 2. Brad Smith just holding off John Powell in that battle over the line for second place. David Jenkins not quite able to catch Stuart Oliver there for second in Division 1, but it is a win for Simon Reed in the Iveco. Great stuff from our truck racers in race 2 of the weekend at Convoy in the Park for the British Truck Racing Championship, sponsored by Midlands Truck and Van. Bad luck to Ryan Smith breaking down there after a couple of laps. Hopefully once the trucks are back in park firme, we will hear from Pointy talking to a few of them. Well, that just wraps up the track action here at day one of Convoy in the park then. We can hand down to Park Ferme with Pointy to talk to some of our truck racers following the conclusion of race 2 of Convoy in the Park for the British Truck Racing Championship. Pointy, down to you.
Camera's over there. Hi Steve, how the devil are we?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yes.
Bit of a close finish there for the spectators. Talk us through how that last lap went for you.
Yeah, I was just battling with Ricky. We've struggled in with rear end grip, like from testing and in today as well. So we're a bit on the back foot through qualifying, but finding a bit more pace as it goes on. First time round here in Division 1 and in this truck, so it's nice to race against Ricky and get the better of him. But that was a really good race. We had Craig pushing us and Ricky was in front, and then we got past him. So it was good, really. He was looking to get like in the top 8 to get on the reverse grid, and then battling with Ricky, and he got in front of me, and I was a bit gutted. And then see Ryan come off, I thought, well, I've got that as well. And then I thought, shall I stay behind? No, let's get him. And really pleased with it. Yeah, it's good.
Well, he certainly gave us a run through, didn't he? My goodness, that's very
yeah.
You can take a breath now.
Yeah.
Usually he tells me off for talking too much, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. So, I mean, as well as being on track and having to focus and concentrate, yourself and Stuart Oliver, of course, are three of the three amigos that put this whole thing together with Convoy and Donington and BTRC. You know, how does your focus manage with all these different aspects of the weekend?
It's very difficult. I mean, it's been a big build-up. We had a long day Friday and Thursday. And again this morning, but just to drive around that track and see how many show trucks are in the middle and how many spectators. I can't take my eyes off it, and I shouldn't be. I should be looking at the track, but it's just been brilliant, and it's gone together well. The weather's helped, and we've got such a good team, including yourself, Pointy, and it's really good, and I think it's great for the sport. I've never seen so many spectators here on a Saturday, plus so many show trucks.
It is an amazing turnout, isn't it? And I mean, yeah, we had the opportunity to have a little wander over into the infield earlier on. I'm not saying we went on the Dodgems. We might have gone on the Dodgems.
Did you eat the Dodgems?
I didn't eat the Dodgems. No, they're jammy Dodgers. They're different thing altogether. On that subject, actually, though, we haven't had a chance to ask you, if you could only eat one ice cream for the rest of your life, what would it be?
It's got to have mint in it.
Yes, come on, think about it.
Mint. Oh, do you know what? I'm in the middle, you know. It's going to be Mint Magnum, I think.
Oh, blooming Magnum. I knew it was going to be I said Mint Cornetto.
Oh, mate, without that Mint Cornetto.
Because you've got the chocolatey bit in the bottom.
And you've got the cone. And a little bit at the end of the cone is the best bit.
I think I might have converted him.
Yeah. I was torn between the two.
Think about it, and all of a sudden that was it.
Called it over without showing that. But, like I say, for the whole championship, I think it's a great weekend. And I think if the weather holds, which I think it's going to, tomorrow's going to be even better.
We've got live music tonight. We've got a Queen tribute act tonight. You know, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The charity pig race.
Apparently, someone driving around in half a car earlier. I don't know who that is.
Steve had the pleasure of being the fun prevention officer today in the truck drifting display that we had. And you were supposed to drive off and leave the back half of the van behind, but instead, the second you released the button, he just dropped in half on the floor. The crowd lost it. I screeched like a girl.
It was a tad embarrassing, but I think we winged it.
I think we started it out. Right, Steve, thank you very much for talking to us. Let's have a little wander about in the paddock now, shall we, just to see who else we've got. I love this part of the after-race entertainment, though, when they're all just waiting, chilling, waiting to see whether they've got in trouble, whether they need to be called to the headmaster's office, all having a chat. This is when the drivers all come down onto the same level. They're no longer enemies, they're no longer battling it out, and they're just chilling out. Let's get in the mix, shall we? Come on over. Hi team, hi drivers. How are we? Fantastic effort. What a result, eh? Well, Stuart Oliver, what happened to you out there?
I'm getting on in time. I've got to just take it easy, you know. I can't keep up with these. I was going to say young lads, but I don't know what he is. You can't tell what he is, can you?
Yeah, I mean, and Simon Reed, obviously you two guys very close behind Ryan Smith. Did either of you see what might have caused him to drop back so early on in the race?
Simon pushed him off.
Troublemaker Michael Oliver.
I think he's peaked.
Is he peaked?
I think Ryan has peaked.
Is that it? Oh, you heard it here first. That sounds like fighting talk to me, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. But of course, Simon, fantastic result for you, slipping in there. How's it? Your truck's on fire. It's incredible.
Yeah, just driving it, pal. Just
cracking on, and
cracking on.
Unfortunately, it isn't on fire.
It's not on fire.
No, you have to use a
it's doing
different phrase.
very well.
It's going very fast.
Going very fast. Okay, yeah. Okay, it is fire, but it is not on fire. Very important tense there, ladies and gentlemen. Right, that's all from us down here at Parc Ferme. As you can see, spirits are high with loads more racing left to do this weekend. Let's have fun this evening with some live music and, yes, I'm bold, well done, thank you, and some charity pig racing. Thanks for joining us down here at Donington Park Ferme.
Well, our truck racers full of fun as ever. Pig racing. I've seen everything now. So the beers will be open, the barbecues will be lit, I'm sure, fairly soon here at Convoy in the Park 2022. That does wrap up day one of our coverage here at Donington Park. So thank you very much for watching. I must say a big thank you once again to all the volunteer marshals and other officials for making this event possible, and thank you to the drivers for their entertainment. We've got a huge programme of racing coming up for you tomorrow. We kick off at 10:40 a.m. with the Junior Saloon Car Championship. The young guns going for it in their Citroen Saxos. 3 more truck races to come. We've got the Pickup Truck Racing Championship as well, including 1 or 2 returnees, a few well-known names, a few new liveries as well. The CNC Heads Northwest Sports and Saloon Car Championship, for just about anything goes, is with us as well. We'll have the Pragas back out too for their second 1-hour race coming up tomorrow afternoon. Plenty more here at Convoy in the Park. Hopefully we'll have some shots of the various side shows over in the show arena behind Redgate as well. See what's going on over there. We had a caravan demolition derby last year. Who knows what's going to be happening for the rest of the weekend. But that's about all from me, Dave Goddard. For our thanks to Ewan, Matt and Pointy down in the pits and Parc Ferme as well. And we'll be back with you at around 10:30, 10:40 tomorrow morning for day 2 of action from here at Donington Park at Convoy in the Park 2022. Join us tomorrow. Thanks for watching today. Bye for now.